I don't see any phones. So we're still, everybody will get started in a few minutes. We're just waiting for a few other people to join us.
Excuse me, Donna. I just heard from Dr. Smith. She's having trouble with her cell phone. I'm going to give her the instructions, so she'll be joining you very shortly.
Okay, Mark, do you want to just tell her when you talk to her that *9 is how she raises her hand and *6 is how she mutes and unmutes?
Very good.
Good. We'll just give it another minute. I'm trying to just get quorum here. Okay. I think we're good. We'll get started at 6:36. So welcome to Community Board 2 SLA 1 meeting for June 2023. My name is Donna Raftery and I am chair of the SLA Licensing Committee. Also on this committee, we have Carter Booth, Cormac Flynn, Anthony Wong, and then joining from the community board is Brian Pape, Valerie De La Rosa, and Stella Fitzgerald. So welcome. Thank you for attending, all of you that are not on the committee. And so now we'll go through the procedure. When I call the applicant, please raise your hand. We'll promote you to panelist. And at that time, you'll be able to turn on your video camera and speak. Until that time, you can't turn on your video camera and you cannot speak. The applicants will present their application. Then we'll go to the committee members for question. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on an application should wait to raise their hand until after the applicants have presented and the committee has asked their questions. Then we'll go to the public. We will raise you to be an attendee. You can turn on your video camera. You can speak. And then we will give your public comment. Public, you should address your comments and questions to the committee. We ask that you be concise. If others have already said what you're going to address, then just confirm your agreement, add on anything you need to, any additional points, but try to keep it brief. We have a very large agenda tonight. Committee members, I ask that you reserve comment until, and don't raise your hand while the public is speaking, unless you have a specific question for someone from the public that is speaking. After we've heard from the public, we will go back to the applicant who can address any of the issues, concerns, anything that was raised. And the committee will have another opportunity to follow up with any questions or comments. There will be no back and forth. I ask that everybody speak respectfully. We're going to hear the applications a little bit out of order. I have put the agenda and a link to the applications in the chat, and I will put it in again right now. So you can find links in there. And let's see, recent changes. 224 Lafayette Street. Entity to be formed by 224 Lafayette at 224 Lafayette Street on premise for a restaurant. That has been laid over to next month. If anyone is here from Christine Macancella doing business as the original Benito One, could you raise your hand? I see no one. So we have not received any materials or heard anything back from them. So if anyone from the public is here on that application, I suspect we will not be hearing that tonight. And then the other one we will not be hearing tonight is Babak Karami at 29 Kenmare Street. That one is laid over or withdrawn, unclear, but we are not hearing that one tonight. So the first one we are going to hear is King J Garden doing business as Lady Chow's Kitchen at 171 Hester Street. If you could raise your hand if you are here, and we will promote you. Let's see. Mitchell is the applicant.
Yes.
Here with you. Hi.
She should be. She said she was getting on.
What is her name?
Jane Zhao.
Jane Zhao. I don't see Jane.
I don't see her on the attendees list right now.
Let me
Here, I see. It's yeah.
Oh,
Akin
this one?
Zhao.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good, very good.
Oh, no. Okay. So Cormac, did you just hit buttons?
Yep, sorry.
Okay, so here's the deal. Give us 1 second. So what you do is you promote them to panelist so that they get raised up, they can turn on their video, as opposed to just allow talking.
Thank you.
Thank you. And, okay.
Okay. I see she's not,
Turn on
She's
her
mute.
video.
yeah, let me give her a call. Hold on. I apologize. Let me
That's
give her a quick
okay.
call. Hi, I understand, but you gotta go on the bottom left and unmute yourself and then put the video on, okay? Okay, you're on, but you're muted and they can't see you, so. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye. Okay, she's,
And is this how you spell her name? Is that her? AIQ.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. There
Yes.
she is. There she is. Hello, Jane. How are
that?
you? Okay. I thank the committee and I thank you for, normally I'm always last for some reason, but I thank you for the preferential treatment this evening and you know, my, to be first in line, so to speak. We've met with you before on this application. The application was for a full liquor license. You've approved it, but there is a church across the street, and there was a conflict as to what the main entrance was, and So the SLA sent, I was pretty sure, to be honest with you, because I went there, that the main entrance was on the, not on the same street, but around the corner. But the SLA came by and sent an inspector there and denied the application pursuant to that.
Okay,
So they, even though I think they're not probably 100% correct, but we're gonna move forward regardless. So now we're filing the same application with no additional conditions as a wine and beer license and cider license.
okay, so I just have, we have the stipulations that you signed before. I assume everything is the same.
Everything is copacetic. We'll sign the same. If you want a new one, we'll do the same thing. Everything stays the same.
Okay, so the hours, just so people know, are 9 AM to 11 PM, 7 days a week. There is background music only. There are no TVs. You're going to close the doors at 10 PM. There are no DJs, no live music. Oh, the patron use of the basement is only for bathrooms. There's no service of alcohol down to the basement.
That's correct.
And there's no outdoor. I think I said that. I believe that is it. You need to get the Department of Buildings regulations to keep current. I don't know if we have the certificate of occupancy or a letter of no objection for this.
Yeah, we'll either sign a waiver or we'll get a non-objection letter, or I'll make sure we have the C of O.
Okay, and then I just want to ask, in looking through the paperwork this time and last time, because it's the same. How do you say your first name? Akin?
Last name Zhao, ZHOU.
Uh-huh.
First name I Ching.
I think. Okay,
Yes.
great. And so Mitchell, there was a Kenneth Chi YY Chu listed as principal, but I think he's just the landlord. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, very good. I think that does it for me. Does anybody from the committee have any questions? Okay, does anybody from the public have any questions on this application or comments? Anthony, on the committee, go right ahead.
They currently do have outdoor seating available. I don't know if that was part of the original plan.
No, and that's not part of, Mitchell, is there outdoor seating? I thought there was no outdoor seating.
I didn't believe there was. Jane, can you respond to that? Is there outdoor seating?
That the church, the door, they're in the Hester Street, they never use. The main entry in the Elizabeth Street.
Jane, do you currently have outdoor seating at the restaurant?
No, I never saw they open the door.
Okay. So there's no outdoor seating, is that correct?
Pardon me? It's very loud.
So you don't currently or expect to have any outdoor seating, is that correct?
Yes, correct. I never saw there in Elizabeth and Hester Street, the door, they never open, never use also.
No. We're
Right.
talking about seats.
Donna, I got you. Jane,
Yes,
is there any outdoor seating outside of the restaurant, or like on the street or in front of the restaurant? Do you have any outdoor seats?
Sidewalk.
pardon me, my English is not very good. Outdoor seat.
Yes, do you have any tables or seats outside on the street in front of the restaurant?
Yes, I have the outdoor dining.
You have outdoor dining pursuant to what? To the DOT program?
That's only my restaurant have the outdoor dining, the table outside.
How many tables and how many seats are outside?
Only 8.
8 seats or 8 tables?
The 8 seats.
8 seats. And is that pursuant to the DOT program?
Yes,
Okay, so they have permit.
So Ms. Raftery, we have to amend the application. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So I guess he has 8 seats pursuant to the DLT program.
So is it in the roadbed?
Sorry, it's very
Where-
loud.
Where are the seats, Jane? Are they on the street or are they in front of the restaurant?
Just in my restaurant. Just my restaurant have dining outside.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm looking at Google Maps and it looks like it's in the roadbed
No.
in front of the establishment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anthony, is that to your knowledge? Am I seeing that correctly? In the roadbed? Yes, okay. So Mitchell, it looks like it's just looking on Google Maps. It looks like it's 4 tables and 8 seats.
8
in the
seats,
roadbed.
okay. All right, so if you guys, I don't know if we need to amend the STIP or something along those
No,
lines.
I need to amend the STIP because the STIP said that there was nothing, so I definitely need to amend that. And can she close that at 10 PM?
Yeah, not a problem.
Carter, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just, can you clarify, is this business on the ground floor or the second floor?
Ground floor.
And the seating is not on Canal Street, correct?
That's the other application.
That's the other application.
Okay, I thought that, okay, okay, got
This
it,
is
sorry.
Hester. This is
Yeah.
Hester.
This is,
I've been having trouble with my computer connection, so, okay, so that's on Hester, but there's not the, you don't have a C of O, or what's the,
I do not believe there is a C of O.
I
Hang on.
I believe that we're gonna need a non-objection letter. I think the buildings fits within those parameters. But I don't believe we have a current C of O. But obviously we'll need to either have a non-objection letter, sign a waiver, or get the C of O prior to getting the license, obviously.
right, and that's what I believe you guys said last time.
Last time.
Yeah.
So we need to do that. Carter, are you done?
Yeah, I mean, those were my questions, because if I remember, I'm sorry, I'm just going back to just
No, we did.
and this is the bathrooms were in the basement, is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah, but there's no patron use of the basement?
correct. Did say that. We clarified that. Cormac?
yeah, I just wanted to, Ms. Siegel, what was previously in this location? Do you know?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Cormac? I'm sorry.
I was just wondering if you knew what was previously in this location. It's not meant to be a
Jane?
quiz. It's okay if you don't.
Yeah, Jane, what was the previous, what was in this location prior to you?
It's
There was another
171 Hester Street.
No.
It's okay.
Was another restaurant in the location prior to you?
That's the only one
You know,
before. I said
What-
before, right?
before.
Oh, it's
you-
141 East 55 Street, right?
There was a restaurant without a liquor license, if I remember correctly, at the
correct.
location.
That was what I was seeking the information.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carter.
Okay. So I think we are done with that. Okay, so Mitchell, I will get you updated stipulations. You'll get us an updated 30-day notice with the outdoor seating
Sure, not a
Okay.
problem.
or the addendum. just the stipulations do say that prior to any permanent sidewalk or roadbed seating, that they will return to us for that. So this is just the roadbed under the temporary program.
Right, through the DOT. If they want
Right.
something permanent
They
and that
want something
disappears, we'll
permanent,
come
when there's
back to you.
permanent plans,
Yep.
they have to come back and for either sidewalk or roadbed.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so
you.
much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. The next application is going to be Meal W Corp. doing business as Munchies at 126 MacDougal Street. This is a restaurant wine. If you could raise your hands. And I think if you can turn on your video camera.
Hello.
Hello. So what is your name?
Hi, my name is Ben.
Okay, and how do you spell? I just want to get, because you're under Samuel on here, so I just want to,
Yes, my name is spelled Ben.
and,
Samuel On should also be here too.
okay, so they declined to be promoted, so the hand is back up. Let me get them up here. Okay. And what is your last name?
Chen, Chen.
Okay. Oh, got it. Okay. And it's Ben, Ben?
Yes.
Okay, not
Yes.
C, you don't, the Ben. Okay, got it.
Mhm.
Hi, do you guys hear me? My name is Samuel An, and
Yep,
I'm having trouble logging on. Oh, here we go. Thank you so much. And my apologies.
it's okay. Okay, so we had heard this once before
Yes,
in November 2018. And we had
Yeah.
stipulations for that, and then it was put on our calendar for an on-premise license in April of this year. And nobody.
Yeah,
showed up for that. So now
Chairman, my apologies on this. I'm the one that filed back in November. And what happened was I was not familiar with CB2 procedure. So I was not paying attention to the dates of the committee hearing. And I missed that date. And so I refiled. And now I'm here. I apologize for not, I don't appear quite often before your
Yeah.
committee. And my apologies on that.
That's okay. So this one is for a restaurant wine application, correct?
Yes,
And there is already a license there from 2018, correct?
that is the prior owner's license. That has nothing to do with the new applicant.
Okay, was he one of the principals in the prior application?
No, this is total new ownership. They all went out of business.
So, okay.
So here we have Ben. Ben is the son of Mei Chen. Mei Chen is not able to be here and her English is very limited. So Ben represents the family and it's a family-run business.
Okay. Let me just see one thing. His name is not listed on our application. So
Because,
that's what's confusing me.
okay,
Because I do not see his name on this application. I see, excuse me, because I will not pronounce this correctly. Yuzin Jian. Why?
Jimmy Chen, Chairman,
Okay,
Chairperson, yeah, and that's the mother.
that's the mother. So wasn't she on the application in 2018?
No,
Well, that,
Ben, can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Ben, was your mother owner of anything at this location in 2018?
No, they were all separate people. We have no connections with any of them. We got the area around November 2022.
okay, that's not, the questionnaire that we had her name on it from 2018.
Sana, can you clarify which application we're on?
Yeah, so we're on DLY Canal LLC, doing business as DeLong Yi Hot Pot, 159 Canal Street.
Oh,
Mm,
I'm
I
sorry.
don't-
We're on the wrong.
Okay, so maybe that's what the
I
problem
think
is.
we're on meal munchies is what he called,
Oh, I'm sorry. So this is on me. Sorry, guys.
126.
Apologize. Okay, go ahead. So go ahead. This is completely different. Sorry, I apologize.
This is why I was confused. Thank you.
That's why
Okay.
we're all confused. Okay, so go ahead. I apologize.
No, it's my fault for not having cleared this up earlier in terms of and having not been appearing in
So
November.
so this is 126 MacDougal Street. You had nothing, I just want to be very clear, now that I'm looking at the right application, you had absolutely nothing to do with the prior applicant that was there
Yeah.
or anything. This is a completely different business, completely. So go right ahead now.
So the business is a sort of an Asian dumpling shop, quick munches takeout. There's only one table at the front of the restaurant. The seating is about 2 or 3 people, and basically it's a very grab and go takeout. Ben, can you add some more about the description of your restaurant?
Yeah, so we mostly do takeout, and there are some seatings and tables for people to stand and eat. What we specialize is in the pork buns, and yeah.
Okay, and so you want a restaurant wine license. Just explain, I think you have like, how many seats do you have in there?
We expanded a bar seating along with clearing out the counters. So right now, roughly we can hold around like 3 parties of like 4, like around 12 people.
Okay,
Okay, Ben, when I filed this, there were no bar seating. There was only one table.
It's not
and there were,
really
like,
seating. It's more like standing. We don't have seats. It's more like a table that was recently added on.
Okay, the community board has the right to know exactly what the seating arrangements are, Ben. So things like that are important, and I need to have known that. Okay.
Okay.
So-
There's no extra seats. It's just like more room to stand.
so it's like 12
Yeah.
people.
Yes.
And the hours that we're asking for is 10 a.m. To midnight every day.
Mhm.
And there's no TV monitors of any kind. There is. Do we have any kind of background music, Ben?
No.
No, there's no music at all in the premises. There is no basement. It's a single floor, street level. All the kitchen is in the back.
And there's no outside seating.
There is
No.
no outside seating.
So we did hear, now that I am clear on the application, so we had somebody else here before you, the other people that were here before you. So there's a kitchen prep area, and then the bathroom is behind the kitchen prep area, and then there's another prep area. So the concern that we had the last time and that we'll have this time is that the bathroom is past the prep area, that prep area number 1.
So we had this issue with the State Liquor Authority, and from my experience with the bathroom issue, we told the State Liquor Authority that we're not going to use that the front prep area. All the prep is going to be done at the back. We have a full kitchen in the back. We have so much kitchen space towards the back that there's no need for us to do any of this food handling nearby the bathroom.
Okay,
And
you're
we-
willing to stipulate to that prep area.
Absolutely. Because if we don't stipulate to that with the committee board, our license will get denied.
Okay. And let me just see if I had, and that bathroom is that an accessible bathroom? An ADA accessible bathroom?
Oh, I did take a visit there, and I do not think that is an ADA accessible bathroom at this time.
Okay,
Also, the entrance of the premises is such that, Ben, I don't quite remember when I was there. Was it step up or step down? I think it was step down, right?
Step down, yes.
Yeah, step down. This is an old building.
Yeah.
That cannot be ADA compliant at this time. Because it's a step down, and then you got to go through the door, and then you got to go through a narrow entrance, and then make a right to get into the bathroom. It's a very small bathroom.
I believe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that even if you can't get, if there's no accessibility to get in, you're still required to have an accessible bathroom inside, I think. But that was my understanding. I can
I
go.
think that's correct, Donna. I think that is correct.
So I think you may have to look at making that bathroom. The last applicant there said that one of their stipulations will ensure that there is an accessible bathroom for patrons available at all times. So that bathroom may need to be adjusted to be ADA compliant.
Okay, that would mean that we need to increase the size of the bathroom. Is this something that you can think about spending some money, Ben, increasing the size of that bathroom?
Yeah,
Donna,
definitely.
is it okay if I jump in for a second?
Go ahead.
So this is a unique spot in that it's not required by the city to have patron bathroom for the space itself, except your requirement for a patron bathroom comes from getting a liquor license and a beer and wine license. And so this is an issue on many of these small places when people seek the beer and wine license. And these are also, unfortunately, the same places that people are bringing cases against as far as accessibility as well. And so by having a beer and wine license, and I'm not a lawyer by any means, but you open yourself to a requirement to have a bathroom. And then on top of that, this is an issue that is becoming a larger issue for businesses in our community. And it really is something I would suggest that you explore properly, just because of it, where it puts you. I mean, this is just, we've had a number of businesses speak to this. In our other committees, it's, each place has its own individual issues. But, I was just going to say my concern also is the counter space is if you use a fold down counter and then say you don't have a bathroom because, you've stuff stacked and whatever, that becomes an issue as well. And a lot of this is forcing stuff into a small space that is very challenged. And I just bring that up now because, resolving that issue with somebody else in settlement or in a court wipes out everything, right? I mean, potentially from the basis of what you may benefit from. And I just bring that up as it's something that you should discuss, with an attorney or whatever, to really understand your own situation here. It's, as we discuss it, it's one thing, but there's a potential big liability here. And, from what we've heard anecdotally, you have to look at your own situation and perhaps have somebody come in and review your space. But with the small business like this, that could mean everything. So we're not doing it just to be difficult. It's, it's a place that has a few steps. It's complicated. It wasn't really designed, with the bathroom that's accessible for patrons. And it's a lot of shoehorning in what you want to do into the business. So I just bring that up because it's something that, you should consider. I mean, we'll go ahead and review whatever's put in front of us, but that's just
Okay,
an
Carter,
issue.
thank
And
Yeah.
you
Thank
know,
you
I
very
just,
much.
we've heard from a few other businesses who've settled this type of litigation. So
Okay, thank you very much for that, Carter. We are somewhat familiar with the ADA cases. But given the rent that we're paying, we'd like to give a shot at being able to sell beer and wine, especially beer for takeout. This is a very small business. It's a family run. There is a potential. A lot of businesses that opened up here have failed. We would not like to be another failed business. So yes, we'll look into that, and and I'll advise Ben about increasing the size of that bathroom to accommodate the ADA laws.
Okay.
yeah, but I'm just going to point out, you're already asking for an exception in the prep area to start with. So that's,
Yes, but that is not really a prep area. We've disowned that area as being a prep area, Carter.
I'm just looking at the materials you've submitted.
Okay.
So. Okay, does anybody else from the committee have anything? Does anybody from the public have anything on this one? I don't see anybody. I mean, I guess that's it. Don't want to redo the plans. We're okay, I guess, with what we've reviewed. So you're saying that, do you want to give us new plans that are showing what that prep area is going to be used for?
Yes, I can
Because-
provide you with a new plan for that.
Yeah, because we are looking at it with the prep area there. So if it's not going to be a prep area. Cormac?
Yeah, Donna, I also, in the same vein, to clarify what we're voting on later. So is there a commitment to bring the bathroom into alignment with liquor authority requirements for ADA accessibility? Or are we just gonna let the SLA worry about that? I mean, I'm just, in terms of what we're gonna vote on later.
I mean, I was going to have a stipulation that says that will ensure that there is an ADA accessible bathroom for patrons available at all times. So that would be one of the stipulations
Thank you.
with this. So if you could get us, send the office revised diagrams for
Yes.
this, and then, and that show that prep area, the first prep area is no longer there as a prep area.
Okay.
Okay, so that we know, and we will discuss this when we're in our business session, but that would be helpful to have. Because
Okay,
right,
no problem.
looking at does not reflect what you told us at the meeting, and we just have to have them reflecting the same thing.
Okay, will do.
Okay, I think that does it. Anybody else? No. Okay, very good. Thank
How
you.
does this work? So once I submit the modified, the new plan, will we get a step from somebody? From,
I mean, we'll have to wait and see what the committee says during our business
Okay.
session tonight. You're welcome to stay on to listen to it. So you hear how that goes, or you can get in touch with the office tomorrow and they can let you know.
okay, will do.
Okay, okay, and then you get us the revised diagram.
And I can get that to you by tomorrow?
Yeah, if you get that to us tomorrow, that would be great.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you very much. Ben, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good.
okay, and I
Okay.
apologize for all the confusion at the beginning. I'm very sorry about that.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the next application is going to be DLY Canal 159 Canal Street. If you're here on that application, could you raise your hand? And I want to just say Susan Wittenberg from our committee has joined. Thank you, Susan.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is,
Are
Sorry.
are you the applicant?
yes, I'm the applicant.
And is
Yushin
there an
Kang.
attorney here with you or?
No, just me.
Okay. So go right ahead.
Okay, my name is Yushin Zhang. I'm the owner of DLY Canal LLC, doing business as a Dawang Hot Pot, located in 159 Canal Street. So Dawang Hot Pot started this business in 2019 and currently operated by DLY LLC. And I'm also one of the owner of this old company. So currently we have the beer and wine license, but the partnership, it's a partnership company, but the partnership didn't go well. So I created this new business, DLY Canal LLC, to take over the old business once the new permit is issued. So everything is gonna remain the same except the ownership.
Okay. And we have signed now that we have signed stipulations from back in 2018 when you originally started. This is for restaurant wine.
Yes.
What are your hours? That's the one thing.
The hours, let me just double check. It's so from Monday to Friday, it's 12 to 2:30, then 4 to I believe it's 9:30. Friday is 10. Saturday and Sunday should be 12 to 11.
Wait, say that one more time.
Mm,
Monday to
yes.
Friday
Yes, it's a 12 to 2:30.
in the
Then
morning.
in the morning, yes, afternoon. Then 4 to the back kitchen closed at 9:30, but as long as we have the customer, we will remain open until they leave.
So you close for a few hours in the middle of the afternoon is what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay, so
that's true.
just give me your beginning time in the morning and your ending time at night. If you want to close in the middle of the afternoon, I don't need to
Okay,
know.
well, so I will say 12 to, just like I mentioned, the back kitchen will close at 9:30, but if like we have the customer, we still like serve them. Okay, so the back kitchen will close at 9:30, but the close time will be 9:30-ish during weekday. So during weekend, usually it's 12 to, back kitchen will close at 10:30, but usually we'll close at 12.
So the hours that you had before you can always close earlier, but the hours you had before was 12 PM to 12 AM.
Yes, that's
So-
that's the close time, but that means like once we have the customer, we won't close. So
Right, everybody out. That
Yeah.
closing time means everybody is
Well,
gone.
right, okay, then yes.
And then normally what our stipulations say is that the kitchen will be open during all hours of operation. So it sounds like your kitchen closes an hour before. you-
Correct.
So the
Close.
stipulation should say that the kitchen will close an hour before you close. Otherwise,
Okay.
it's open until you close.
Okay.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
And is there any outside seating?
No.
Okay. And it's background music?
Yes.
Yes.
Not live music, just
Right.
background music.
Right. Okay, I think that's it for me. Does anybody from the committee have any questions? Carter?
So, other than the principals, are there any other changes to the business
No, nothing changed
and
except
the
the ownership.
operation?
No.
Or- So is there any reason, I mean, Donna, that the same stipulations?
Well,
Mhm.
because just changing on to the partnership didn't go well. So
No,
Right.
I understand. I'm just saying,
No, it's the
Um,
same stipulations,
same, yeah,
right? Yes.
yes.
okay, I'm just,
Yeah, it's the same stipulations.
just so we're clear, because I was a little confusion here on how this is filled out.
Yes, so that's why I was concerned to the 2:30 in the morning, but it's not. Is that? So it's-
2:30 in the morning, no.
Well, it said because the hours listed on the questionnaire said 12 to 2:30 AM.
Well, probably this is a typo.
Yeah, that's why I
And then-
wanted,
Already, yeah, that is the afternoon. PM.
And then my other question is with respect to the C of O. There's a temp C of O that's expired on here. Do you have a place of assembly permit?
Place of sampling permit, yes, I think we do.
And you think, or I'm just want to make sure the space is safe because
Yeah,
your C
we're
of O's expired.
Uh-huh.
Well, do you
We
have
have
a
this
place
PA,
of
yes,
assembly permit?
yes, we have this, yes.
Because I don't, as I'm looking, I don't see it listed on
DOB.
the building department website. And
But
I can
this
look
PA,
quickly.
we have this, yes, we have the signs, the occupancy is 128. Attached in our restaurant,
for a place of assembly permit
yes,
or for the certificate of occupancy.
I think it's PA.
You think, or it is, or it isn't? I'm just, trying
Well,
to-
this 128 occupancy, it should for the PA, because I remember when we opened this restaurant, we applied for the PA. We did this place of sampling.
and then who's responsible for renewing the certificate of occupancy?
Should be our architecture.
I mean, you're paying to renew it. I mean, I'm just asking because that's not
Yes,
what it hasn't been renewed since 2021.
I gotta double check with the architect.
That I can see. So okay, actually, I see this. So the C of O is renewed,
Mhm.
but they have two different systems. So that's why it's not always evident on some of this temporary, but I'm not seeing the place of assembly. So is there any way you can just send us a copy of that?
Yeah, I gotta double check with my architect.
Okay. So if you could double check on that, because that was one of the conditions of the original license back then. So if you could check on that.
Yeah.
And send that to the
All right,
office.
send it to us. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
And you can take a picture of it if you have it posted. It should be posted in your restaurant. If you have a
Yes,
place
we
of
have
assembly
it.
permit. Right,
Yes.
and a picture sufficient to send. You don't, if it's there, but that would be
Okay.
very helpful.
okay,
Okay.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any questions? Is there anybody from the public here on this application? If so, raise your hand now. I see no one. Okay, I think that does it. So you'll take a picture of that
Okay.
and send it into the office.
Okay.
And I think that will do it. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
bye-bye. Okay, the next application is going to be Blue Stripes 13th Street LLC, doing business as Blue Stripes at 28 East 13th Street. This is a Tavern wine. If you could raise your hand.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello, is Guy Goldstein with you?
Yes, he is.
And
Actually, Alon Castan is actually the owner of the
Okay.
premise. So I have Guy Goldstein. He's gonna be the pretty much the wine specialist, pretty much at the
Okay, so
place.
let me raise him up here.
Sure.
Okay, so he is there. If he, Mr. Goldstein, if you could turn on your camera.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Sandra Hong. I'm gonna be representing Blue Stripes. So I'm here present with Mr. Alon Castan. He's actually the owner of the premise. I also have present Mr. Guy Goldstein. He's just the wine specialist. He's gonna help us out with pretty much with the new venture that Mr. Alon he's proposing for his establishment. Pretty much the Blue Stripe has been open for several years. It's currently as a coffee shop, specialized in cacao, and he currently have a very short food menu, specialized in mostly the baked goods, small dishes, and also he would like to propose to expand his menu for more type of style if he gets the beer and wine license for his establishment. This premise never got licensed before, so it's pretty much the first time they ever get a liquor license for this kind. They currently operate an open restaurant program with only 8 seats outdoor. He doesn't block the sidewalk at all. He always maintains, as you can see the diagrams, it's an 8-foot clearance clearly. So indoor we have only 11 tables, 35 seats in total. So he currently our operations as a coffee shop. He currently closes until 10 p.m. every day, 7 days a week, and open 8 o'clock in the morning. So basically, I would like to propose for the new hours operation when we get the wine license, if to possibly, based on your, I would like to hear your opinion about this. We would like to close from Thursday through Saturday until 2 a.m. And also the rest of the days is going to be Sunday through Wednesday until 12 midnight, only if we get the wine license for this establishment. But he currently closed 7 days a week until 10 p.m. Also would like to propose only background music, and also Mr. Guy Goldstein, he was actually would like, also propose to promote the live music only several days during the week, maybe Fridays or Saturdays on special occasions, only acoustical, nothing electrical guitar and things like that. It's gonna be mostly instrumental. As far as I heard from both of them, Mr. Alon and Mr. Guy Goldstein, because they know the neighborhood, because this establishment is located right at the heart of Union Square. And right above us, they rarely leave any residents at all. So they actually lease the apartment on a really temporary basis. We also got in contact with the neighbors that's adjacent to us and above us as well for the support. We have not heard any complaints at all, being good citizens. So we would like to get an opportunity for this establishment to have the one license at the first time. Mr. Alon also have plenty of years and experience in this type of business, and I'm sure he's gonna be a good asset for the neighborhood.
Okay, so, I have a couple of questions. The one is Mr. Kasdan, are you currently the owner of the
I
establishment?
am. I
Okay,
am.
so could you just explain, because I thought this was Max Brenner or something, so I don't know, so what?
No. It's a he formed the business and I took over a couple of years ago. And it's not Max Brenner, it's two different people.
Right.
It's Max and Odette Brenner. And it's not
Okay.
connected to this
Okay.
anymore.
And
No,
it's not
no.
connected to this anymore?
No, it's not. It's not.
So have you been there since 2018 or 29, since
Since COVID, 2019.
2019? Okay. And, is the 2 AM an important part of this?
For the weekend, it's important for us, but it's not going to be a deal breaker because we are trying to bring something nice even to these streets. When we come in the morning, the street is full of urine smell and people that, and I think that it can help the streets to, you know, be more friendly at night, that people will feel more comfortable and secure to walk in. It's still going to be very low key, as we are today, a neighborhood facility that we are aiming for the local to feel a part of it, and that's what we're going to.
Okay. The one thing I'm going to say, because I do walk by there often, and the sandwich boards are supposed to be, those A-frame boards are supposed to be next to the building too, because they're on that curb side of the sidewalk and they are not supposed to.
True, but there is the next door building now have construction.
I know.
There's a scaffolding on, and I just put it in the place that it's not disturbing. I agree. I totally agree. I do it every morning. I totally agree with you.
Okay, let me go to the committee to see if people have questions, comments,
Sure.
concerns. Is
Sure.
anybody, Cormac?
Yeah, I just want to talk about the outdoor seating for a moment. What time do you propose to close the outdoor seating?
I can eliminate them as soon as you're going to tell me that it's working with you. I'm not sure if it's going to change anything. If I need those outdoor seating can be eliminated as soon as you're going to tell me.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand.
I don't need those outdoor seating after 10 p.m.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And I just want to, because I mean, I've been to your establishment a number of times, although I will admit, not since you started the outdoor seating, it's been a couple of years. Is there's table service? There's like
No table service. No.
Right. So that's I think problematic. Right, for the program. Is you're supposed to have, like, outdoor seating is supposed to be wait staff served.
Definitely. That's what we are aiming for as soon as we're going to get the liquor license.
Okay.
To do, yes, definitely.
So you will have table service.
Definitely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Cormac?
Good for now.
Susan?
Hi, thank you. I mean, I know your restaurant, well, to be honest, more from the last incarnation. I'm happy to know you as the new owners. But if I remember now, it's just like little cafe tables outside. There's
Sure.
no, protected situation for the tables. That's how you plan to keep it, just as low key as it is now?
Definitely low key.
Outside.
Definitely low key. We don't want to cause any extra noise for the neighborhood. We just want to maintain something that will be inviting our neighbors, our neighborhood, and that's what we are aiming for. We are not aiming for making like a party place or stuff like this. Very low key, and again, I'm willing to consider everything, but in that case, this is where we're aiming for background music that's not going to be too high. It's not going to be a club. It's going to be a nice, welcoming wine bar that people can come and actually even talk and interact even with each other as a neighborhood.
I mean, so now it has seemed to me that it's kind of like a place where people just come during the day and have coffee and bring the laptops. Will that no longer, are you changing the whole tone of the interior as well?
No. We're not going to change. We're going to do a transfer of the lightning, transition of a lightning and music. It's going to be like jazz music in the background, and we're going to dim the light a bit, but no major, not any renovation included.
Okay, thank you.
Carter?
Hi, sorry, I'm in a little trouble with my internet connection. Did you reach out to the local block association, the East 12th and East 13th Street Block Association?
I did not.
I did. I was
Okay.
the one who did. I did not get a response. So pretty much like the faster response I could get is if direct neighbors pretty much and collect the signatures.
Right. So, well, I don't understand. Why do you need to be open past midnight?
Well, because it's the first time when we were proposing to do a wine bar. So pretty much like they wanted to expand their own business. So pretty much I want to bring to this table, if we could just possibly perhaps expand the hours of operation, perhaps midnight on most of the days in Thursday through Saturday to 2 a.m. It's a possibility. We're here to listen to your opinions. We're open-minded. So whatever would you suggest it is best for us, we can take it.
Definitely.
I mean, because it's just a very residential street, and I mean, there's no input from the local block association. I mean, I just
we have a lot of. I'm sorry.
I mean, you know, you're overlapping a lot of things. You're basically having a tavern license. It just seems to me that this is a whole other business that you're opening than what exists. And it's
not
just
exactly.
not clear to me. Well,
No,
sure.
it's
You
not
close at what time now?
10.
10 p.m.
Right. So going till
Right.
2 a.m., that's late night impact business that
Right.
there's creates issues.
We thought
so
only on
that's a
the
very
weekend
different
on those.
business.
True. We thought only on the weekend that people will try and look for alternative to those noisy places over the city that will come and, you know, take a part on this, you know, low-key things, and only on Friday and Saturday nights. And if it's impossible, so again, it's not, for us, it's more like hearing your opinion and then use it and take it forward from there. I think that Friday and Saturdays are two nights that people are looking to stay a bit later. And the other days of the week, it's really not important to us, really not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at your menu, and I mean, this is a daytime place.
True.
All your menus, the daytime stuff.
True.
And you're basically, it sounds like you've got two businesses in one, and the late night business is what impacts the community. And it just seems like you're not one or the other. And I'm not understanding the complement and the overlap. And
yeah.
You know,
so basically in the last couple
that's
of
the
hours,
issue.
True. In the last couple of hours of operation every day, we sell less and less food. So anyway, we wanted to extend the food menu for a platter of cheese and platter of charcuterie. This is the two things that we're going to be adding to the menu. Cheese and charcuterie, that it's very related to what we serve today. But we don't have the extra thing that will bring the people to stay a bit more and spend more money as this business need, because there's no wine and beer and people are asking for us that when you're going to bring, we want to stay more, we want to come in the evening, because it's a very welcoming and very very soft place that people like to be there. But you know, as our people, our ages, you know, they like to have a drink, not in a very loud place. And that's what we were trying to maintain, to bring them here. This extra of the wine or the beer and the menu is nothing is going to change except that we're going to take the cheese that we already used during the day and we create like a cheese platter and a charcuterie. This is it. This is the idea.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to add extra staff though, and you're gonna be running, you're gonna have to have wait staff because all your the outdoor, I mean, this is a
And
big
it's good
change,
thing.
and that's
And
why
it's a good thing.
well, you're supposed to have it now. You're supposed to have wait staff. I mean,
Yes,
you don't have wait staff from what you've said, and so I'm just sort of just trying to understand all this as it fits together, because I certainly understand the extension a little bit into the later hours with beer and wine, and we certainly have a lot of coffee shops that have that model.
Yeah.
But going till 2 a.m. is a total different business.
And 2 a.m. is not it's an idea that we thought.
So I'm
it's-
just gonna throw out there, would you do 12 a.m. 7 days a week? Just so that we can,
Definitely.
so let's just discuss the application.
Definitely.
12 a.m. 7
Definitely.
days a week. Okay, so we
Definitely.
eliminate that part of the conversation.
Definitely.
Okay, Cormac, did you?
Actually, it was, I was going to just where you just went. But since I have a moment, I just wanted to say to the applicant, I do thank you for reaching out to the people who live next door. I was looking at your petition, the names and things. Please stay in communication. This, even going what we're talking about now, midnight, this is a different thing for that block, right? And so stay in touch with, there's a big apartment building, as you know, across the way, and do reach out to the block association.
I know them all by names. They are coming every day and they want to take a part of this new something that we bring from the place itself and to this street.
Right.
Definitely. Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, so then the next thing that will come up when we go to discuss this is the live acoustic music. So, are there certain nights you were thinking of having that? Was it within certain hours? Do you need to have it? Will the door be closed when that's happening? This is all
Yes, and yes.
we'll discuss about in our business session. So I just want to make sure we have all the options out there so that we can discuss it properly.
Yes, and yes. The door will be closed. We thought about one day in the middle of the week.
Oh, did we just lose you?
I can continue talking.
Okay,
So
go ahead,
yes,
go ahead.
all the answers yes. We discussed it. So we were planning to actually have perhaps only Friday and Saturdays. It's not really every day. We're here to really listen to your opinions. What will be the proper hours for us to stop the live music? Like we said, it's gonna be only acoustical, like simple guitars, but really low key. But yes, there are no French doors. You can see in a Google map. I'm sure you have a step by to the coffee shop. We definitely gonna close the doors. And all the answers said yes.
And I'm just asking the questions again. We'll discuss it in business session. I don't know how the committee feels about this. Are there certain hours, would you have live music, let's say between 6 and 9 and stop the live music earlier? Or what parameters are we working within with that?
But we were actually discussing between 6 p.m. to 10, just to respect the neighbors. Yes, we already know that is within highly residential area. But also we talked about the temporary residents right above us and also the next door neighbors. What did they think about the late hours or live music? So we're thinking about 6 p.m. to 10.
On Friday and Saturday?
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, just to keep it appropriate.
Okay, I think that, go ahead. Carter.
Where is it going to be?
Well, that's the next good question. Where is it going to fit in there?
Oh, it's all the way in the back, the dining room. So there's a space where they have bookshelves. So we currently have like 3 small tables and 2 chairs each. So it's all the way in the back, pretty much. We want to accommodate that section right next to the restroom.
So you're going to remove the tables and chairs? Are you going to have a stage? Is it going to be just one musician? Is it going to be amplified? Is it going to be acoustic? The vocals?
Only acoustic. No, only acoustical. That's what I said on the questionnaire. Only acoustical, nothing amplified. It's on the way in the back. It's maybe one musician, pretty much.
Okay, I just, because I want to get clear on that definition of acoustical is it's unamplified,
Right.
right? Not just it's an acoustical instrument with an
Right.
amplifier. Okay.
No amplifier. No, the speaker. No,
Yeah.
you don't plug.
No horns, no brass, no drums.
No.
And
No.
and then you also had mentioned that the applicant has experience running, liquor license establishments, but I don't see that he's previously been
no.
licensed.
No,
So can
he
you
was
talk
never
a little
licensed.
bit? So what's the experience that
Pretty
you're
much
referring to?
Yeah, so he used to own a coffee shop back in 2009. So the previous location was 1465 Second Avenue in Manhattan, that's Upper East Side pretty much. So it used to be a coffee shop with the same pretty much method of operation that he used to have, closing 10 p.m. every day. And then he moved into this location prior to the pandemic 2019, but he never got a liquor license before. So this is pretty much the first time. So he's been a chef, I would say. He's a pastry chef for many, many years. And also he's been an excellent coffee specialist, I would say. But that's why he wanted to work with Guy Goldstein. He's a wine specialist in order to be part of the team.
And then has he ever had live music at those venues?
No,
The coffee
no.
shop?
It's
And
only
then
background music.
and then as far as the food menu, the full food menu is going to be available, the daytime menu in the evening, or what's
Yes, in both. The evening menu is gonna be the charcuterie. Also, we're still working on the tapas menu. So he has the prep area downstairs with only electrical cooking equipment. He also have electrical oven right on the coffee counter. So pretty much he was looking maybe at the charcuterie, the cheeses, and also some tapas that he can prepare with the oven and the cooking equipment he has downstairs. But it's not fully finalized. But we could, if you really need like more like a finalized version of what the tap is gonna look like, we could have it worked out by this week.
Yeah, the reason I'm just asking is because the presentation that's before us is for a daytime business, and you keep referring to other things, and what we're talking about, what you're presenting, not what is currently there. And so I'm just trying to understand how this shift happens, what the extension is, why are people coming in, after 8 o'clock? There's live music. These are a lot of variables, but it's unclear to me what's staying from the existing of what you presented to us and what this will be. And so I guess that's just, I would rather avoid there being confusion later and understanding what this is, what's actually before us. And I'm not so much concerned about the specific menu items. What I'm concerned about is what is the evening menu and what does that look like? And is it super light, bare minimum food with 1 or 2 items? Or is this an actual offering that pairs with a little bit more robust food menu? So I'm just trying to understand it, because that's not what's in front of us with the materials.
This is not what we're gonna do. I'm sorry. I was away for a couple of minutes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So in front of us, it's standing the charcuterie and the cheese plates. That's it. Nothing is gonna require more preparation than what we have already in the place. So if the tapas is referring, I think, to the size of the plate, but I have egg salad, so it can come as a small plate instead of inside the sandwich. This is the only thing that we refer as a tapas, not creating new menu in the evening. Charcuterie, cheese plate, and that's it. The olives that we serve in our tapenade is going to be called like, a tapas, but it's things that we have in the menu in the daytime.
So
I'm looking at your food menu. I don't see any of that. That's why I'm asking all these questions.
The charcuterie and the cheese plate, they are not there. That's what we're creating from menu items that we already carry.
Oh,
Right, we had not finalized the final menu. So based on the time frame that we got, just to present our materials, I just wanted to present our current food menu and our proposal. Like I said already, if you'd like me to have a finalized version of what the evening menu might look like, maybe five dishes or so, we can have it finalized, because I have Guy Goldstein working with us to kind of pair the charcuterie, the cheeses, and then some of the tapas that might go well with the wine.
Cormac, go ahead.
yeah, so I mean, because there was a lot of back and forth there, I want to clarify this.
Right.
Menu in the expanded times, now we're talking back to midnight or whatever, will be the same menu that you have now, plus the charcuterie, a cheese plate, something like that. No? Okay.
No, this is the transaction that we want to make, because people, when staying after hours, they asking for different things, not a sandwich inside the croissant, but the cheese that is inside is going to go out to a cheese plate. We have brie, we have mozzarella, we have other smoked cheeses that we use, Gouda, we have a couple of more, and then it's going to form as the cheese plate. Nobody is ordering after 6 p.m., 7 p.m. the croissant sandwich that we have. This is what we're trying to now provide to people, because they want to stay, they want to be in the place. The place is inviting, the place is welcoming, and they want to be there, but they want to find themselves in a place that, can accept them, then accommodate them in those hours. So no, it's not going to be with chocolate croissants. We're not going to sell chocolate croissants. We're going to sell, the focus is going to be on the charcuterie and the cheese plates, and that's it. If we're going to have a olive tapenade on the side, it's a part of it. It's not going to be additional menu items that we're going to have. Balsamic that we carry, or balsamic, olive oil, those things are there, they are in the menu. It's not going to be a food item that's going to create more. That's it. It's going to be very, very simple for our operation as well. That's what we are aiming for, simplicity.
Yeah, just to follow up on Cormac, we don't have any of that in front of us. That's why I'm just not understanding.
This is something that you need. I'm going to give you a list of couple of cheeses that we're going to serve on the cheese plate, couple of meat that we're going to serve on the charcuterie, and the additional of the tapenade or the pesto or the olive oil, and that's it. This is what we're going to have. No difficulties, no extra items that are going to create this as a fine dining or anything else. This is not what we are aiming. We are aiming to take those people who are looking as an option, but cannot find it today after 6 or 7 p.m. So we want to give them this option and create something that I think that is going to be different. It's going to be like a neighborhood option for people there. No, it's not going to create people from any other places, because it's not going to be a destination. It's going to be for those people who lives around and want this quiet place to speak, have a good wine and a good cheese plate. And this is it.
Okay. So I think what I'm going to say is, can you just send us some menus tomorrow?
Yes, definitely.
Just, something that we have. I mean, you've explained it, but if you could just get something into the office so that we have that.
Right. We speak with Mr. Guy Goldstein just to finalize, because we were working on the draft last week. I didn't have it kind of ready because we're in a rush to get all the paperwork for you guys.
Right. Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Is there anybody here from the public that has any questions, comments, concerns on this application? Please raise your hand. I see none. So I think that does it. Thank you very much. And that's it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, for showing up as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Whoops. Did I hope I didn't get rid of something. Okay. So the next application is going to be post on Howard LLC. If you could raise your hand.
Hi,
Hi, is it just you or is somebody else? Do you have an attorney with you or is it just you?
I believe it's just me, no
Okay.
attorney.
All right. Go right ahead.
Great. First of all, thank you for having me. My name is Adam Farmery. I'm one of the founding partners of Avroco. We're primarily a design business that's been running in New York since 2001. Over the years, we've also been fortunate enough to open and operate a number of full service on-premise establishments in the city, including Public, Double Crown, Saxon and Pearl, Genuine. We, over the sort of late part of the last couple of years, right before COVID, we were sort of starting to tail down our on-premise businesses just because we were getting older and looking to try to do something new. When COVID came, we took the opportunity to get out of our last leases. And at this point, we're only running our design business, which we have offices primarily in, in New York, San Francisco, Bangkok, London, and New York, San Francisco, Bangkok, London, and Miami. Yeah, sorry. We're on the verge of launching a new furniture and lighting business. And as a component part of that furniture and lighting business, we are interested in opening a gallery, which would be downstairs from where our design office is. The idea for the gallery is that it would be a full on kind of art, furniture, lighting fixture gallery that is designed to feel a little bit more like a residential loft. The business plan, the idea of it is that it would be open for appointment only, but we're going to create sort of these installations twice a year, which gives us an opportunity to kind of redecorate the entire space, bring out some new furniture that we've designed, and then launch it. And part of that will have kind of a conceptual narrative. And so the idea is that we'll do that twice a year with these different conceptual ideas. And during that period of time, during that 6-month period of time, we also want to be able to use the space as an events business space, so that we can also host events, hence the name Host on Howard. Not only are we hosting our own products, as well as our own staff members to be able to use the space as almost like a lounge that is not open to the public again, but that we'd be able to host events for other people in the hospitality industry to do product launches, panels, talks, private dinners, cocktail and canapé parties, very chill kind of stuff. As you can see from the plans, it's not a very big space. It's shown on plan to be fairly sparsely decorated, because the idea is that, you know, the goal is to be able to walk around and see the different things that are on display in the gallery. And yeah, that's just kind of like a rundown of what our idea is. There is no outdoor space to the location. There's very little street presence whatsoever. There's literally a 4-foot wide glass door. That's the entire breadth of the width of the space in terms of the entrance. And so there's very little outdoor presence, very little outdoor frontage. There will be no live music, no DJs. The building is being used as a commercial building. There's commercial tenants above, namely our landlord, Mr. Philip Chong. And regardless, though, we've worked out with Phil to make sure that we put in a sound deadening and soundproof ceiling, so that any of the events that we do throw won't be disturbing to him. We are asking for the ability to throw events, again, the private events, not open to the full public, but private events between noon and midnight from Sunday through Thursday, noon to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday. We do recognize that it's probable that the majority of our events will probably fall between kind of 6 and 10. But as an events business, we want to make sure that we are not handcuffing ourselves too much, and that we don't turn away various event bookers that might be interested in a slightly longer duration. So yeah, that's basically the idea.
What's the maximum capacity of the space?
I believe it's on this on our plans for 60. If that would be full standing, no furniture, anything like that. The opening show is called Paradiso, which will have a table for 14 people down the middle of the space. We have located a small horseshoe bar in the very, very back of the space that if there was seats at it, which I believe we're showing on the plan, on one of the plans, I believe they're showing 7 seats in that bar, but it's a very small bar. I should also say that the ground floor is about 1,600 square feet. There's a new stair that we're putting in the very back of the space that leads to a downstairs storage space. That downstairs storage space will be not only storage for furniture and lighting fixtures, but also is a small prep kitchen, basically a catering kitchen. So with a a combi oven, a couple of low boys, dishwasher, 2-compartment sink, pretty basic stuff.
Okay, there's no patron use of the cellar.
No. No.
So you may be starting to answer my question, but my biggest question with this is a catering license, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, I failed to mention that. We are applying for a catering wine and beer license.
Okay, so this is the part that, and maybe someone can explain this to me, but my understanding with a catering license, and your application said there was no kitchen, and the application for the SLA that you included with your application said there was no prep kitchen or no kitchen. And part of the requirement for a catering license is that you have to have a kitchen and to be able to serve 50 people and prepare food for 50 people. So I'm not seeing that. This seems to be our theory, the motive tonight, where that's not reflected in the paperwork that's in front of me. So
I apologize. Yeah, I don't know. I actually saw the application. I was just combing over today, and I mentioned to our liquor lawyer, Max Bookman, that there was an error on the fact that it clearly marked the no box in is there a prep kitchen. There is very much a prep kitchen. There's a considerable amount of money and work that's being put into putting that kitchen in so that we can host proper events.
I mean, that just makes it difficult for us because I don't see that on here anywhere. I see no, every piece of paper I have says very clearly, both for us in the diagrams and for the SLA, all the boxes are checked. Does it have a kitchen? No. Does it have a prep kitchen? No. Is there a chef?
Yeah.
No.
I believe that Melissa from Max's office revised that this afternoon, and she probably sent it in, but it was a little bit too late to get to you. But in the plans, I'm just whipping towards the back of this application. In the plan, which is the last couple pages of the application for the food menu, you see the first plan page shows the ground floor. That shows the horseshoe bar in the back and the table for 14. And then the next page calls out that cellar diagram. And at the very bottom of that, it's you see all that equipment, the low boys, etc. I apologize that wasn't clear, but I can send forward tomorrow a very clear document that would clear that up.
Although that floor plan, that area is simply marked storage area, just to be clear, it's not marked kitchen.
Please find. Yeah.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I missed that. Sorry.
I said that on the amended plan that we got today, right?
Yeah.
I see what you're saying, that there are like some cabinets and things down at the bottom of it. But
Yeah.
it isn't marked kitchen or prep area or anything, just the whole space is simply marked cellar storage.
Yeah, well, I will revise. I can revise that plan and send it tomorrow. I apologize. But yeah, those are 2, 6-foot long double door low boys. The piece of equipment next to it is the combi oven, speed rack next to that, and then the dishwash area directly adjacent to that.
Okay, I mean, I think we definitely need to see a plan that shows a kitchen in here, because that was my whole confusion since when we got this was, I don't understand how you can have a catering license when you don't.
Yeah, no, I think that's obviously an oversight.
For people. And so this would not just be for your use, but you would be renting the space out for other people to hold events in it.
Well, we would provide the food and the beverages, and so we would be treating it like we would put together an event for somebody and charge them for the entire event.
Okay. Does anybody else from the committee have any questions? Susan?
Thank you. Maybe I missed this and you said it very clearly, but can you, how many events a month do you anticipate having? I mean, is this all events all the time or occasional events? I'm just trying to understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, that's a great question. To be fair, we're not entirely sure how well this is going to be received in the event planning business, but our pro forma calls out for 1 to 2 events per year that are, or sorry, per month, that we would be hoping to achieve.
And the events, like how big, I mean, the space I see is not all that big, but like to an event, you're saying 50 people are coming? Is that your average?
That's the thought. I mean, if we had a dinner, like a private dinner, that might be for, anywhere from 10 to 24 people, kind of thing, where people would come and, sit around the bar and chat with cocktails and canapes and then sit down to a big long table in this big, beautiful space. If it was, I think a sit down event would be difficult to do more than kind of 30 or 35 people, just because the space is not that large. It would really be if we removed the table and had a cocktail and canapé event, maybe you'd get up to 50 people or so.
Okay, thank you.
Cormac?
Yeah, in a similar vein, just to clarify what I'm hearing. So, I mean, you folks are going to be there actively managing the space. You're not going to be handing over the keys to anybody, right? You're catering by the space. They will come and do an event. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. And then the other thing is about the space. So I see how it says, seating will vary based on what kind of event it is and everything like that. But I also noticed in your materials that the max occupancy is 60. Is that right in the space?
That's what we have on our application in the DOB, our construction application in DOB says 60.
Right. So including staff and things, it could never be more than that. I'll just say that what makes the application a bit difficult, maybe it's partially the nature of the beast. 1 or 2, a couple of events a month in that location of 24-ish people or 30, not a big deal, right? But if we start talking about, events twice a week, of stand-up-y events and things of people, crowds of, 45, 50 who are leaving at 2 a.m, that's a very different profile of impact. And so anything that you could guidance or commitments you can give us that gives us a clearer sense of what, because part of what we try to judge here is what is the impact going to be on the community if you're doing business there. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
I think that, the majority of the use that we're proposing for the space is for the shows that highlight the furniture and lighting fixtures that we're doing. And so even if there were 50 people to come to an opening, for example, that would be over the course of several hours. People would come in for maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. Again, the primary use for what we're looking to do with the space is to launch a new furniture business. That's really what we're doing. But because it's rooted in sort of serving the hospitality industry, we want to create an entire program around hospitality and really kind of attract hospitality professionals that are doing interesting things so that we can align ourselves with that sort of more progressive agenda.
Carter?
Yeah, so why do you guys have a permanent bar built in there?
Why do we have one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly to highlight a line of fixtures that we're developing for around the bar. So we've got line of lighting fixtures that are designed specifically for the bar pendants, bar lights, and things like that, as well as bar stools. So we're targeting mostly things like, again, they're primarily for the hospitality industry, but those types of fixtures, and then as well as small furniture like dining chairs and things like that, things that people purchase in mass for hotels and things like that. So we're trying to highlight opportunities to showcase those things. Is the main gig.
So are you gonna have alcohol at the bar all the time?
There would be beer and wine in the bar, like in terms of like a back bar display to make it look the part, to kind of set the scene. Yeah.
And then are you filing to change the certificate of occupancy on the building?
I think we have a letter of no objection. That's the same letter of no objection that the Canal Street Market uses, because technically
Yeah, but
this is the same
you're building a
lot.
new, but you're building a new kitchen in the basement and they overcrowd those spaces anyway. So those letters of no objection. I mean, so you're building a new kitchen in the basement, correct?
Well, it's not a hooded kitchen. It's a prep space, really.
But is it a kitchen or not?
It's a prep kitchen where, so for example, there's, plenty of opportunity to have catered food come in and rewarm and plate and be able to serve.
So you're not cooking food there. You don't have facilities to prepare 50 meals.
We would have facilities to be able to put out food for 50 people, yes, but it would be pre-cooked and prepped elsewhere and then brought in to be plated and finished off.
See, I don't think that's,
So it's
And
like,
then-
when we used to have the restaurants, we used to go and do, sort of, charity functions all the time. We would do food for 250 people and we'd show up with, everything having been prepped at the restaurant, and we'd show up with a couple of chefs and you'd be cooking on induction cookers and, rewarming in the warming oven. So you're able to do a lot as long as the food is well prepped elsewhere.
So you're not cooking here. So it's being cooked elsewhere.
Yeah. So the business plan that we've got is we're making an arrangement with caterers that we've worked with before, and that the goal is that when we have an event, we'd be able to hire out catering company to come in and work with us to be able to provide. So we'd be able to use their facilities for doing any of the major prep. So we've talked
And
with
then,
creative. Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the packet that we put together and submitted, calls out the three groups that we're currently negotiating a kind of a final arrangement with, which is Creative Edge and Lemon and Olives and Oliver Cheggs.
And then as far as, obviously you used to have a business in a building I used to live in, and you guys came in, I think, a little bit after I had moved, but you guys were not straightforward with your stipulations, and that you executed with the board and went ahead and built two businesses there. And subsequently, there were over 150 311 noise complaints. And I'm just concerned that we're not really seeing the full picture here as far as how the space is going to be used. And that's just a concern to me with the late hours of operation.
Yeah, look, that's fair enough. And we ended up having a tenant over top of our Saxon Prole space that was probably the majority of those calls. That was just decided to dig their heels in, and even when the police came, they had a noise meter and went upstairs and showed the person that there was no infraction over the decibels that were allowed, and yet it doesn't matter. They could just keep on calling. So I don't want to get into that side of it, but I think ultimately, I think the suggestion is that we're trying to do something that is sort of a raucous affair. If the late hours present a problem, we could scale it back and just offer to run any type of events from noon to midnight, 7 days a week. I honestly don't ever think that we would be using it until 2 a.m. So, happy to draw it back.
Yeah, I guess my concern was just that, the reason that there were the problems that started in the back is because there was a bar that was built there against the stipulations that were executed with this community board, and with the separate entry, with a separate name. And I'm just not really understanding what's happening here. And, it's the same thing that happened at Genuine Superette.
Well,
and there are violations there with the liquor authority. This is just, public had two different spaces. So I'm just trying to understand here, there's no kitchen here. this is multiple businesses. I'm just not understanding what it is that's happening here. And
Well, I think that it is definitely not a typical on-premise. It's not an on-premise facility. It's for all intents and purposes an event space. It happens to be an event space that we're using to highlight art and furniture. It has a kitchen. Very clearly has a kitchen, and I'd be happy to send those documents tomorrow to more clearly show what those pieces of equipment are. We have an equipment list of equipment that we're purchasing, that we're in the midst of acquiring. So there's a full-fledged prep kitchen that's going in.
but it's a prep kitchen. It's not a kitchen, correct? You just finished telling us it wasn't a kitchen.
I've finished telling you that there's no black iron going in, but there's a full allotment of kitchen equipment that's going in that would be sufficient to be able to provide food and services to the events that we'd be serving.
But it's not going to be noted as a kitchen on the certificate of occupancy, correct?
It is noted as a prep kitchen on our C of on our all of our documents, all of our plumbing plans in the city basically noted as a prep kitchen.
Okay.
Okay, because there's no C of O on the building, and obviously this use never existed in the basement. There's already an overcrowded food hall on the other side.
Yes,
You know,
that's entered through
violation of
Canal
the-
Street, and
the
you
letter
cannot
of
enter that. Yeah, you can't enter that space through our space.
Yeah, but
It's just happens to be
you're
the same
using
lot
the
and block number.
basis for your use as the letter of no objection from that space.
It's the same lot and block number. It's the way in which the building has been filed with the city relative to lot and block number.
So what
But
was the
there's
use?
no access
before
between those
yours?
spaces.
But what was the use on your space before?
It was a retail space.
Okay, but it wasn't an event space, right?
That is correct.
Or a catering facility?
That is correct.
So it's not an eating and drinking establishment is my point, and that letter of no objection is for an eating and drinking establishment.
Well, does catering mean that people will be eating and drinking?
Well, catering, I mean, without going into it, I mean, you guys bend the rules all the time and agreements, and that's been my experience with you, and that's why I'm just trying to get clarity. And, usually catering facilities have on-site cooking facilities that, for preparation for events. I mean, those are the rules. I just don't understand, it just seems to be a lot of gray area. That's your business. You know how to bend the rules. And, we're here and you've been before us and we're always caught surprise afterwards. There are violations on your spaces, been cited by the liquor authority. So I just bring them up now because now this time to bring them up. And there is no public interest aspect here, but these are the issues, that are before us on the application. So that's why I'm asking the questions.
Well, we didn't have any necessarily problems on a number of our venues that we ran before. We have had issues on some of them, and understandable that you would bring them up. It's fair point.
I mean, we've worked with you to correct them. And so my point is, how do we get this right in the beginning on what the space is? So, but those are my questions. So
there seems to be the major confusion seems to be around the fact that our prep kitchen wasn't labeled.
Right. Or diagrammed. I'm just going to say, or diagrammed. I mean, not just that it wasn't labeled. We have no list of equipment. We have nothing at all that indicates, aside from the work section, we don't see dishwasher, sink, anything in there. And that is a kind of a major omission for that's supposed to be a catering facility.
I'd be very happy to send you a full document of calling out. It's in a full equipment a key diagram that calls out each of the pieces of equipment. There's cut sheets for all of that equipment that show what all that stuff is.
Okay, that would be.
I'd be happy to share that tomorrow.
Okay, let me go. Mark, you have your hand up. Did you mean to have your hand up? Mark Diller. Okay, Cormac?
Yeah, I just want to say that that's not, I mean, that kitchen question is not the only piece of confusion. I mean, as I pointed out before, I think for us, as we're looking at trying to assess whether it's in the community interest and what the community impact is going to be, the confusion has to do with that, with how many people we talking about here, how late at night, what kind of a, you know, and what kind of a state will they be coming and going, right? How joyful, if you will, or inebriated. I mean, those are the sorts of things that, you know, a lot of us really bear down on, because you know, our concern is not your business. I wish you well, get rich. It's about, you know, what is the impact going to be on the other businesses, on the residents who are right around there, and on the street life there. And so
Sure.
that's really the confusions that, as I say, the more you can tell us to help clear that up, the better.
And I guess I'll just follow up with that to try to see if we could pin it down. Is there a X amount of events? I mean, I think you said 1 to 2 events a month, but do you mean that, or do you mean maybe one? Because I'm just trying to see, you know,
Yeah.
I'm going to have you stipulate to something what I could put in there. Is it 1 to 2 a month, 1 to 2 a week, no more than 1 a month with, you know, 50 people? Give me
Yeah.
something here to kind of how to frame that to alleviate some of these concerns.
Yeah, I mean, we would be happy to limit to a certain number per month. It'd be nice to have a number that was flexible enough that if there was a higher demand in certain seasons that you could do it. But I mean, honestly, you know, the primary reason for the space is as a gallery. I mean, that's the primary business that we're trying to operate. The events is really auxiliary in order to try to support it and try to bring some attention to the space.
And is it
So
open to the public when it's a gallery? Is it ever
No.
open to the public or no? So it's always by
No.
invitation only or appointment only?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it's appointment only. So yes, you know, if we had to limit it to a certain number per month, you know, that would be reasonable.
Do you have a number you could throw out so that I'm not picking something from a hat?
I mean, like I said, our pro forma has 1 or 2 a month, but maybe if we limited it to 4 a month, that would be enough wiggle room in the future that if anything,
And is there
you know,
some,
if there was a multi-day event or something like that, that we didn't get shoot ourselves in the foot.
right? And is there maybe X amount would not be more than 50 people or would, you know, I'm just.
Yeah, I think we could basically say it's you know, no more than 60 people. I mean, that's what our occupancy is to the Department of Buildings, and so we would be happy to limit it to that.
Well, it can't, if it's 60, you've got to have staff.
Yeah,
So
so yeah, 50 plus staff. Yeah, I mean, the intent, you know, yeah, yes.
okay, that gives me something at least to work with.
Mhm.
Okay,
Excuse me, Donna.
yes.
Donna.
Oh, Mr. Smith, you're there. Where are you?
Well, that's a very good question. I think I mentioned to you, and I even sent to the committee.
Oh, I know
see
where
what
you
the-
are. Hang on.
I see what happened. Mark gave me his number, and I thought my number was showing up. That's why when you said where's the hand raised, I've been on since the beginning. In fact, I came on, didn't know what the applicant was, but I do know that there was a misunderstanding, a language issue with the applicant who did not understand how many seats were.
Right.
outside.
Okay, good. Welcome, Dr. Smith.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Dr. Smith has been here the whole time, our committee member.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure that you acknowledge that I was present.
Yes,
Okay.
okay. And then do you also have a question or a comment on this at all?
I do not at this point. I just have a question later on when we get an exact, I missed the name and the locale of the first application, that's all.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, welcome.
Okay.
That solves my confusion because I was looking for a phone number and I couldn't find a
I
phone.
know, and I sent my phone number to the committee. I see now what the problem was. I apologize.
Okay, very
Sorry
good.
about that.
Okay, great,
Okay,
good.
thank
I'm glad we solved this. Thank you. Okay, Carter,
Thank
do you
you.
have any follow-up? No. Okay, is there anyone here from the community that would like to speak to this application? Pete Davies, I will promote you.
Okie dokie, thank you. I'm just a bit confused. The diagram you show of the cellar.
Yeah.
Or the diagram that shows the cellar, I know I'm supposed to address this to the committee, so. It appears that that area is approximately half the ground floor. There is a door at the rear that apparently leads into another part of the building and is the other establishment, the food hall, whatever that's called. Does that access that space of the food hall?
No, that's a great question. That currently is being used as a storage space for the retail tenant next to our proposed location, which is being run by a company called Reformation. So they store women's clothing down there.
So they come through this space to access the storage?
Now they go through the building 2-hour rated stairwell that's shown right there. They're on their way out, though. I believe that their lease is ended at this point.
And I just note that I don't believe this has been addressed, that the application says that this premise, which is the tax lot and block and lot of the other establishment, but it says that there has been no other establishments at this premise for the last 10 years.
Not on this particular portion of that block and lot. That's a great question, though. But yes, I mean, the fact that it shares the same lot and block as the Canal Street Market means that the answer to that question is technically yes.
Okay, so meaning if it's yes, that yes, there has been a license, but it's just not shown here and shown as N/A.
Yes,
Okay.
because yeah, the Canal Street Market is entered off of Canal Street, and this space is entered off of Howard, but the building, the lot and block goes fully through from Canal Street to Howard, even though there's no actual direct connection between the two spaces.
Similar to my building, it goes from one street to another full block, but one block lot, same premise, the entire building. So
Yeah, you're spot on.
okay, thank you. I don't know that clarifies, but it does provide answers. Thank you.
So
yeah,
I'm just going to do a little follow-up on that. So these particular rooms have not been licensed before.
Correct.
Okay. And is that doorway that Pete's pointing out in the back, is that going to be kept locked then? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to spend a lot of time rehashing something that doesn't make any difference. If it doesn't make any difference, I just,
Yeah, the one that's in the cellar is leads to the building cellar, to the hallway that sort of runs under the entire building.
So that will be kept locked at all times,
yes.
and nobody else will be coming through from some other business to access that through this.
Correct. We've got we'll have a security system on that door as well.
Because I would not think that you would want somebody.
No, we don't want anybody coming in through that space.
In there. Okay, great. Okay, hang on. I think I have one other person. Okay, hang on. We have one other person. Panta, I'm raising you. Yes, okay. Go right ahead. You're muted, Mr. Panta. You are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I don't want to go off topic. Just small note here. When you use the term gallery, it's important to note that it's private, not public, because as we've seen on many other CB2 committee meetings, there, especially on the Bowery, galleries are being accused of being a big part of the gentrification story in the neighborhoods of Chinatown, Little Italy, and the Lower East Side. So I just, small caveat there, not a big tangent. When this is advertised or promoted, marketed as a gallery space, that does damage to other galleries who have public spaces, public viewings, and do events and shows in conjunction with community and local artists. Okay, does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for making the point.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So I think that does it for the public. Does anybody from the committee have any follow-up? Okay, I think that does it. So will you please get us plans with all those details you have for the kitchen so we can actually see what you're talking about, because we can't the way it is now.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I think that would be great. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank
Okay.
you all for your time.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. That one. All right. Next on the list is going to be Bowery Bungalow at 359 West Broadway. If you are here, could you raise your hand? And you need to allow yourself to be promoted to panelist. Hi, good evening.
Hi,
Go right ahead. It's just you, correct? You're
it's just me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
My name is George Abu Daoud. I leased the space at the former cupping room, which is two addresses, 359 West Broadway and 495 Broome Street. And I am renovating the space to open a new restaurant. And I have this restaurant concept also in Los Angeles. It's a Mediterranean Mideast. I call it upscale casual. It's the food is upscale, but it's comfortable. It's not pretentious. The waiters don't dress in penguin uniforms or anything like that. No tablecloths, but it's very formal otherwise.
Okay. Hours, seats, method of operation, TVs, music, etc.
Okay, seats, there will be, so I have will be getting a public assembly just like the cupping room had. I'm not changing anything in terms of ingress, egress, occupancy. It's the same as was in the cupping room. The major modifications are, besides the renovation, and remember, it was open for 43 years, so there is a lot of required renovation. But all other things remain the same. I'm adding a second ADA bathroom. There is one ADA bathroom. I'm gonna have 3 bathrooms in total, 2 ADA and 1 non. And I'm putting an ADA portion on the bar. So there'll be a full handicap seating at the bar. And there'll also be handicap seating on the floor. Both my entrances are stairs.
Right, that was my next question.
Yeah, but on Broome Street, it's 2 steps up. And the requirement, at least in my lease, is to have the push button with the ramp, which we will do. So I'm doing everything internally within my power to be fully compliant, but I have no jurisdiction over the sidewalk. And there also is no place to do an elevator. Both openings are very narrow. It opens up into a larger space, but the openings are fairly narrow. So there's going to be 28 tables and 106 seats on the tables, and the bar is 16 stools. And I think I wrote on the application 14 to 16 because it depends if people are sitting at the handicap location.
Okay,
Okay. Hours would be, what I'm requesting is 10 a.m. to midnight.
mm-hmm,
I have no desire to be open past midnight. And 10 a.m. because I think that I could do a very good brunch and lunch business in that area as well. I'm a bona fide restaurant. There is no, it's unquestionable. Maybe you look at my the concept that I have over there. I'm in the food business. I've been in the Michelin Bib Gourmand guide several times. The bar is so I can pay the bills, the liquor license.
and there's no outside with the application?
No, on this application I'm submitting, I'm not, but I would like to, at some point in the future, request sidewalk seating. And when I do, of course, I will come to CB2 and SLA, same format, and go through the DOB process. I'm just not putting it on now. And I'm absolutely not doing the open streets shed situation because I'm not a selfish business owner that wants to steal the street from the public and build a rat hole. So I'm not building a shed, and I never will at any subsequent restaurants.
You're not supporting the rat population of the city.
No, and you can't take nice pictures and can't ride your bike. Yeah. Anyway,
Okay, and no TVs?
no TVs.
No TVs, background music?
Yeah, recorded background music.
Okay, and let's see, I don't think there are any operable doors other than the doors coming in and out. There's no French doors or anything like that on there.
There's just the entry doors on West Broadway, and there's entry doors on Broome Street.
Okay, so that's it. And I did see on your application that you wanted something about no honking signs between 4 and 7. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll community people get
I'm
that.
communicating with the DOT. I'm possibly getting a traffic officer between 3 and 7 Monday to Friday, because I noticed that majority of the problem is when people go into the intersection and block the other cars. So if that can be prevented, I think 70% of the honking can be reduced.
Great. Okay, I think, oh, I was gonna just put one thing, electronic reservation system if needed.
Resi.
Yeah, Resi. Okay, there you go. And
Yeah.
so there shouldn't be any lines or anything like that.
No, I use Resi for the reservations and Toast for the POS system.
Okay, and just did see someone is asking in the chat, but your place in LA is also called Bowery Bungalow, right?
It's the same, yeah.
It's the same name. Okay.
Yeah, and I included a menu in my package, and it will be the same with the only variables, seasonal produce. And some things are available in California that I might not be able to get here in some months, but it's generally the same menu. I'm not a fan of Yelp, but I have over 500 5-star, including tons of Yelp Elite and things like that. So it's a real food establishment. And I know the history of the space, and I want to honor one of the original Soho restaurants that was there. I never met them, but yeah.
Cormac.
Yes, I just want to say that I read your menu and it made me hungry, so hurry up and open.
Thank you.
Carter.
George, it's nice to finally see you here. You introduced yourself to me quite some time ago at Elizabeth Street Garden.
That's right. I remember.
Last year when it was warm. And told me this was your plan. So it's nice to see your plans. So, I mentioned then it's the DOB stuff and getting a final C of O. Is that your responsibility or the landlords for the final C of O, not to do the work, the sign offs? And is that a holdup from the building or is that a holdup from the space?
I'll tell you the plan. So there's 6, the landlord has 6 open violations to fix for the building. He's currently working, he has the scaffold up to do the parapet up on the roof. The other pending items are in progress on his side. He will be responsible for my TCO, my architect, and this is in my lease agreement. My architect and their architect of record, Robert Tan, who submitted the previous TCOs, are going to work together to take my plans for the ground and cellar so they can submit it for their CO. And I told the landlord that even though it's not my responsibility, because I like just getting into the little details, I will help him towards any piece of that puzzle to get the full CO. But it's like a lot of those buildings in Soho that, never got their COs. So the cupping room was running on a TCO and they were renewing it quarterly. And the landlord is covering the cost of the quarterly renewals until the full CO is issued.
Okay, great. That's very nice to hear that. But so there is a plan. That was
There is a plan.
questions. Thank you very much. I think I might have mentioned that back then when we first talked. So it's nice to hear that that's all worked out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the committee have anything? Is there anyone from the public here on this application? Okay, Darlene Lutz.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome, George, to this side of Soho.
Thank you.
I am a longtime resident on the west side of Soho, over 45 years. So the cupping room is very still fresh in the memory. It actually opened originally as a bakery, sort of a bakery cafe, and it didn't open until 11 o'clock in the morning.
Well, a late bakery. Yeah.
Because there wasn't any need for anything, and for the people around here to have a need earlier. I am also a vice president of the First Precinct Community Council. And in my duties there, and in my duties living on top of the, literally almost on top of the Holland Tunnel, my life has been the traffic issues.
Yeah.
If you ever want to connect about, what is exactly going on in our traffic management, I'd be happy to meet with you. And I agree with Cormac. I am hungry just looking at that menu.
Thank you. I'll tell you, I did speak to several people at DOT, and my issue pending is the lack of enforcement. There is a regulation is in place, but it's not enforced. And as DOT was passing it on to NYPD, but I feel like I can get somewhere with this. I mean, I'm going to keep pushing the issue with different people, but I think that that's a good resolve, what I said, because you can't really spot who's honking. But getting a traffic officer is something that has been done before.
We're really aware of our traffic management here, and how it's currently delegated. So that goes pretty far into Soho, and unfortunately, the focus has to be closer to the Holland Tunnel.
So George, you need Darlene's information because this is not the Traffic and Transportation Committee.
Okay.
But if anyone can solve that situation, and the office can always get you her info. So
great, thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the public have anything? Anybody else from the committee have anything? Okay, I think that's good. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the ADA. I noticed that in your application and was curious because we rarely see that much attention to that. And I really appreciate your efforts on that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Have a good night.
You too. Okay.
Okay, the next application is going to be Uchi, New York, 206-210 Elizabeth Street. It's an on-premise for a restaurant. If you could raise your hand.
Hi, everyone. This is Heather from Helmer and Levy. Can you guys hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
So you're again meeting in the office. Everybody's right there, right?
Yeah. We figured all in one place today.
Great.
So with me, Donna, today, I have Todd Repper, who is the Chief Development Officer for the group. And then Matt also from our office as a representative.
Okay.
So I'll kind of go through the logistics and then I'll turn it over to Todd to briefly introduce himself and the concept. This is a full liquor license application for 206-210 Elizabeth Street between Prince and Spring Streets. This is going to be a fine dining Japanese restaurant in a space that was previously licensed as a restaurant. I did notice that on the agenda it says not previously licensed, but there was a history of public that closed in 2017 at this location.
Yep.
We
You know what,
included
it's just the reason it said that, Heather, was when the address was messed up originally, and then
Okay.
So just, yeah, we were all confused.
That makes sense. And I apologize for our confusion and all of that. And then we also formed the company during that time. So there was a lot going on. The group currently has 8 locations throughout Texas, Colorado, and Florida. Again, this is a full service restaurant. The hours of operation, we're looking Sunday to Wednesday, closing at 11 p.m. Thursday, closing at midnight, Friday and Saturdays closing at 1 a.m. There is a courtyard, so I do think that's important that we address that. There's an internal courtyard located within the building that is currently open air and is looked down on by the commercial tenants of the building. We are going to be fully enclosing that. So while we did want to disclose that it is technically a courtyard, we are going through the process with the Department of Buildings, the landlord and their architects to build a permanent structure that will be made of glass. So it will still have that courtyard feel, but it'll actually be enclosed. It will have skylights that have the ability to open, but it's not going to have like a retractable roof or anything of that nature. Our intention is to close those skylights. If weather permitted for them to be propped open, they would close by 10 p.m. all nights. There's one bar within the space with 14 seats. There's also a sushi counter with 12 seats. And in total, including the enclosed courtyard and the interior of the premise, we're looking at 45 tables with 234 seats. I'll turn it over to Todd to briefly introduce himself and the concept, and then we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us on your agenda. Yeah, Uchi is high hospitality signature fine dining sushi concept. We were founded over 20 years ago in Austin, Texas, by one of the few real kind of American sushi masters, a chef by the name of Tyson Cole, who is a James Beard winner. Uchi means house in Japanese. So our approach to not only the spaces we are attracted to, but how we, the experience we give our guests is very residential in feel. Part of that is the reason we love Elizabeth Street so much, is it has a very residential feel. We're non-traditional Japanese, and what that means to us is we have elevated cuisine and we pair that with really impeccable service, but it's not formal. It's not pretentious in any way. It's very much what we call an Austin vibe, which if you're familiar with Austin at all, there's a friendliness to it and approachability. Again, so it's fine dining, but it fits this kind of neighborhood where it's very approachable, very focused on the neighborhoods and the residents living there.
Okay. Let's see. Are there downstairs? I think I saw there are private dining rooms, 2 private dining rooms downstairs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
24 seats.
Okay. And the bathrooms are upstairs, downstairs, or both?
Downstairs right now on the,
Okay. And is there, I think I saw an elevator someplace, but I'm not sure that I saw an elevator.
That's correct. There are 2 elevators in the core lobby there.
Okay. So it's ADA accessible to get
Yes.
down to the bathrooms and to get into the building, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You're putting in French doors across the entry into the courtyard, or no? I thought I saw that.
So Donna, there are the French doors going into the courtyard. But again, it's gonna be enclosed anyways. We obviously still wanted to disclose all of that they're technically French doors, but it'll be, it's within an enclosed space. There won't be any doors or windows that open out onto Elizabeth Street.
Okay, and all the tenants up above you are commercial tenants?
That's correct.
There's no residences?
Above, no.
And the music is?
Background music only.
Will there be speakers out in that courtyard?
The plan was to have speakers when the roof is closed.
So, and what kinds of speakers have you figured that out?
I couldn't tell you exactly what speakers we'd use. We haven't gotten that far.
Okay, I'm okay. And then you're working on getting their certificate of occupancy and the public assembly because it's a.
Correct. So the landlord is working with them on this. They've got architects and contractors working on all of this right now.
Okay. And what is the traffic plan? Because that's a little street and it's a large space that, it's a lot of people coming and going and potentially a lot of black cars coming.
Right. So we included some information about kind of like that plan. Certainly one of those that like there's an area within the space for people to wait or to be seated. We're gonna have a reservation system, giving people the opportunity so that there's not queues outside. It is a space where we don't anticipate like large queues because there's enough room for people to come in and have a waiting area. And then in terms of, egress, we're imagining that like these groups are, going to be getting out, going to public transit, moving on foot, and then obviously will be a collection of like cars, picking up and dropping off as well. But we'll have staff kind of monitoring that to make sure that like people are moving, not blocking traffic in the flow. We're not doing any kind of outdoor dining on the sidewalk or the roadway. So we imagine that will help as well. We have a no smoking policy, so we'll make sure that people aren't standing outside smoking.
Okay. I mean, I'll just say one of my concerns on that little street is still just any black cars. It sounds like you're going to be a lovely establishment with a lot of people, and that's always my concern is people don't walk every place to go to dinner. So I'm concerned about the black cars pulling over, and I don't know what the parking is. I should know that, but I don't know what the parking situation is right in front of that. If it's, but there might be people on the committee that know better than I. Okay, let me throw it out. Does anybody else on the committee have any questions on this? No. Does anybody from the public have any questions on this? I don't. Okay, Michelle Campo, hang on one second. There you are. You're muted though, Michelle.
Hi. All right.
1 second, Edwin, you're going to wait 1 minute. Okay, go ahead, Michelle.
Okay. First of all, I saw it was listed as not a historic district. It is a historic district. It's on the historic register. The other thing is, although you have a top on, you said on the courtyard, and there are no residences above in that building, there are residents on both sides and in the back. So from the Bowery side, from south and north, there are, and there is not much parking in the area. Believe me, that's why I don't have a car anymore. And there is a garden, the Elizabeth Street garden is right across the street, and which is very peaceful. And it'd be nice for it to remain so. And that's my input of the evening.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Eddie. Panta, go ahead. But you're muted.
Okay, so I think Michelle Campo brought up the main question is why is this listed as not historic district on the application when it's governed under SLID? And the storefronts from 204 to 210 seems to be some sort of workaround to establish something that has 6,000 square feet that's totally out of scale and out of character for the neighborhood. 6,000 feet restaurant on Elizabeth Street. Wow. I mean, this is a massive game changer and something that's also going to be part of the gentrification story that's going on in the neighborhood, because the price point on this menu is so far out of reach for most of the people, if not half of the people in the neighborhood. You know, so I don't understand how we're grabbing all these addresses in a storefront that never existed before, that used to be public, but that was taken over by, that was a commercial space with a loading dock, a bakery that had a retail around the corner on Prince Street. That was part of the neighborhood since its inception off the Bowery. So the previous place, public, we have to remember, was set back. And all those storefronts. So Little Italy is known, just as a reminder here, Little Italy is known as having small storefronts, local businesses. And all of the city council members who were at the Village Preservation Forum a couple of weeks ago reminded us that how much they were involved in protecting our historic districts, because they offered limitations on how big of storefront you could use. I mean, look at Peasant, homegrown New York business. Look Lovely Day, homegrown New York business, all overshadow, all from now we're getting not a New York homegrown business, a big corporate business with, you know, that's going, again, I'm sorry to say, it's going to be big part of the gentrification story. Not to mention the build out of this place has been devastating to the people in the neighborhood, and how long it's going on. I know partially that's because of COVID, but that sidewalk and that street has been partially closed for maybe 4 years now, I think. And what we're getting in return is just this corporate chain again. It's just so not part of the character of the neighborhood. I don't know where you can find the space for that in this application, but I think it's a really important point to bring out. It's really going to be a game changer for the block.
Good point. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anything, does anybody else from the committee have anything?
Yeah, Donna, I just had some questions. You know, as far as the outdoor area, and I'm sorry, I'm having some connection issues. I don't know if this is leftover from yesterday's outage or what it is, but I keep hitting these flags. Is this outside area approved as part of the new C of O? And if so, what's the occupancy on the outside area?
So the landlord's in process of getting the certificate of occupancy updated. It is going to be designated as like a permanent structure outside. So it's not going to be something that's going to move in terms of the enclosure. The courtyard occupancy is 58 seats as we have it. So I imagine that the landlord's getting something in that range.
I'm just looking, and again, with the overlapping different DOB, the two systems that they have, I see that there was an application that was processed on May 23rd, and it's indicating that on that application, which at the same time looks like it was disapproved, but the previous one before it that was approved, but it says that the occupancy outside is 9, but I don't know. It also says that the retail space is 30. So I don't know what that is. I mean, it says,
What we could do, Carter, is get you copies of like the filings if that's helpful to see. I know they are in still like early stages of like getting all of this sorted out. Like we've got some runway in terms of like our timeline here for opening. So this isn't something that's even like, you know, finalized in terms of like they're not far enough along in like getting the certificate of occupancy yet, is what I'm saying.
yeah, I guess I'm just, you know, I know that in the SLID that there are, you know, restrictions that are specific to outdoor use, and this is such a large place. I'm just sort of not quite seeing how this all fits together, and this just goes to what Mr. Panza had said, you know, is sort of an outsized scale, and the impact is pretty significant. And then on top of that, there's also the outdoor area. And, you know, while there may not be tenants in the building, you know, who overlooks that area? The pictures that we got don't show what the views are, sort of a 360 of looking up to see who's there. And, you know, so those are sort of my concerns, and not quite being able to put all those pieces together. And, you know, we do ask for that information. So that's why I'm just trying to kind of figure that out. And just the fact that this is a new outdoor area, new outdoor seating, you know, even if there's a retractable roof, it doesn't preclude the fact that that needs to be specifically noted on the C of O.
It's not retractable, Carter. There's not going to be a retractable roof. It's
Okay, so then it's fully open. Okay, so then it's fully open. No?
Or no, it's a closed structure, and it's going to have skylights that can be open, but it's not retractable at all, or open air.
No, but the skylights that open generally, it depends, but the way you guys have presented it to us, it appears that if it's counted as outdoor area as opposed to indoor area, and that
I think it's important for us. Yeah, I think,
well, I'm just saying I'd like to know what that is. Is it considered outdoor or indoor? And the way you have it listed as a courtyard, you know, because the space can be covered, but if it can be open, it's counted as outside, right? And so it's not clear to me how this is being presented, you know, if it's outside or inside space. Forget, you know, if there's skylights or whatever, is it inside or outside for DOB? And if so, how does that count on the certificate of occupancy? And then to the point which Michelle had raised, I mean, this is the number one thing. I mean, these are, you know, highly residential area. That's the zoning designation, you know, for the area is very clear about that, and has a lot of rules pertaining to that. These predate the historic districts that we see. This was a very unique to Special Little Italy zoning district. That's what the SLID stands for, you know, as far as a lot of the rules. And, you know, this comes up, but I'm just curious how you guys have put this all together. And I'm just not seeing any filings. Nothing was provided. It's a new space. Obviously, there's a lot of work going on. So.
Yeah, and a lot of ongoing work, right? One of the things that was mentioned was that the space has been undergoing a lot of work for the past couple of years, or 4 years, really. And so this is still kind of ongoing. And we're coming into this while the landlord's working on the certificate of occupancy issues. In terms of square footage, I do understand where people are coming from in terms of the total. There is a lot of that is specific to storage and employee only areas. I broke it down on the application. And I get that it doesn't change things in a massive way, but the cellar and the sub-cellar total about 3,700 square feet. While there is those 2 small private dining rooms for 24 total seats in the cellar, a large majority of that is employees only and like kitchen space and things of that nature. So the ground floor itself totals to about a little over 5,000 square feet, and that includes the courtyard.
Right, but I,
Carter, to your point about the photos, we're happy to kind of get back there or even like do a walkthrough with any of you that would like to come out and see the space, if that's helpful. But then we can also maybe even do a video for you guys of like a wrap around to see what everyone's gonna visualize. We can email that over to you and then take some more photos as well.
yeah, I guess, I mean, just to the point where I understand, you know, the square footage, et cetera. I mean, the fact is you have 234 table seats. The majority of restaurants here, you know, 30, 40, 50, you know, most of them, you know, less than 74 occupancy. So this is a massive multiplier of the local businesses that are here. And I think that's the issue that people are raising. And then the other, I mean, is it indoor or outdoor space? And is this one or two buildings? Because I even see on DOB, it looks like there's that your address span, which is 26 to 210, but the DOB is 208 to 210, and then a separate space that's with the 206. I don't know where, I don't have it up right in front of me, but where that starts. So is this in one building? Is it two buildings?
It's actually two, Carter. You're right that there's the main building where like most of the interior is, and then the courtyard's actually technically the second part of the building. Like it's part of the second building. So like the courtyard's kind of sandwiched between the two. So technically the interior of all of our space is one building, and then the courtyard is going to be, you know, adjacent to that.
So the building occupancy numbers for the outdoor area is in the lower number building?
Yeah, you mean the studio?
Yeah, I don't know that it is.
I don't know what number is associated with that.
With that,
Yeah,
with the
with that,
courtyard.
but it is a separate lot.
So I'm just trying to understand what we're looking at, you know, as far as where is the egress to it, where's the, you know, how's that all fitting together?
Yeah, I was just kind of, our landlord is actually on the call here to clarify. You said Marshall Carter is trying to answer your question.
I'm promoting him. Hang on.
I think it's 204 to 206, and then
He could clarify, he will be.
Hi, my name is Marshall. I'm the property manager for the building. I know my tag says David Berger. That's one of my associates who sent me the link, so I apologize for the confusion. My name is Marshall Robois. I'm responsible for the property management of the building and the construction. Carter, to answer some of your questions, it's two separate block and lots that we combine. We're keeping the block and lot separate, but we're adding an elevator, universal elevator to connect the offices upstairs. The courtyard space is adjacent to the restaurant space, but the two spaces are separate block and lots, and we have an easement connecting the two. The courtyard that Uchi plans to do from the plans that they provided us is to enclose it, which would be indoor space and would require us to make an additional FAR application to the Department of Buildings. And it sounds from them that they're suggesting that they'll have a skylight or two that will be open for open air.
okay, so then the place of assembly permit, I mean, how's that going to work with the exits? I mean, there's no exit from that space except through the restaurant. Is that correct?
No, there are two separate exits out of that space in addition to the large openings directly from the restaurant.
And where are those on the diagram? Because they don't seem clear.
Well, for the plans that we have filed with the Department of Buildings now, egress runs out the back of the courtyard space and also through the 204 retail space. And once we get the plans approved and we get our TCO and final CO from the Department of Buildings, then there will be a new filing limited to the ground floor to change the egress to have two separate egresses out of the courtyard, one from the front and one from the back. That would be east and west.
Because I don't see any of that indicated on the floor plans that are provided to us, and it doesn't indicate, when I think most people think of courtyard, you think of exterior space, but you're actually adding here new floor, which would then be interior space. There's a lot of different moving parts, obviously, and that's why we're just trying to understand that. And then, as far as the egress, I mean, that's always a question that we have, if it's an outdoor, indoor, or where it's from, or whatever it is. And I guess that's just, and I didn't see, it was only just in looking at this stuff, I didn't see that anywhere that it was indicated that this was two separate buildings in the application either. I mean, that's not, it's a little bit more complicated, and sort of, I guess, fits the narrative that Mr. Panta was saying, is, as far as outsized spaces in combining spaces and the, between two buildings to create one very large premises.
Is the interior of the restaurant lot 8, 208, 210, and then the courtyard is 206?
Correct.
That's correct. So the restaurant is 208-210, courtyard is 206.
Correct.
Okay.
And Carter, to add on to what you said, it is a two-step. We're looking for a final CO for the building, as you see on the Schedule A online, as retail and courtyard. And then there'll be a subsequent Alt-1 filing by the tenant to change the use to restaurant for 208-210, and I guess restaurant for or patio, I'm not sure the exact designation for that current existing courtyard space as we filed, but that would be enclosed as a patio or as a restaurant, however the professionals decide to file it for compliance.
And then with the last, like I asked the last applicant, who's responsible for all this? So, and I bring this up, and Heather knows this. I mean, you have the never-ending sort of building permits that never get filed, and then they don't get renewed, and then you just end up in this limbo. So, what's the plan through to finish? Who's responsible for that?
Well, for the first application for the buildings currently, we filed our TCO submission to the Department of Buildings, our TCO package for the 208-210 building, which Uchi is having their restaurant in. And we're in limbo with that with DOB. The expediter has said that that'll take about 3 to 6 weeks. We submitted that application on or around May 20th. We're yet to submit the TCO package to DOB for the 204 building. We still have some minor work that we have to finish. If you take a look at the applications at the items required, you can see that we've done a lot of work signing off each of the trades. And so I think we're just waiting for the final. I believe we have the temporary construction sign off for each of the buildings. So we're well on our way. And we needed, for the 204 building, there was a fire alarm affidavit that we needed to revise, and we sent it to the DOB, and the DOB reviewer is not there anymore, and they need to reassign it. So we're in a holding period. But these are good questions, and I wanted to clarify that it'll be a two-step. We're handling, as the landlord and managing agent, the final CO for the building, at which point Uchi plans to file an Alt-1 application to accommodate their uses and their occupancies.
Got it. So the first part is you're just finishing the work.
Correct.
On the buildings. And then the second part for the actual occupancy, that burden is shouldered by the tenants in changing it to allow for restaurant use. And so any final CO for the restaurant occupancy in both buildings is the responsibility of the building or the restaurant applicant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the restaurant applicant, that's, while seemingly on paper fairly simple, these are the kinds of things when even, that can get bogged down and never get done. And that's why I'm raising it now as sort of, finishing this. And that's my question to you guys. I mean, is that going to be finished before you occupy the space? Are you also going to get a temporary C of O after filing the Alt 1? What is the time frame, the time horizon for that work?
We are a very hands-on management company. We're a very compliance-focused management company. We plan on helping Uchi with their filing and their plans however much we can. We've referred them our expediters and our architects for the building. I know that they're bringing on a separate design team for their interiors. In terms of timeline, I would leave that up to Todd to give an update on how long he thinks the restaurant would take to complete the construction.
Yeah, Carter, I think we're also just adding in, we're happy to stipulate that we'll provide the community board copies of everything to make sure that we are in compliance prior to occupying that space and utilizing that space.
Right. And I guess my last question, just because, I think as most people who dealt with some of these things, it's a little more complicated than it seems. And there are always other things that unfortunately come up. Is if you, because these are two different buildings, if you run into problems with one part, the 208 side, I guess you would still move forward. But what happens if the 206 is not moving at the same pace? How is that going to impact your application to the liquor authority?
We'd be building,
and
they would go at different paces. It's all.
we would be submitting as both of them together in one space, and the build out would be occurring at the same time, and we wouldn't open one side without the other. I mean, in our plan, just to be, we've engaged our local architect and design team. They're already beginning to work. Ideally, we're submitting with the city by November of this year, with a construction start probably in the spring of 2024. With our intent, obviously incentivized to open as soon as we can, would be in the fall or fourth quarter of next year.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to anticipate if there's a problem, if we can write it into our resolution, because as much as, this two different buildings, two different issues, whatever they may be. And I'm just trying to figure out, because if you can't open all of it, how's that going to play out?
Carter, if I may, it would be one lease for two spaces. So if it didn't work for one of the spaces, Uchi would exit the, both of the spaces. It wouldn't be one or the other.
I was thinking more sign-offs on one and then others delayed, as far as moving forward. That was my.
Yeah, well, they, the way the timeline would go, as I see it, they would file a partial one application for the ground floor and cellar only. And they would, on each building, and then they would do their construction, strive for TCO. And then if they're able to open the interior, the 208 side first, I imagine Todd would use that space as a restaurant and keep the doors closed to the, interior patio or interior courtyard adjacent to the space until such time as that space was ready to be opened. Todd, I wouldn't anticipate that you would use the courtyard space if the 208 side was not open yet, right? We're not ready to be operable.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we done with that? Okay.
Carter, did I answer all of your questions? I want to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, these types of projects are obviously complicated, and I just asking them now is the time, again, that we ask them, because people hit bumps and things don't get finished. And unfortunately, we see the result of that. And so, you know, we'd like to see things finished and these buildings on their way. And unfortunately, or depending on how you look at it, some of these DOB issues are no longer reviewed by the liquor authority, but that doesn't preclude them from having to follow the local regulations. And if somebody's signing a long-term lease and those don't get finished, you know, you kind of open yourself up to issues. So that's why I bring those up in detail at this point. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add that compliance for us, specifically for DOB, is extremely important. And as part of the lease, we incentivize the tenants in the form of credit to their rent to sign off of their applications. For us, it's very, very important. And the banks look at them now. And so, you know, we do the best we can to incentivize the tenants to close off and sign off their applications with the Department of Building. It's very important.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for your answers. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so I think anybody else from the committee have anything? No. Okay, so I just want to circle back with the music and the outside, just to button that up. If you're playing music in that, if you have small speakers in that enclosed cafe, but the skylights are open, would you not have the music playing?
Yes, we'll agree to close the skylights if music's playing, or vice versa, turn off the music if the skylights are open.
Okay. And yeah, I guess the other thing I'm concerned about is just the number of people and the noise from that number of people with the whole, if the skylights are open and that whole French doors is open, it's 200 and, you know, close to 200 people in there, and the sound traveling out from that. And you said you would close the skylights at 10 p.m.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Donna, hi, it's Marshall again. I just want to add to the sound. The history of the building was a old power plant building. The structure of the building is very strong. Even with the steel structure, we have 3 or 4 wythe of brick, which is very, very thick walls. The tenants prior to our construction specifically loved the building because of how soundproofed it was. For example, in one of the office spaces above, we had a tenant who produced movie trailers, and they loved that there was no remittance out of the space because to them their production was very secret. And we found the same characteristics in the cellar too. So I just thought it was valuable for you to understand the better color.
I think my concern is just more the glass and the open skylights and the open doors going out to the courtyard that they're proposing, and just the sound traveling from that more so than within the building confines itself.
Yeah, and for us too, you know, we've spoken with the tenant ad nauseum about possible noise traveling up to our office tenants above, and concern about that. So, you know, we share the same concerns.
That is the way the sound travels, is up. It's not so much out.
Yeah, so we share the same concerns. It's our goal to you know, completely minimize as best we can, or completely eliminate any noise traveling outside the space.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Okay, I think that does it on this one, right? Okay, thank you very much for coming in.
Is there, Donna, anything that you would like us to get back to you on? We can provide you some updated information, more photos.
Yeah, I mean, I think having the photos that show up above, and then I don't know what you do to clarify the DOB stuff. I don't know that there's anything you can do at this time with that. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Carter just signed up. I don't know if he's still there. If there's anything that he would visually want to see, we certainly want to work with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a lot of the things that are the concerns are things that you won't have until you go through this process and complete everything. I mean, I do think that you know, providing us everything, you know, showing that everything's compliant before you're opening is one thing that will be necessary.
We're definitely happy to stipulate to that. That's important for us. So we're happy.
I
Yeah.
think the view from up above, and then if anything comes out of our business session, Heather, we'll make sure to let you know.
Okay, yeah, just let
Okay.
us know. We would obviously love to come back before you guys versus a denial. We want to make sure we do this right with you guys. So
Okay.
again, if a site visit or something like that's beneficial, or if we can work with the design team to talk about the enclosure, just let us know. We want to make sure we're working with you guys and that this doesn't just, you know, move
Got it.
quickly past one meeting if you feel like we need to.
Okay, so you're willing to lay it over if you need to lay it over, is what?
Yes, yeah, we obviously wanted to have an opportunity tonight to answer any questions that you guys had, hear any concerns. If you feel like there's anything that you want clarification on, just let us know. We want to make sure we do it right.
All right, great. That
Okay,
sounds good. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Have a good night.
Thanks.
All right, the next application, hang on a second, is going to be the Wolf on 6 LLC, doing business as Balkan Street, 353 6th Avenue. If you're here on that, could you raise your hand? And did I inadvertently kick anybody off? I don't think so. Okay. Jason, could you turn on your camera?
Hello?
Hi, can you turn on your camera or?
Yeah, I haven't used Zoom in a while, so it's gonna make me restart it to
Oh,
turn it
okay.
on.
Okay, no, don't do that.
I
And
apologize for
is it
that.
just you who's here, or is the attorney here with you?
No, it's myself and Jason, my partner. We don't have our attorney present.
Okay, so who are you if you're not Jason?
I'm William.
Okay.
I'm one of the partners in the
I just
restaurant.
want to get it if you're speaking. I just want to make sure that
Sure.
you're picked up right. Okay, I have your name. So,
Jason should be here as well.
okay, hang on, let me see. Oh, wait, I see Jason. Okay, he didn't raise his hand. Let me pull him up. No, I'm having an issue. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna still, it's not for whatever reason. There we go. No, he's declining. Jason, can you, yeah. Let's see, now, you need to accept the invitation to be promoted? Yes, okay,
Sorry about that.
that's okay. Okay, so Jason, you got your camera on. So I think, let me just tell me, just in the effort of trying to have this go quickly. This is a restaurant wine license. And you have a little sidewalk cafe. This is really just a re-notification to us. You came originally in September in 2021, you signed stipulations, you did not move forward at that time. And then the lawyer re-notified us in July 2022, same, that you were moving forward then, so we waived your appearance. And now it's the same thing now, but we're asking you to come back because now it's been close to 3 years since you were first here. So we just want to, my understanding is that the principles are the same. The stipulations are the same. There's no change to that. And you've signed the stipulations, you've signed new stipulations for us. Your hours are 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. on Sunday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. You are a Balkan Southeast European restaurant with a full service restaurant with the full menu items open until closing every night. You will not be a lounge, tavern, or bar. You have 2 tables and 8 patron seats. There's no roadbed dining, and you're located on 6th Avenue. Where is it? Between West 4th and Washington Street, right?
Correct.
Let's see if there's anything else. There's no TVs, there's no operable doors and windows. The Sidewalk Cafe closes by 11 PM every night. There's no music outside. There's recorded background music only on the inside. And I believe that's everything. You're going to close your doors at 10 PM.
For the outside seating,
No, the outside seating was 11 PM.
correct. We originally were approved for 1 AM on the weekends.
Yeah,
Not for the outside seating,
not
but for the
out-
restaurant.
Right, for the restaurant, right. That's what, and you re-sign stipulations that say that Friday, 1 AM, Saturday, 1 AM.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think.
So
every-
nothing, just to be clear, nothing has changed since the original approval by CB2. The reason that we are here today and had to come back is because the space had issues with gas. We weren't able to get gas in the space nearly as easily as we thought that we would. We had to replumb the basement and find a new room for the gas meter. So this took a long time, and we weren't even sure at some point if we'd be able to open in that space with gas. So we had to go through the motions. We did eventually get it done, and we've now been open since late January. And so we're coming again before the board to reapprove the same exact plans that we had before.
Okay, so you're already open. You're just not without the liquor.
Exactly.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, does anybody from the committee have any questions? No. Okay, let me go. Does anybody from the public have anything on this? I see none. Thank you very much for coming in, and good luck.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, you
evening.
too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, the next application is going to be Astor Entertainment LLC, 163 Bleecker Street. If you could raise your hand.
Good evening, CB2.
Good evening, Mr. Bookman.
How are you, Donna?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. I just want to make sure Ofer Cohen
Yep.
is being promoted.
He's up here. He needs to turn on his camera. And Don Tone?
Yeah, Don Tone's our traffic consultant, so he ought to be promoted as well. And
He's
there
up
he is.
there. Both up there. I think we're waiting for Ofer to get his camera on.
Okay. Ofer, will you put your camera on?
Mike, okay.
There we go. His camera's on. All right, ready to go?
Yep.
All right. Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, although I know you all, I'm Max Bookman. I'm an attorney. My law firm is Pazetsky & Bookman, and it's nice to see you all again. Cormac, I haven't seen your face in a while. It's nice to see you. With me is Ofer Cohen. He is the principal of the applicant. He's also the owner of Cafe Wah, the historic music venue that needs no introduction. The premises that we're applying for a license is 163 Bleecker. That's a 2-story, single occupant building between Thompson and Sullivan on Bleecker Street. It was a modern Chinese restaurant for many years. It had an on-premises liquor license from 2013 to 2022. Although in 21, and the license went to 22, but in 21, there was the big fire that put them out of business, damaged the building. O'Fair is now coming in to put a new establishment in the building. It is a seated live music restaurant. It's a throwback to the types of music establishments that once made New York City the music capital of the world. Greenwich Village was the music capital of New York, and Bleecker Street was really the center of it all. So it's a throwback to that era. It's a dinner and a show restaurant. So it's not a standing music venue. It's open for shows and food. If there's no show, it won't be open. They're looking to cater to a slightly older crowd. No DJs, for example, no dancing. The type of music is going to be live music, rock and roll, R&B, jazz. The bands that are going to be playing are going to be original music, so they're not going to be doing cover bands. You know, you think about Cafe Wah, you know, Bob Dylan and Jimi Hendrix and Bruce Springsteen all played there before their careers took off. The goal is for the next Bruce Springsteen to play their show here before they take off. The floor plans we submitted really show it all. You could see the type of establishment it is. It's your classic, you know, restaurant setup, all organized around the stage where the music will be. 155 seats at tables, and there's 17 bar seats split up across 2 bars. There's a bar on the ground floor, and then there's a small mezzanine where there's a second bar where there's additional seating. So you could see sort of down to the stage from the mezzanine, you know, also seated. We submitted a amended questionnaire this morning. Our original questionnaire had 3 a.m. closing on weekends, and that's what they want, frankly. Many places in the area have that. Cafe Wah's license lets them go till 4, but we've preemptively, I mean, we're not naive. We thought there might be some pushback to that. And so just to get that out of the way, we preemptively reduced it to 2 a.m. on weekends, which is in line with what Cafe Wah does, even though they have the license till 4.
Weekend is Thursday to Saturday or Friday and Saturday?
Pardon me, Donna, I should have been more clear about that because Thursday is not a weekend, but we are including, so it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Gotcha.
2 a.m. Thanks for clarifying that. No outdoors, no sidewalk seating, no roadway seating, no operable windows. Nobody lives in this building. They've engaged sound engineers who've issued a report that we've submitted. We're going to follow their recommendations. They've engaged a traffic engineer who's issued a report. We're going to follow their recommendations. There's going to be dedicated staffing to help manage when people arrive and leave for shows. I'm sure you have questions. I will leave it at that at the moment, and we're happy to answer them.
Okay, I'm just going to start with a few basics. Is there any patron use of the second floor? Or is that just all office use?
That's all office. That's all office. The patron use is limited to the ground floor and the mezzanine.
Okay, so not the sub-cellar either.
Not the sub-cellar either.
Whatever it is, the basement. Okay.
The basement, yeah, pardon me, the basement.
Yeah. And lines, which direction will they form? How are you going to mitigate that? Can you just talk a little bit about that? Because I think that's going to be a concern.
We actually are open to your feedback on which direction to form them in. We haven't decided that level of granularity yet. We have been, part of the recommendations that have been made to us and that we intend to follow is that there will be a management of lines, and so that people are pushed up against the wall. There's going to be a maximum of 2 shows a night. Although I don't necessarily want to stick to that, but that's the idea. But we're open to feedback on which direction the line ought to go in.
Okay, I don't know if I have any. Did you reach out to the residents in the 2 buildings next door, 161 and 165?
We didn't formally meet with them. We did do pardon me, petition signatures. I lost the word for a moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm not sure. I don't know if I saw, I mean, there might have been one on there from that address. Okay, I think that's my questions. Other people from the committee, any questions? Carter, you got your hand up first.
Yeah, sorry, my internet's a little unstable, but as far as the lines, one of the things I think, we've been very open to a lot of applications here from our long-standing operators here who have good track records, but the geography here is a challenge, right? With being mid-block and at this location on Bleecker Street. And, you know, is there any way to do it better? You know,
Yeah.
as far as the people outside and, you know, there's a very, very, very unique situation at Cafe Wa that has been worked out over, I would assume, decades at this point, you know, of how the lines are managed for people. And but I don't know where you can line up 100 people here.
Yeah,
And
so
that's
sorry.
the big impact. Yeah. And then also just I'll do that first, and then I have another part as well.
Okay, so let me just address that. I'm going to respond to you, Carter, and then if Ofer, if there's anything you want to add to what I say, feel free. So Ofer is going to take the experience that he's had at Cafe Wa with the management of lines. We understand it's a slightly different situation here. Part of that is to our benefit in the sense that there is going to be dinner service. People aren't necessarily going to, you know, show up all at the same time, and they could be let in to their seat on a rolling basis. So it's not like, you know, doors open at 9, let's say, and everyone is just completely, you know, out on the street at 9, and then at 9 everyone gets let in. What we've anticipated is that we will have people showing up earlier before the show actually starts to begin their dinner. So there's a bit of a rolling aspect to it, Carter, which we anticipate will address the line in some aspect. That combined with the dedicated individual will be responsible for lining people up, maintaining order on the sidewalk, as has been done at Cafe Wa. You know, is the plan. Ofer, anything to add, or did I cover it all?
You did cover everything. If I may add, we are adding a small lobby in the front of the building. It's not going to be a very large lobby, but it's definitely going to help us accommodate part of the line that is coming in to the show. As Max mentioned, it's going to be open for dinner. So our assumption is that a lot of people are going to show up earlier than the show and come in, not in one time. They all just going to stagger in fashionably order.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, my concern is sort of rooted in the built environment, and it's not just the current makeup, but I think the space next door, you know, is set up for another large establishment, and it's already built. And that's at 159. And you know, so if that's, you know, if things move forward in this direction, that space is also already there, and this becomes overwhelming, you know. And so and while, you know, people can view it as a first come, first serve, you know, situation, I just have concerns that with another big monster space, I'm just trying to see if I can see if there's, you know, what the occupancy numbers are there, but it's a big occupancy, I think, next door. So I just concerned about that. And it's nice to hear the dinner component, which is a little bit different, you know, than the other places in the area. And then I guess that's just one thing. And then the other is, you know, this was a 5-alarm fire here because the fire trucks couldn't get here, you know, and that's a testament to the density of places, to the traffic. There's a video actually on YouTube that you can go and watch that just shows the fire trucks not being able to get here. And, you know, and fire blowing out the back of this building, having to cut down, people not even moving, sitting on the street, all the sheds everywhere, and, you know, is adding in another non-existing large venue like this safe. And this space is testament to the as-built environment, the fire department not being able to get there. And
Carter, Oh, so, I mean, your comments are thoughtful as always. I would just have two brief responses to them. On the safety component, I think all of us will have to leave it to the experts at the various agencies that will have to inspect this premises, the Department of Buildings, the fire department, to ensure that it's safe, et cetera. And we'll obviously have to comply with any directives that they make in order to reopen it. And so I would defer to their judgment. And on the first come, first serve question, I mean, that's what I was going to say, which is, I think that's how the Liquor Authority would views these types of, prospective, legitimate, but prospective concerns as well, is that we have to deal with what's in front of us. And if there's the next application, you'll have to deal with that on its terms based on what's already been approved, not what may come down the road at some unknown time.
Yeah, I mean, the safety and experts, we have a real life example of a small restaurant. It burned down. It was a 5-alarm fire. The fire trucks couldn't get there. The built environment's the same.
I hear your point on that, but again, we're going to defer to the FDNY that's going to have to reinspect this place.
Link it to the video, and it's one of the most astounding videos that you'll see, capturing the spectacle of a business, burning down, and people not even moving for the fire department coming in, cutting the locks and forcing entry into the building, and then has fire blowing out the back and it turning into a 5-alarm fire and nobody can get there. This is the example, Max, by the way, of why outdoor dining is so dangerous in these congested areas. And you have an application of a non-built space that you're building a performance venue in that, has even higher occupancy. So and this is just a point, because this is an example in our community of the impacts of all these different aspects. And as we weigh, a liquor license here, we look at the density in the area, and this is not, anything to do with OFER, with the applicant, with the plan. It's just simply the density in this area and why it's not safe. And so I just bring that up because, to me, when this happened, it was astounding. And, that this fire trucks are backed up everywhere, hodgepodge coming down all our streets, structures everywhere, nobody can pull by. You can't get any new trucks in the area that are necessary. You have the back of the blocks. So I just bring that up because this is the real life example, and it's in front of us now. So now we have an opportunity to discuss it. So,
well, yeah, I mean, look, there's no outdoor dining being proposed here. I hear what you're saying about the outdoor dining. I think my only response on that is that, we are going to have to defer to the experts on it. I understand it was traumatic what happened. I think, in large respect, and I think your comments illustrate this, Carter. I mean, you could say that based on, you could make that comment in reference to any potential replacement use of this premises. I'm not confident that the Liquor Authority, in evaluating, your comment to them, is going to look, so far beyond the four corners of the premises to that, concern, which is a good faith concern, but I think ultimately, speculative.
Well, traffic and traffic is one thing that caused that problem. The density of existing licenses, the impact on the existing community of noise. I mean, this has all the elements. I mean, I wouldn't agree with you on that a 500-foot case looks at. And that's the issue that just really just jumps out at me. And I just say that because this is what we're faced with on a number of different, not too many, but in our community, that is one of the most densely licensed communities. And what we're doing is weighing what's here and what can be here. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Carter.
I mean, the fire trucks couldn't get here, Max, because there's too much crap all over the streets.
Yeah, look, we all, everyone knows where this community board as a board stands on the subject of outdoor dining. And, and so I don't think it's valuable to sort of litigate that general concern.
Where is that stance? What is our stance?
Well, I mean, you've issued resolutions, or at least one that I recall in the past, that was very adverse to roadway dining. And you know, and so, I mean, I don't,
what that we were adverse to.
well, you know what your resolution said. I mean, and these are some of the concerns. The concerns that were in that resolution are some of the concerns that you're raising here. My only point is that I don't think this application is really the forum for me to persuade you away from those deeply held concerns that you have about roadway dining.
You know, the concern is movement. And that's what, when you have a single lane road and you have a full, you know, just a regular, you know, fire department response, 2 ladders, 3 engines, and, you know, whatever, a battalion chief, and they pull up. How are you going to get the ladders in there when you can't even move?
I'm not a firefighter, and with all due respect, neither are you. And we're going to
Right, and
we're going to defer to what the experts
our local.
We're going to defer to what the experts in the fire department and the Department of Buildings direct in their inspections of this premises.
But no, but the concern I'm raising is on the streets, and our local battalion chiefs have raised this.
Well, and yes, and by the way, and they have, I'm not sure if it's in your local battalion, I can't speak to that, but I'm aware of specific instances where local battalions have issued letters to holders, to businesses that have roadway dining structures, telling them that they have to remove them or change the size in order to address the type of concern that you have. I don't know if that's happened here, but that is something that we've seen.
Okay.
I was just going to add something very quickly.
Something about the traffic. Yep.
Regarding traffic, and whenever we work with applicants in CB2 specifically, we understand the particular concern. The first question you concern is how many additional for-hire vehicles are going to be generated, and what kind of contribution to congestion is that going to create. I'm not familiar with the circumstances around the fire. I'm familiar that there is a fire hydrant right in front, and there's no parking in the immediate frontage of the facility. But the one thing that we do emphasize to the applicants before they come to Community Board 2 is that they really need to take responsibility for not what's going on internal to their venue, but things that are going on out front of their venue, on the sidewalk, along the curb, and even in the roadway to the maximum extent possible. And there's 3 sensitive conditions here. There's the arrival. We're going to assume, you know, a 2-show evening on a Thursday or Saturday night. There's 3 sensitive scenarios. There's the arrival for the first show. There's the overlap between shows, and then the departure for the later evening show. And I think one of the most important keys that we've emphasized to the applicant is that he needs to have this designated traffic management liaison that's going to be that single point of contact for the community. It's going to be accessible to the community and the local police, and any concerns or issues that arise, that can be documented, addressed immediately. And he can return to the community board as needed to report on how well the frontage is being managed. And then the second part of that too is that he needs to have a strong visible presence out front during those sensitive conditions to discourage all of the concerns that are raised typically by this community board. And you mentioned one of it about maximizing internal space to help accommodate some of that queuing internally to the lobby. It's important for him to be able to schedule the events to avoid the overlaps and make sure how much time does he need to turn over the early show to the late show, and make sure that, like, when people start arriving for the late show, they can come right in because the venue is ready. He needs to schedule that. And he discussed a lot about elevating all those quality of life concerns about the noise and the cleanliness and the honking and making sure that any drop off and pickups are done in a very expeditious manner.
Okay. Cormac?
You're muted, Cormac.
Yeah, so I don't know what the construction's done since the rebuild after the fire, but I seem to remember that Uncle Ted's had operable windows, at least from that mezzanine level and things. I just want to be clear, are there operable windows in the space? And if so, are they going to be kept closed during business hours?
We are, in the rebuilding of the space, we are not going to have operable windows. That's completely inconsistent with the environment that they want. It's not recommended by the sound engineer. We're not going to have it.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else for the committee right now before I go to the public? Okay, is there anyone here from the public on this application? See a few people.
Okay,
Okay, Pete, go ahead.
thank you, Pete Davies. I'm just curious I'm confused. On the application, on the premises page or the questionnaire. In the middle of the page says, what is the proposed occupancy? And the answer is N/A. No outdoor seating. The question is, what is the proposed occupancy? No answer. So also, I know you're saying no outdoor, but there is a roof deck planned for the new structure that has been approved, I guess, by the Landmarks Preservation Commission. Second floor, it says employees only. What is the concerns that would, for the other buildings in the immediate area, just raises a question. So throwing that out there for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Okay, let me go to Jeffrey Rowland.
Hi, I'm concerned about the deck. I think it's unnecessary. If employees only are going to use it, I would say you should just simply not have it, because I can imagine easily that performers will occasionally sneak up there for a cigarette, and the doors will be open and closed, and it just is a bad idea, as it's not needed and not needed in your business to use. But otherwise, I'm a bit of a musician and a fan of music, and I kind of would like to see another performance space on Bleecker Street. I know that many don't like that, but I'm basically in favor of it. I just think you have to modify it down so that there's absolutely zero exposure to the adjacent buildings or the rooftop, and absolutely nothing out in front. And you should try very hard to speak to your adjacent businesses to have them clean up their act, so that you can have the support that I'm willing to give you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here from the public that wants to speak on this?
I just want to make a comment about.
Okay, one second. We'll let her see if anyone else from the public.
Go ahead.
But Ofair is going to address the deck in 1 second. I just wanted to address the Mr. Davies' comment about the occupancy number. This has actually always been we've always had a bit of a bee in our bonnet with the way the CB2 questionnaire is organized on this issue. We're never sure what you're asking there. We always interpret it based on the preceding question that you're asking about what the occupancy of the outdoor area is, especially because, like 2 or 3 lines down from that, you ask what the maximum occupancy of the premises is. I think it could be made a little more clear, but as we say 2 lines down, the maximum occupancy of the premises is 198. That's, that includes service staff, et cetera. It's now Ofair, if you'd please, about the outdoor space, which is by the way, which is not part of the licensed premises, but we included it on the floor plans because we knew you'd want to know about it. Go ahead, Ofair.
Well, thank you for the support. And I just want to emphasize that the deck is just for employees to service the HVAC units and all the mechanicals that, based on what we do with Landmark, we're going to have to put all the mechanicals at the back of the roof. Currently, they have a small ladder that goes up to the roof, and we didn't think it was safe if you need to service those. Based on the new code of DOB, we're supposed to have something that's called green roof. We are not going to use any part of that roof deck for anybody to hang out. It's just going to be for service people that needs to service the equipment.
So
you,
Ophir, the concern that the community board is going to have is that staff are going to smoke cigarettes out there and be loud and things like that. So can we stipulate that it's only accessible for maintenance people to service the HVAC or other mechanical units?
Absolutely.
okay. All right, I think that, does anybody else from the committee have anything further?
So just for clarity, Donna, the previous licensee here, the occupancy was less than 74. I think the tables were in the 60s. So this is 3 times the size of that space. And then I think you guys had first come here in January of 2022 was when we got our first notice on the space. And then I believe the applicant has also purchased the building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So the space is being built triple the occupancy and seating than what was here before. And I mean, and I'm just saying, you know, that's weighing against, you know, this area's traditional use is, you know, with live music, it's certainly consistent with that. But I mean, it is a significant increase in the number of patrons coming into the area, et cetera, which is one of the main criteria as far as density of the licensed premises in the area. So
Carter, I'll take that comment and respond to it. You know, one of the chapters in the story of the death of live music in New York City has been the economics of it. You know, we need to be able to put more people in here than what Uncle Ted's did in order to make this work. I do think there's a compelling public interest argument in favor of additional live music venues on Bleecker Street, which has a historic tradition of live music venues. Obviously, the mayor is in support of additional live music venues, and so, you know, not to discount or discredit, you know, the comment you've made. I mean, it's true that we are going to be increasing the occupancy, but that is in service of what we firmly believe is a compelling public interest argument. Public interest reason.
And just so you know, the board is not in opposition to outdoor dining, as you so insinuated, which is why I was asking you what our position is.
Well, I didn't mean to misrepresent. I honestly, if I misrepresented, I retract that. My honest recollection of your resolution was that you were in opposition to roadway dining. But if I'm wrong about that, then I'm sorry.
Well, we're in opposition to it in dense areas such as this, where there's 1-lane roadways which pass through. And I don't know if you come to Bleecker Street regularly, but for those of us who do go down it, you know how many cars it takes to stop the traffic on Bleecker Street? 1. You know how many garbage trucks it takes to stop the traffic? 1. You know how many garbage trucks go down there every night later in the evening? A whole lot. You know, and this is just the impacts that I'm saying when there's no room to maneuver around, even with the parking regulations, which are no parking, I believe it's either after 11 or midnight on one side of the street. You know, that created the maneuverability in the past. And that's one of the things of just all the density plus the outside plus lack of movement. These are the impacts that the 500-foot rule actually has in place to weigh, which is the impact on the existing noise. It's the impact on the movement of people, on the impact of traffic. And so as we weigh this, I'm just pointing this out, and, you know, and I think that, you know, the track record here of the applicant is certainly one that is good, but this is also a mid-block space and something to just discuss, you know, but we can't deny the reality of what has happened here. In what before outdoor dining, there was a lot more movement. And if you just go and look at MacDougal Street, it's a nightmare. It is closed by the police department at night. And you know, and that's and there's illegal parking down the bike lane in a row of sheds down the other side, and there's nowhere to get anywhere. And these are dangerous areas. And so it's not just this applicant, it's the condition of the whole community that I'm concerned about. And you can't look at it in a vacuum. And that's just my biggest concern here.
To respond to that, I mean, no doubt you have multiple factors to balance here. That's what you're doing. That's what the State Liquor Authority is going to do. Commissioner Fan, commonly says that her job is all about balancing various interests, and there are interests to balance here. So I'm not going to take away from the comments you've made, Carter. I do think that there is a lot on the other side of that scale as well. You've addressed some of them, the applicant's qualifications. I've addressed some, what I think is sort of a well-recognized need for more live music venues in a place that has historically had them. I do think ultimately the balance when focusing on this at particular location does weigh in favor of public interest. Obviously, I mean, we've gone back and forth on this in this hearing. You may have a different opinion, but I certainly think there's public interest here for the reasons that I've articulated. And I don't think, I don't see it as looking at the application in a vacuum. I see it as, I don't think the task is to, fault the applicant in your 500-foot analysis for, based on speculative concerns, the speculation that you've raised about, future fire safety and maneuverability. I really do think we have to trust the experts on that.
I'm just going to come in with my 2 cents on this. Is you're putting, and this is and I do know, this is nothing against the applicant. It's against, you've got a mid-block space with a lot of people coming in, right, for a timed event, which means a lot of cars, even if it's dinner and they're staggering, and to what Mr. Tone said about, between the 2 shows, with 2 large residential buildings right next to you. So there's not, somewhere there needs to be places for people to wait and stand. I appreciate the lobby area and the bar area. And I appreciate knowing that there's no standing 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. But I live in meatpacking, and they changed the signs to no standing everywhere. And I still cannot pull up in front because all the black cars are always in the no standing and nobody pushes them away. And the one in front of the fire hydrant, I realized, is allowed to sit there because they're sitting in their car and they can move, and this parking signs don't apply to them. So taking some of the other outdoor dining issues away from this, I personally have concerns about a timed large venue mid-block and what that traffic is going to do. And then in regards to all the other establishments that are already there, where the mid-block doesn't give you a lot of flexibility to do a whole lot of things with either the people and then the cars coming over. And I appreciate that people, you can have security out there telling them to move on. We all know what the black cars do and don't do, and all of that. So I'm just going to double back on that and just say that's one of the things when I'm thinking about that, I'm just going to wait because it is what it is, where it is.
Fair enough, Donna, fair enough. And I appreciate that feedback. I mean, we recognized the concerns that we anticipated the concerns that you've raised. And, that's why we've done our very best to treat the traffic situation as seriously as possible. And we think we have gone a long way in towards presenting a plan that may not go all the way to addressing your concerns, but we think goes a long way. And so I don't know if we can, completely overcome your concerns, but we have put a great deal of thought to this. Look, the building to the right of this premises, was the old Circle in the Square place from 1959 to 2004, and there were a lot taxis were dropping people off in New York City then as well. And
time with less black cars and I'm just saying
maybe less black cars, but lots of yellow cabs. And
but they didn't sit there all night. They moved on to keep going. That's the problem. They sit there.
And we have a plan to address that, as Don mentioned. And so I hear you, but I do think the applicant has really gone taken great efforts here to do their very best, given the reality of the space, to address the concerns. And look, yes, we can't help the fact that the building is mid-block, but one of the things that is really one of the virtues, I think, of this application is that nobody lives in this building. And of course, we know that's always a concern. I mean, sure, we could, yes, I know on either side, but you got to give that to us. I mean, yes, we could find a building perhaps where you don't have this issue, this acute concern about traffic, but there's always going to be something else. It could be in a building that is got residential right above. And so, we take the buildings as they come. We do think there are virtues to this building for this particular use in this particular location, which is a historic home for, for live music in the city. And I think that's the best, best answer I can give to your concerns.
Good answer, good answer. Okay, I think anybody else, anything?
I just wanted to just note something that a 5-alarm fire, and this list may be outdated, involves a response of 20 engines, 11 ladder trucks, 6 battalion chiefs, a rescue company, a squad company, a RAC unit, whatever other special units, the field comm truck. That's what responded to our neighborhood, and they were blocks away. And so that's just my point of the impact on our community and not being able to move around. And it's not speculation. That's what happened.
Well, and you could say, you could say that though. You could say that for any application at this location. You could say that anywhere. I mean, the concerns that you've highlighted about, I'm just to repeat your words, or paraphrase them. All of, I think you said all of the stuff or the crap on the sidewalks, on the streets that are causing congestion. I mean, you could raise that concern about literally any location within your community district. And it's not to say that I'm not looking to undermine or invalidate that concern, but this premises will be inspected by the fire department, and we will not be able to operate it unless the expert agency with expertise in fighting fires, which is not you or me or anybody else in this virtual room, signs off on it and deems it safe to occupy. And I think we have to go by that.
And so my last question is, how many premises are there here with full on-premise liquor licenses within 500 feet?
I'm sure it's a significant number, Carter, and that's obviously one of the things that you and the liquor authority is going to have to weigh in determining whether there's public interest to have some more live music in New York.
Okay, Cormac, did you put your hand down because we're done?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, I really appreciate this discussion. It was very informative and terrific on all sides. Thank you, Max. I thank you, Carter. But I'd like to move on. I think we have a lot to do yet.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. I think that does it for tonight.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Nice seeing you, and I'll see you all on Thursday.
Okay.
At least some of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, okay, the next application is going to be 357 West Broadway LLC, doing business as Caviar Cafe. If you could raise your hands. Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, so let's see. We have Terry and Kenneth Crum is with you as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay.
I've heard this a number of times, so you can do a shorter synopsis.
I'm gonna do very short, Donna, very short. We originally made this application to the board as a full on-premise license. But then due to representations on how long construction would take, we switched to an RW license because in that case, we could move quickly on that. Now it has come clear construction is going to take much longer than anticipated, so we are back to an on-prem license. The restaurant hours are 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. each night. There's no dancing, no live music, no DJ, no promoters, no outdoor area, no televisions, and no events with cover fees. Only background music. There are 28 tables with 122 seats. There are 2 bars with 14 stools. The premise will be soundproofed, and it does have an ADA bathroom. We are willing to agree to all the stipulations that were agreed to. When we approved for the RW application, the only difference here now is that we simply want to be able to craft cocktails like we had originally anticipated when we very first time we submitted the application. We'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so what we had last time, well, my first question, did you go back and talk to the Block Association again or no?
We contact, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, we reached out to the Block Association just to inform them that we were going back up against the community board. I reached out to Mary Evans twice. I did not hear back from her. We also did forward along that we did neighborhood outreach for the 2-block radius, which was really lovely. I got to meet all of the operators in the neighborhood. There were a couple people that were not present on the date that we did that pass through. But since then we have contacted people on either side of us. And through this community board meeting, we even heard about our neighbor at 359.
There we go. Okay, and so the stipulations that you would sign, your hours were 12 to 12. We had last call is 11 p.m. each night. Is that still okay?
Nothing's changed. The only thing, and I'm not sure if there's a reason for it, we seem to be listed as Open Streets program, and we had said from the very beginning that we were not participating and we were not requesting outside seating either. And
Okay.
then, of course, the initial stipulations that said we would not be using the outside terrace still holds.
Okay, so I think there was something checked off in maybe the 30-day, and I noticed that too, and I noticed your questionnaire said none. So there is no outdoor seating. There's nothing on that terrace or
No.
anything like that.
No, not at all.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have any questions on that? Well, okay.
I'd like to know if Carrie is in witness protection.
Is there anybody here from the?
Sorry for the lighting.
I don't see any hands. And Mr. Crum, what is your role in this? Just since you're here and you've been here all evening, you might as well get to speak for a minute and say how you fit into this.
I'll be running the restaurant on the 1st and the 3rd floor.
Okay.
Right. Or the cocktail lounge.
Okay. Okay. I think that does it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. I hope you get this done. Huh. Okay, the next application is going to be Sunset Select, 173 Elizabeth Street. If you could raise your. Good evening, Mr. Palillo.
Hello, Donna. Cormac. Carter.
And we have Oliver Stum on here. If he could turn on his.
Yes, do you hear me? Do you hear me?
We can't see you. Can we see you too?
Sometimes that's an advantage.
No. Hold on. I don't know how to do that.
There you go. You did it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Very good. Thank you. Shall I start, or Frank, do you want to say something?
Has Donna admitted everyone?
Yep, I think that is it. As far as I see, it's just the two of you. Is there someone else I should be looking for?
Yes, our chef Martin is running down to the basement to join us,
Okay, and
I believe.
so what is the name? Martine is what I should be looking for?
Yeah, Martin.
Okay, I will when.
But we can start, I can start without him, I guess.
Okay.
My name's Oliver. I'm been living in this neighborhood for 25 years. I'm the owner and operator of Cafe Select and Rint and Tin, for those who don't know. And I guess that's my reputation for the neighborhood. probably some of you are thinking, why do I want to open a space that's nestled between the wine therapy store in Rin Tin Tin on Elizabeth Street that's only 300 square feet? Why would I do that when I already have 2 restaurants? Well, to lead up to why I want to do that is during the pandemic, I met a fellow. His name was Martin. He was a catering chef. We got introduced. We spoke for about 7 minutes. He asked if I had a temporary job for him. I said yes. You can come to Rin Tin Tin and help me improve the food. He came to Rin Tin Tin and improved the food considerably and became kind of like a little rock star at our restaurant. And only much later did I find out that Mr. Martin Nunez, our chef at Rin Tin Tin, did all these things in his career that I had no idea of, because I just hired him after a 5-minute conversation. So he cooked for Aretha Franklin. He cooked for Obama. He's worked for San Andreas. He worked for all these places. He has an incredible history. And the problem is he, I think, only sleeps like 2-3 hours a day or something, because he goes home and then he paints pictures and plays his bass guitar or something. And he does all these things. So he's under challenged right now. And I don't want to lose him. So I need to give him his own chef's table. And that's what we're talking about here at 173 Elizabeth Street. This 300 square foot space would be for, used in various different kind of formats. The main format being a chef's table for Chef Martin Nunez.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Give me 1 second to promote him. He just logged on.
Yeah. And we would also use the space as a wine bar. We would also use the.
Mr. Nunez, you have to accept being promoted. Yes, okay, go right ahead. He's coming on. Yep.
Okay, so yeah, we can use this space as an annex to Rin Tin Tin. We can use this space as a wine bar. The idea of this space is that no open windows. You can't even see inside. It's very, very small. It's for private dinners, or if we don't have a private dinner scheduled, it would be for, 2 tops that are having a small fare and a glass of wine or a cocktail. That's the idea of the space. So it has these 3 functions for us. And the main function is that this is Chef Martin's chef's table space, where he can entertain the guests and has something to do, because he's under challenged right now in my other venue.
Okay, and so what are the hours?
I was just going to mention, it's 20 seats, it's 4 bar stools. It's 11 p.m. closing during the week, 1 a.m. on the weekends.
Yes.
Opening at 5 daily.
Okay.
And Donna's question from before, you were defining the weekends as?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, yes.
Which is not actually a weekend, but so you want 1 a.m. on Thursday as well, okay.
Yes, Thursday's the new Friday.
Thursday's the new Friday.
Now, community board 2.
Okay, so then, let's just clarify how this is going to operate. It's a chef's table, although the layout seems to be more various tables, so it's not just one table. So I mean, it doesn't, to me, it's not laid out like a private dining room or a chef's table, the layout that was given to us.
Yes.
So let me go through. So I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to work on a daily basis for the public to know what it is and for our committee to understand what it is. So if you could clarify that based on what I'm looking at and what you just said, that would help me.
Okay, if you look at the plans, for instance, on the left-hand side, you see a very long banquette with two tops. That's where we can put a communal table and fit up to 14 people with one long banquette table. So we're going to have those two options there to have a very long table as a communal table, and that would be the chef's table. Also, we don't want we don't want people to look inside, so there will be no open windows. There will be something that you cannot really see inside, basically. We're not changing the storefront at all. The chef will be there most of the nights, obviously. So because that's what he wants to engage with the people.
And so then will it serve dinner every night? Because then you said more of a wine bar. So then I'm trying to just, can people make reservations or walk-ins come in?
People will be able to make reservations. Walk-ins will be possible unless it's a private dining situation where somebody rented the space, for, let's say, 15 people.
And so if they did that, then you wouldn't be using the banquettes. You would just have less people in the place.
Yes.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And how often do you anticipate doing that?
The private dining?
We've gone through this with other applicants, but if it's closed, lots of times with restaurants that they close down, they don't do it, regularly. This sounds like this is more what you're hoping to do. So I'm trying to understand that. Is it?
So we get a lot of email requests right now for, birthday dinners, private dinners, dinners for 12 people, dinners for 15 people. We cannot seat those people at Rin Tin Tin, which is next door. So we would anticipate to have at least 4 to 5 such dinners per week.
So 4 to 5 nights a week,
Yes.
you anticipate closing the restaurant for private dinners?
Yes.
Okay.
So it could be 2 seatings on a Friday night. It could be 1 seating on a Thursday night, 1 seating on a Saturday night.
Why 2 seatings on Friday and 1 seating on Thursday and Saturday?
Well, for some reason, everybody in every email we get always has their birthday on Friday or Saturday. So the population only was born on Friday and Saturday for some reason. So what we do is we do an early and a late seating because they all want to do it on Friday for some reason.
Friday. Okay. And then where is the kitchen located here?
There is no kitchen. There's a prep kitchen in the next to the bar.
So how is he going to be preparing his full food menus for his private diners?
That's where the artist of Martin comes in. He will prepare certain things in the afternoon and then bring it in. And then he has created one menu that we have provided with the dishes he can make. We're talking about somebody who can make scrambled eggs with an espresso machine in 30 seconds. We're talking about someone who knows how to make things with a toaster oven, a convection flat, what are they called? Those flat top electric things.
Bunsen burner?
Sorry?
Like a Bunsen burner?
Yeah, almost. Yeah, exactly. So he can make all those things. The menu we've provided, he can provide 10 menus like that in 1 hour. That's how fast and how many ideas this has coming out of his ears.
Donna, I asked the same question, and I was assured by Martin himself that everything that's on that menu he can turn out of that food prep area.
Well, because a lot of it's cold.
Yes.
I mean, so, but what are we doing in the winter? And I mean, this, I'm not so sure how this works for a private dining, dinner experience. I'm just putting, I really
We-
don't.
We can ask him, but let me just say, this guy has done private dinners for 15 people in from the Hamptons to Mexico City, in tents with nothing. He knows how to make something out of nothing. He can pre-cook things at home if he has to and bring it in.
He can't pre-cook them at home, and he can't pre-cook them in Rin Tin Tin, because you have to be able to work self-sufficiently in the space that we are licensing here. So, you know, he can't be doing that elsewhere. He needs to be doing that here for people.
Wait a minute, Donna. If
Yeah.
he wants to prep everything in Rin Tin Tin during the day and finish it at this location, he can.
I'm not so sure about that, Frank. I think this needs to operate as an independent business from Rin Tin Tin. I mean.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but just 1 second, please. I don't
Yeah,
wanna
yeah,
get to
no
the
problem.
menu
No problem.
Right now. This is an independent business. You are coming, you know, it's not an adjoined business. It's an
Nope.
independent business, an independent license, independent books and everything else.
Yes.
So how does that work? Is he renting the space from Rin Tin Tin to prepare the meals at Rin Tin Tin?
I mean, for instance,
I would really, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would really like to explain this situation, which for me, being a chef, is a little bit easier to maybe explain or for you to understand. Can I for one sec?
Yes, go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so when we came up with this idea to have what my boss Oliver explained, it was all based on make something very easy for everybody. Meaning, as we explained before, we have a just limited space at Rin Tin Tin, and for that reason, because it's a very busy restaurant, I have to step out of the kitchen, meaning hands on, because literally there is no space. So for me, and I'm very happy to make this happen. The food, when you ask about winter, in winter, everybody eat a charcuterie and a cheese plate. Everybody can eat a ceviche, for instance, a crudo, or something that it doesn't really need a lot of prep or cooking involved. So when I first came up with the menu that we present, I came up with this idea of only perform this first opening menu, for instance, on a little space, and I only need to have a counter space, a refrigeration, of course, and some little tools like a toaster or like an induction heater, just to to do minor prep. But it's the place is not planned to be main courses. We're not planning about having stews and hot soups, even though we can do that on an induction. Everything is possible food-wise to perform on a little space for the amount of seats that we're planning to have, for only be operated by one person, which be me.
So in order, okay, so let me just interrupt. In order, and I appreciate
Yes.
what you said, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
Liquor authority, you need to have a full kitchen to have a restaurant license. So if you do not have a full kitchen, you need a full kitchen. I mean, this is why half the sushi places have tavern wine licenses instead of restaurant license, even though they're restaurants. So that's.
This is an on-premises liquor license.
That's my point, Frank. You don't have a full kitchen. We need.
This is an on-premises liquor license. This is the same license that a tavern would have or a restaurant would have.
Well, but
as long as I can turn out the food in that food preparation area, I don't need a full kitchen.
For a
I
tavern.
understand you're saying restaurant.
For a tavern.
I've done this in
The
working
liquor
in a-
authority is going to look at this, I believe, like it's a tavern license. That's like they do with the sushi places. They look at it like it's a tavern license. I'm just.
It's a restaurant. It's a restaurant, and that food prep area will be sufficient to sustain this license.
No, I mean, he just said he can't make a full meal. He can make this type of a meal, but
We are not planning, we're planning to have a simple bites and simplified food. I've done it in Spain for over a year, cooking only with a toasted oven in a hot blender. And I used to be able to come up with a lot of bites that even, let's say New York City has a very extreme winter, but once you're inside, you have a big heater, so you can eat ice cream, because I sell a lot of ice cream during winter on winter.
forget what I said about the winter and the ceviche. A lot of people.
Yeah, yeah.
Ceviche
Uh-huh.
in the winter. That was
Yeah.
a mistake for me to say that.
No,
but-
I was just trying to explain that, what is the point, what are we looking at? Yeah.
But I just don't, this does not read to me like a private dinner. People that are calling Rin Tin Tin and want to come from a private dinner party, this is not how this is reading to me. I'm just saying that, I mean, it's an interesting concept, but.
I mean, there's many times where Chef Martin has gone to people's apartments and cooked for them straight in their apartment with whatever instruments he had. There are catering kitchens that one can rent. If there would be a dinner party who says we want, a roast, and he can't prepare that in the venue, he can go to a catering kitchen and do it there.
What I'm reviewing is an application for a restaurant that
Yeah.
has. private
Donna,
dining.
just
Go ahead, Carter.
the documents that we have say it's a tavern. That's what the 30-day notice is, minimum food requirement, and then our questionnaire says it's a restaurant. That's just what we got. So which one is it?
It's a restaurant.
Because I don't mean to argue, but I would rather, if this moves forward, that it move forward without issue.
Mhm.
And we've seen these kicked back to us. And Frank, you've much more experience in that, but we've seen this stuff kicked back and people saying, oh, we need to re-notify you. The kitchen, we have to send a new 30-day notice. It gets kicked back. It takes however many more months to process. And I just.
I'll tell you what.
For instance, I was the opening chef of a very small, cute restaurant in South First and Roadway in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and they're still operating for about close to 10 years. They only operate with 2 induction flat tops, just for a pan, and they have a toasted oven. They have a full menu also. And they have a full liquor license, of course. So I'm not really sure how that works in terms of what you need, if it's electric or if you need the hood. But for instance, that restaurant operates with a full menu, and they only use 2 electric appliances and 1 toasted oven. They do everything there. All they have is counter space, refrigerator, and these 3 items I'm talking about.
I was raising the point I was raising before. Oliver, it's good to see you again. It's been a while. Chef Martin, I think, we're getting hung up on some of the nuances of this particular thing, but it is what we need is words to detail whatever it is. I think Donna brought up a good point about wherever is the prep happening. That's her concern, because that's running.
The menu will be so small that the prep area will be.
Yeah, but I just want to back up for a second. Our concern is running 2 businesses together. So it's actually one long business is when they're next door. This is not our first rodeo with this. And so I was very compelled with what Oliver was saying, with the description here, but I think that, Donna's concern is the extension of Rin Tin Tin. The description we have on the questionnaire is this is a place for people to wait or whatever to go to Rin Tin Tin unless there's a private party. I might be summarizing. I'm just trying to get through the different things here. And so are there concerns from the committee if we could figure out ways that this could maybe be a little bit more on the tavern side? If it's going to move forward, I don't want this to get hung up. I mean, Frank, do you think that's necessary?
I was going to say, why don't we just call it a restaurant featuring small bites? There are tapas restaurants all over the city that have the same type of. It's not really what we want to do, but if we're going to characterize it, we could characterize it as that. It's
I'm
not a
just
tavern.
looking at the
A
paperwork.
tavern's a bar. It's not a tavern.
Frank, I'm just looking at the paperwork that was submitted to us. I'm not,
No, I'm not arguing with you, Carter.
but
it's not a bar. It's really not a bar.
Okay. I'm not sure,
I
because
don't
to
think Oliver-
Carter's point, they may push you back as we go through this with the sushi places that don't have a full kitchen. It's happened more than once, and they come in as a restaurant and then they get pushed back because they don't have the full kitchen. So
We do have a lot of clients at Rin Tin Tin, for instance, not because it's just next to 173. Elizabeth is, for instance, we have a lot of people that they come for small bites. Yes, that's a real thing. There's a lot of young people. We do have a lot of people, and to the point that sometimes, for instance, at Rin Tin Tin, we like to have a window of people that come for dinner, because a lot of people, they just come for appetizers and stuff. So this place, especially because it's going to be running only by me, because I really miss a kitchen to play with. It will be small bites. Yes.
So a tavern wine license that is operating as a tavern, a tavern, an on-premise tavern license that's operating with small bites as a restaurant?
All I need to perform I can come up with I can come up with any kind of menu with only using 2 or even 1 induction plate, 1 toaster oven, and a refrigerator. I can do magic with that. And I can come up with a full menu at any time. I did this menu thinking about the opening because and thinking about summer thing, but that's literally for the amount of seats that the place will have, and only operated by me, will only be a beautiful small bites. You can consider that small bites. Let's say you can have 1, 2, 3. Depends how hungry you are. If you have 4, it will be a full dinner. So then it is considered a restaurant.
Mr. Nunes, I understand, but I'm not questioning your abilities to whip up a fantastic meal out of absolutely nothing. Any device somebody puts in front of you. That's not the question. I'm sure you can do it and the menu looks great. I'm just technically, I'm questioning what we do, and just to try to figure out what we need to try to move this.
Okay, may I just say, I think it's really not a tavern. It's a restaurant serving food. The equipment list would be 2 induction ovens, a convection oven, a toaster, a microwave, possibly, in that prep area. That's what they call an electric kitchen. Almost everything can be done with that. You can make fries in convection ovens without using a fryer. Obviously, a fryer needs an exhaust hood, the black metal hood. You can make steaks in convection ovens. You can do all kinds of things. So there's a lot of technology that has come forward.
Yes.
Where, in the smallest space, you can make something, but I would like to add that at least we're saying we're a restaurant because at least we have a chef there every night who will create things on the whim of what he feels like with specials. We don't even want to have a menu printed. He might just write it up at 5 p.m. when he starts.
That's what I used to do in Spain.
Okay.
Let's do it every day.
We really don't want to be classified as a tavern.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
so.
think,
so-
in Oliver, I just want to point out that the reason, when you look at this diagram,
Mhm.
that the area that you designated as a food prep area is literally looks like it's 1 foot by 3 feet. And
I was
so
thinking that the plan doesn't help.
I'm just, this is not to.
I
again,
cook a wedding on an elevator in the past, just so you know. I did
Okay.
it a
I
wedding
could-
from an elevator.
This plan was a sketch. I agree with you, Carter. So I can actually draw a plan with the actual equipment in there to show you what fits and make it more accurate.
Yeah, we're just going off of what we have. Look, I mean,
I
that's.
know, but I can do that. I can provide a more detailed plan. This was a simple sketch. I can do a detailed plan where I can put in the different equipment to in how do you say, in proportion of what they would be on the plan. I can provide you guys that. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then will this operate independently of Rin Tin Tin?
Absolutely, yes.
So not meaning you can't tell people who are waiting for a table that if they wanted to go there and have a small bite appetizer, but it's operating completely
It's
independently.
completely operated separately, separate
Yes.
company. Yes.
And then how will people be able to, aside from the private dining, will people be able to make a reservation to eat here, or is it just walk in only? If they're not, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I would probably want mostly walk-ins, but we'll do a reservation system. I have
As you
a
get busy.
sorry. Yeah, I have a
No,
reservation
I
system.
mean, as we need it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and okay, and then otherwise, if it's not the private dining, people can come in, they can get something to eat on the
Yes.
nights you don't have the private dining. When you have the private dining, I'm assuming you'll post something on the door saying that it is closed for
Yes.
private dining.
Yes.
I think, is anybody else from the committee? I had a few other things, but I think I'll go and see if the public has anything. And does anybody else from the committee have anything? Is there anybody here from the public that would like to speak on this application? Okay, we have Michelle Campo, DePanta. Michelle, go right ahead.
Hi, a bit fried as I think we all are. I just want to say that as I put in the chat, irrespective of the creative capabilities of this chef, which I'm sure are quite awesome, this block is way oversaturated. Rin Tin Tin is part of the outrage, shall I say. There are 3 already licenses on the west side of the street, 2 on the right. This would be 4 on the west side of the street. There may be one coming on Kenmare, which would make it 5. And Rin Tin Tin not only has a, shall we call it, a roadbed shack in the street, which does have music coming out of it every now and then, which I believe is non-compliant. There are also a lot of tables and chairs on the Elizabeth Street side, as well as I believe on the Spring Street side. And there is a basement door, which is frequently left open. Getting around that part of the block is quite difficult. People on that block have to sleep with white noise machines because they cannot hear themselves. They cannot sleep. It used to be a lovely residential area, and now it's chaos. Adding one more thing in there is beyond tipping over. It's just, it should not happen. And that's not just my opinion, that's the opinion of the Bowery Block Association and everybody that I know in this area. That's my 2 cents.
So Michelle, just to clarify, are you also speaking for the Bowery Block Association?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Eddie. Muted.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, so in the chat, I supplied a link to a tweet that I posted for everybody in our small community circle and everybody on Twitter. You can see there. Do you have that?
Yep.
Okay, so at issue here for us mainly is the outdoor dining that Rin Tin Tin had on Elizabeth Street and on Spring Street. So what you could see there was the disaster that they left behind, either by the shack that they had that either got hit by a car or decided took down, and they broke it down and just left it strewn on the street like that. As you can see in those photos, for weeks. And that's, you know, just to be, if that's of any value, to be indicative of the type of neighbor that they are. So what I was looking to hear, and people within ESBA and other people I spoke to, is would this be one continuous outdoor shack that they would continue down into that new storefront that is Parasol Projects now? Whether Parasol Projects is involved with this endeavor, or are they subleasing the space from them? And also wanted to point out that I've been to that openings in there that they have. Usually they are gallery shows or small fashion pop-ups from local vendors. And I've been in there, and I just cannot conceive, as somebody worked in events and restaurants and in private showrooms, I just cannot conceive of that being anything other than a VIP lounge waiting room. But that's for you to decide. Further, again, I think I have to put in my main point, really, besides that we're dealing with outdoor dining shacks like this, and we really still don't know where that's going to go because of city council and DOT, and where what the new setups are really going to be. It's not set in stone. It's not set in stone. So we don't know how this is going to work out. And this looks like a workaround to me. And we have to understand that just to put this into context with the Uchi application, how many storefronts they occupy. This is another liquor license spreading into another storefront that could be another type of small business next to a liquor store or wine store that's occupied, that's stretched out, occupied 2 storefronts. So we are constantly told by city planning and city hall that the free market will provide diversity and mixed use. And what we're seeing here on that stretch of Elizabeth Street is nothing, a shanty town of restaurants, liquor licenses, and boozing. And one leftover laundromat that we're all in dire need of, that's going to go down now too, if this happens. So again, like, you know, the neighborhood is changing into a place where this south of Spring and Elizabeth, that's all boozing and bars. North is all fragrance, candles, and hand cream. So that's, you know, just for that story, that's what, if we as a community board or residents have no input in curating what could and can be, the free market is going to provide the worst thing possible.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The roadbed, how does that work exactly? There's a roadbed with Rin Tin Tin,
What's a roadbed?
that the dining, the structure in the roadbed that has tables.
Outdoor dining shed.
Oh, the outdoor dining shack? Yeah, what about that?
So where is that south? I think it blocks the residential entryway.
No, it doesn't block anything. It's-
Doesn't block it.
No.
It's further down on,
It's further north of 173 Elizabeth Street.
right, it's north of that and south of half of a good part of Rin Tin Tin, right? Because there's a fire hydrant.
Yeah, there's the fire hydrant, so it's south of the fire
On the
hydrant.
Side of the tree. It does not block that doorway then, right to the south of that. There's a doorway next to the wine store, to the north of the.
No, yeah, it doesn't block that. No.
Doesn't block that. So they can put their trash out there on the street.
Yeah, yeah.
their
We
building?
figured that all out with the trash and everything, yes.
And is there music in it, in that?
No, there's no music.
No music. Okay. Okay. But you're not putting any new outdoor with this place?
Absolutely no outdoor anywhere with this place. And also, we've had trouble with the pop-ups before, but that's another story.
Right.
Because they, pop-ups have openings have liquor, usually champagne and whatnot that they're handing out. And then the people are standing on the sidewalk with the champagne glasses. And the next thing you know is some neighbors screaming at me, so, saying, what are you doing? And I'm trying to explain, this has nothing to do with us. This is the pop-up store next to us, but they think it's us because the cabanas, that roadside seating's right there. And people started sitting on that. And we have to tell them you can't sit there. So it gets a little complicated with these pop-ups.
Also with the garbage, like for instance, now they just finished setting up what is going to be for another week. It's a high this candy store. They were doing all the wood work right on our kitchen door. They were just cutting literally wood and making all this dust and stuff to set up the inside of this pop-up, which is going to be gone in 2 weeks or 1 week. And then when they're gone, they dump. Usually they do, because I complain a few times, the friendliest way possible, because they're neighbors and I understand they're also working, but I explained that is the spot that we dispose our stuff. And then we don't want any neighbors neither to think it's us, because there is nothing to do. Once again, we, as Oliver is mentioning, every opening is always alcohol, and just to say hi to your guests. And usually it's a big mess outdoors that it's nothing to do with us. Our runners and buzzers every night, they make sure that they close our tent, they clean up, and they leave everything. Otherwise, they're gonna hear me the day after.
Okay. Carter?
So a couple of things I really want to, just point out to some other people, and, I don't say this oftenly, but Oliver has given a lot of people chances, in his different businesses. And, this is consistent with that, storyline. At the same time, there have been a lot of challenges with people who've had other issues as well on different things. And, former co-chair of this committee had brought this up, one of the other applications. And, I think that some of the issues here are sort of stricter adherence to the outdoor dining rules at Rin Tin Tin, is one thing. And perhaps a slight reduction in some of the hours here, because that's really the, you heard from the neighbors, they want stuff inside, right? Not the outside. And everybody's getting tired of the outside.
Nobody now. I mean, now it's a nice weather. We know.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, the dice have been rolled. They are what they are here. It's a pretty big mess on the Friday nights, Saturday nights. I mean, nobody can remotely say anything to somebody who lives there about what they have to endure on this stuff. But
we actually not using early in the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
I'm just gonna say one thing. Wait. We're not doing this back and forth. Let him speak. And then if you need to say something, say something. It is too late at night. It's been too long a night, and this is not going to move this forward. So please.
I just bring this up because, the stricter adherence to the outdoors, and, and you know what, your neighbors not doing the greatest jobs, but here we're talking about another full on-premise liquor license where one hasn't existed next door. It seems like that's maybe necessary with these lighter plates to make those numbers work, right? And the light bites and stuff. but reducing the impact a little bit is really in order to have that other space. I think, if anything, is the only way that I can see through this a little bit. I mean, I don't know what other people think, but that's really, you know, what this is here. And on, you know, and this is another example of an area where outdoor dining redefined it. You know, I you know, what Michelle said, you know, is just like nuts. And, you know, but we're also dealing with some of the other issues created here. I'm just trying to find through this. I know that the person I was mentioning before had noted that it's not uncommon that you have seating next to the sidewalk, crosswalk, you know, outside of the shed, that you have a few tables and chairs. Those are the kinds of things of just cleaning that up. So the outdoor dining's in the structures, and, you know, maybe, you know, an hour reduction on the, or whatever it is, you know, open other people on the inside on the new space. So it's just not contributing, you know, into that later stuff. And I will, and my other concern is what happens if this doesn't work out, right, on a longer term, and we're left with another, you know, small place with another full liquor license. And I only say this because we've navigated through some other things, you know, here, and I'm just trying to find something that might work, because it really is our local businesses, you know, they know what will work better than some of the newer operators, because they see the numbers, they say who comes, you know, just Friday, Saturday night for, you know, some of those comments. So I just throw that out there because I feel like this is where we're going to end up anyway, discussing this later. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. But
I'm happy to discuss opening hours and reduction of what we suggested. I'm happy to discuss tightening up the outside seating areas at Rintintin. Whatever concerns you had, I'm happy to make compromises and adjustments to assure that it helps the community as well.
Cormac, did you want to say anything before I start chiming in?
Yes, there are a couple of things. First of all, you said that you don't think that your shed overshoots and is in front of a residential doorway. But if you go to Street View on Google Maps, it clearly is. And that's problematic for me, right? You know, your roadbed shed should be in front of your property, and I am very concerned about the doorways. The second thing is that I wonder if you could speak to the issue raised before, the reports that there's music sometimes in your shed, that there's music played. There isn't supposed to be any outdoor music or anything in the sheds. So could you speak to that? Is there music in your sheds?
There's no music in our sheds.
Okay.
Yes. I'd have to go look if the shed on Elizabeth Street is you're saying that it is in front of the doorway next to the kitchen, I assume. I'd have to look at that. I'm not aware that a cabana or a roadside seating shed cannot be in front of a entrance door. I wasn't aware of that.
It shouldn't block a doorway, residential doorway.
I'll have to look into that. Yes.
So I'd like to propose that maybe we look at hours from Sunday to Wednesday from 5 to 11 and Thursday to Saturday from 5 to midnight. And that I think some of the things, if you could tighten up that outdoor seating, make sure there are no chairs on the curbside, make
Yep.
sure people have that 8-foot clear path that they're supposed to have.
Yes.
That the shed, that there is no music in the shed, or maybe, I think the other thing that was raised was that the basement door is open. I mean, make some efforts to keep that, use it. I mean, obviously you need to use it, but use it and then close it. Don't keep it
Yes.
open and don't have music blasting out of there. Maybe that's where the music is coming from. I don't know. And I think one of my other concerns, which was raised in different ways here, was how you make sure that this does not become just the VIP waiting room for people going into Rin Tin Tin. So this is in fact a place where people are not just coming to drink while they're waiting, but actually enjoying Mr. Nunez's wonderful creations, the small plates in that space, so that it doesn't become something different than what I feel you are presenting is what you're intending to do. But if that doesn't work, how do we stop it from being something else? And I just like to make sure it doesn't become just, the bar waiting room for people waiting for dinner at Rin Tin Tin, and that he gets to do the cooking he wants to do.
I think the rent is too high to just use that space as a VIP waiting room.
Okay. Okay, does anybody, so you're okay with the hours of 11 o'clock
I'm fine with the hours, yes.
and 12 o'clock on
Yes.
Thursday to Saturday?
Yes.
Okay.
And just Donna, so, and this is a grade, right? We had actually recommended denial, and I think Frank was one of your clients just down the street, across the street, right here on another application, but it was down below steps, had an outdoor, all those other things. I just want to make clear, this is very specific, this isn't any more outdoors. There won't ever be in the future. It's not going to have an impact outside of its 4 doors. This goes along with making sure that there's, complete adherence to just the dining rules, not extra tables and chairs everywhere, because this is really a big step. And these are people that we work with who are not in support of this. So this is a step that we're taking here. I'm just pointing this out while you're still here in case anybody has any other questions on the committee. But I think that Chef Martin has personally, he has made his case on this, but for that. But I also, the unresolved, one of the that we'll discuss, but it's what happens if it doesn't work, and that's our concern. And I think the hours partially address
I'm
that.
sorry. Yeah, I
But-
just want to mention something. I was talking to Pietro, the owner of the Italian place across the street a few days ago. When I asked him, because I knew he was trying to open a new spot, like a little place like he has next door, the pink spot. Well, he told me that he's not doing that. He's not opening nothing because it ended up being a problem with the landlord about the occupancy of the place, that it can be used as a venue for restaurants. He was very disappointed, but that's what he told me personally, that it's not going to happen. Just so you know that that place is not going to happen.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Carter, if I could address what you were saying, and what you bring up is a legitimate point. There's no doubt that you always have to wonder what's going to happen in the event that this doesn't make it. But you guys know Oliver. Oliver's been operating in this neighborhood at 2 locations. Oliver, how long for Select?
15 years.
And Rin Tin Tin?
10 years in October.
So he's not fly by night. And I think that what you said before, Carter, by limiting the hours the way you are, I think you're setting a precedent for anything that comes in the future.
Yeah, Michelle knows me and Eddie knows me too. So, I have to answer to that as well. And so that's why I just raised
it's a fair
all these
question.
and, and I think Michelle's point about the current state of a Friday night or Saturday night in the summer, a little bit later, is not something I think that people want to actively pursue to live under if that's where they had lived before. And this is the challenge for us on these narrower residential areas that we have. And so that's why I think trying to improve that a little bit is helpful. To Oliver's point, the fingers always get pointed anyway, in the direction of the operators, of places, but I'll leave it at that. But I think I just wanted to raise all those issues while you were here in case anybody else on the committee wanted to raise anything, because we'll probably end up talking about this during the business session, which you're welcome to stay for.
Also, I can, I think in line of what you just said, I can stipulate that we will not have any operable windows. No window can be even opened. And that we will never apply for outdoor seating, sidewalk seating, or anything like of that nature, just to make it very clear that we're not gonna impact the outside.
And I'll just add, would you stipulate to something that says that the full menu items will be available at all times?
At all times, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Whatever he dreams up. Okay. That's it. Anybody else from the committee have anything? Great. Okay, thank you. I think that does it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night. See you Thursday night.
Okay, see you
Thank
Thursday.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think that does it. So let's just.
Did you have before we get our business session, did you have a new
Did I
business?
what?
Did you have any business items?
Does anybody have any, wait, I have one other thing. I just want to make sure that the entity to be formed by Christina Massanos, Mac and Sella, originally Benito 174 is not here. They're not here. Okay. So any new business? Does anybody have any new business?
I just wanted to mention, just as no surprises, that if next month we'll probably not be meeting fully virtually.
Now, yep, we may not be meeting virtually if that goes away, and we will then be meeting non-hybrid in person because we don't have the ability to do a hybrid just because of everything. So people should be prepared for that possibility on that. And I think, the guidelines are pretty clear that we are supposed to be there in person. And that will also apply to the applicants. It says this is not a hybrid meeting. So we'll see. They're working on venues. I'm not sure where it will be. Did I miss anything? Okay. Okay. So 3-minute break. Everybody could just let me know when they're back.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Susan. Dr. Smith, are you here? *6 is mute, unmute.
I should have said it during new business, but next month when we're all back live, although I won't be because I'll be out of the country, but
Right.
when you're all back live, we should really get you a gavel, Donna.
Yeah.
That somebody brought one to a meeting, it didn't go over so well.
I think I
Bring
remember
up any
that.
fact about
Was
that.
it Elaine or something? I don't know, for some
I'm
reason.
not gonna discuss
bringing
it more than to say it didn't go over very well.
I think actually, you know what happens too, though, when you're on Zoom, it's easier to interrupt or go over, whereas if you were in person, it kind of solves itself more easily. Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith, if you are here.
Mark, but is she the phone number?
No, she's the Dr. Smith. She's
No,
there.
that's Mark.
Mark. Oh, wait, hang on.
I think it's the phone number.
Well, is that her phone number? Because that was not the phone number. I don't have that as her phone number.
197, yeah, I don't know.
Mark, do you know if this 865 is Dr. Smith? And now I'll rename you. Because you do not, oh, she says no. Okay, so
Okay.
Dr. Smith, where are you? Where have you gone? Let me just see. 0865. Okay, there you go.
that
Okay,
is her.
all right, okay. I'll allow you to talk. So you should be able to speak. Do you want to test it? No, 0865 is.
Can you hear this now?
I can hear that, but how do I get Dr. Smith?
I'm not sure. This is Mark. I had to go from Zoom audio to my phone in order to get the number for Dr. Smith to be able to phone in. And I don't know where she is in all of this. I've been listening on my phone, and I can't seem to get back to normal operation.
So
I think
now
she's still here because
No, she's, okay, so in the chat,
the chat is me.
Chat is you said, oh, because it says Dr. Smith. Okay, I've confused myself. Okay, so maybe we lost her?
Maybe. I'm sorry. I was trying to get her connected by phone. And this is the only way I could do
Let
it.
me see if I can. Okay, she's calling in, so let's just give her a minute to call in. So Mark, you have the regular, but you can't talk without the phone, I believe. So talking's permitted on your phone and you're on the screen. So if you need to speak, you should be able to. And I just don't want to do business. Dr. Smith has been with us all night. I don't want to lose her now. Apologies to the public.
So are we gonna see her?
I think her phone should come up in the attendees, like it does with
But
Katie.
not as your phone, Mark, right? Or as your phone?
No, she's calling in from her phone.
Okay.
No, gas leak at 83 Thompson.
As if the air quality isn't bad enough tonight
Right.
from the Canadian wildfires.
No, I know.
I was looking before and it was at, is it up over 200, which is basically, don't do anything strenuous, and people with compromised breathing should, stay indoors.
I mean, the one thing I'll say is we're fortunate that it's not 90 degrees and humid on top of that, but maybe if it was, that the air wouldn't be down here. So. Okay. And she has my phone number, so she hasn't called me back yet either. Oh, there, she's calling me. Okay.
And just so everybody knows, as a backup, you can install the Zoom app on your phone. And if you check your email and you have the Zoom app on your phone, you should be able to open with the Zoom app instead of calling in. But best to do that ahead of time.
hang on one sec, hang on. When she's on the phone, hitting the join, I usually just hit join webinar with the app on my phone and it works.
Donna, does Shirley have the app on her phone?
She says she has the app on her phone. It's asking for a passcode. I don't,
Okay, so what she should do is go to her email
and click
that
on the
she
join
got
webinar.
at 5:25
Right.
PM,
Yep.
and then click on the join webinar, and it will automatically open the Zoom app. It
That's
will
what,
ask.
right, that's what I thought, but it doesn't seem to be, but let's see if it does. It's,
She, but
it's
it,
5:25. That. Yeah, so you should be able to just hit the join webinar. So I think she's joining. Sorry, guys, we're just waiting for one person to join in. No, it's just, she's got the meetup, she's got the passcode. It said it was joining. I don't know if you can also join when you're on the phone. Okay. So it shouldn't be locking her out for any reason, right?
No, I just exited and came back in case my being on the phone somehow blocked her, but obviously it didn't.
All right. I think we're just gonna get started. I don't know what else to do. Okay. Mark, I don't know if you want to try to get her on the phone and see if, I just can't, I can't sit here another 15 minutes doing this. Right. Okay. So let's just start. King Jade. Restaurant Wine. They had come to us before with this one. The church, apparently they couldn't get the on-premise, so now it's a Restaurant Wine. Is this a deny unless? Same stipulations, same method of operation. I think the questionnaire was filled out mistakenly for who the principal was, but the principal, they clarified that tonight, so all good? Is everybody deny unless with this? Okay, and what deny unless means, Stella, because I know you haven't been on any of our meetings before, thank you for sticking it out, is just, it means that and Dr. Smith is coming on, so maybe we'll just do this, but what it means is basically if they sign the stipulations, we're recommending approval of the license, so it's denying unless they sign the stipulations. That way, if they don't, then it's written as a deny.
Got it, thanks.
Okay. And I will just, Dr. Smith, are you on? And it's *6 to unmute. But she shouldn't have to do that now because she's joining the webinar.
Donna, you can ask her
I
to
can
unmute.
Dr. Smith, unmute yourself.
No, but you can ask her and it might
And
pop up.
I just prompt it. Okay.
If you go to the top right corner and then click on.
And then she'll. Okay. Well. She left us. All right, okay, we'll go on to the next one is the Meal W Corp Munchies at 126 MacDougal, restaurant wine. I don't know, no more than 12 seats. 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. He's going to send us a new diagram with the first prep area removed. And he's going to send us a diagram showing how the ADA accessible bathroom will work. If he does that, or is this a deny conditioned on getting that information? Or
I'm okay with that, but it says a lot of issues and I just,
I know we went through this with the last applicant and that's what we did with the last one was we just had stipulations that said, well, actually with them, they kept the prep area in the front and we said that any food coming from prep area 2 to prep area 1 needed to be covered and enclosed, like in an enclosed container. I know. And then that they would make the bathroom ADA accessible. So at least they've gotten rid of the prep area. So we need to see that on the floor plan.
I
It
think
has.
after going to Valerie's meeting and listening to some other people I know going through ADA lawsuits, I just concerned, but that's not something we
Right,
can.
but I mean, I will
can
say
do that.
you raised the issue with them and you made it very abundantly clear to them about that. And so then, then it's on them if they said they were aware of it. So, Cormac.
Yeah, well, they specifically said that they were very well aware of it and they'd been briefed and they knew all about the lawsuits. So, I mean, there comes a level at which I was surprised tonight by how often with some of these folks, we were going out of our way to try to protect them from their own folly. They're going to take the risk, they can take the risk. Personally, I love the lawsuit guy because I think that the ADA is not enforced enough, but that's me.
It's okay. So are we deny unless on, I wish Dr. Smith, I could get her up here. Are we deny unless on this one? Everybody?
I'm not, I start voting on the next one.
Right. So, okay, so that's the first thing I should do is who all, 1, 2, 3. We have 4 of us right now because Dr. Smith was there, but I need to get her vote. So we have 4 of us for the first 2. And then there we go. Oh, Dr. Smith, you were just unmuted. You were just unmuted there for a second. Go back, do it again. There. Dr. Smith, are you here? Speak. It shows, oh. It showed unmuted and now it shows you're muted again. I'll try one more time. Let's see, we won't have this problem in person. Okay. Next one, DLY Canal, which is the one I was thinking of at the other one. Same thing, I mean, we have signed stipulations. This was one of the principles on those other signed stipulations. It's the same method of operation.
Wasn't the issue the POA?
Yeah, it's a place of assembly and she's supposed to send us that. Because that is a concern with that. It's up on the second floor. There's no outside. They stopped the alcohol service 1 hour before closing is what the stip said. But that was what this was. Again, you know, we need to see what she has for the public assembly. So is this, are we deny with stipulate, you know, do we need to see that public assembly? I mean, I would like to see it. I mean,
For me, yeah, I think we should see it, but I don't have a problem with it. They're supposed to have it, right? So
have it, and it's been, I mean, that, you know, it's been since 2018. So technically, you know, it's 2 years. It's been 4 years that should be there.
But I'm good with
my concern is just safety. This is a second floor establishment. That's really important, you know, so if they have it, they have it. If not, we need to know, and they need to know too.
Right.
So
this is to die unless conditioned on getting that and signing the stipulations. Dr.
yes.
is listening through my cell phone, but how is she going to vote then? Mark, can you just come on for 1 minute and? Okay. All right, she'll relay her vote via the chat.
Okay, that's the best I can do because for her phone is not
Wait,
cooperating.
I heard it through your phone. So Dr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Oh,
the
great.
first-
Okay, you can hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just leave my phone like that and turn my
That's
video
great.
off.
We can hear her. That's great, Mark. So Dr. Smith, King J, yeah,
Oh, you can hear me?
I can hear you through Mark's phone.
Perfect. Okay, great. What application are you on?
Okay, so let me just go back. I think that, so King Jade was the first one,
I
which
remember
was,
I got in on the middle of that when the lady couldn't understand about seating outside, so I'm not voting on that.
okay, and then the next one was the Munchies one at 126 MacDougal, which had limited seats.
I've been on since then, and what was the vote for the, was it, what was the vote for the?
We voted that they need to send us the new diagram with the prep area eliminated, that front one, and the ADA accessible bathroom, and if they send us that, then it's deny unless, so it's deny.
I agree.
Okay, so we're 5-0 on that.
Was that DLY Canal?
Now we're on DLY Canal, so Susan, this is when you came in, correct?
I came in on the hot pot. Yes.
Yep. So-
Yeah.
So we're on that. She is supposed to send us the public assembly permit that she says that she has, and she should have that. So especially since it's on the second floor, we want to make sure that she has that for safety issues. So I think we're denied unless we get that information. Are we all okay with that?
I'm okay
Yeah.
with that.
Okay. So now we're up to 6.
Some young at East 13th Street, right?
No, wait, hang on. No, just hang on a second. So now we're 601.
which one are we on?
Now we're on, wait, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Blue Stripes is next.
We're on Blue Stripes. Give me 1 second. So the outdoor closes at 10 PM. They agreed to 12 AM closing 7 days a week. All service would be by wait staff. The outdoor closes at 10, okay. and the door will close. So they wanted to have the jazz or acoustic from on Friday and Saturday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m.
I know the space well, actually, and where they're talking about putting the musician in the back of in the space, it seems fine to me. You know, it's quiet. It changed ownership. It used to be a great like hot chocolate place, and I actually was just there recently because I was happy they reopened, and I could see it was different. And I felt a little badly because it seemed to me they were kind of struggling and could use a new idea, and I was happy that, I hope they make it work. I didn't really have any problem.
Anybody, I mean, I went by there today because I had walked by the space, but I had never stepped in the space. So I, was in it today, and aside from those sandwich board booths, but he was absolutely right with the scaffolding next door, the sandwich boards hardly make a difference. But I'm happy with the 12 a.m. closing instead of what they originally asked for. I think that makes a
And-
difference on this
Yeah.
one.
And he was we had a few people tonight actually who were willing to back off on the late hours. I mean, it's probably just a reflection on the nature of business. They don't really need it. People aren't coming. They're not nightclubs.
Cormac, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Susan on everything. The one thing I will say is, or two things. One thing that was very amusing is, at one point Carter had said to him, it's like two different businesses. It's like, oh, no, it's the same business. But it became clear, I think it's the lawyer said, transitioning. Like once we got to the bottom of what the menu was and everything, it really is like two different businesses. It's like we're going to run one place with one focus and one menu, and then we're going to change and run the other place.
It's interesting.
I'm okay with it in this case. The one thing that gave me pause is that he was maybe too quick to agree to whatever we said, which, and I say this because it has changed hands. Under the old ownership, I would have had this concern, but since I don't know this guy, maybe he's just telling us whatever and then he'll do. But, that's dice we roll with every application. I say deny unless.
I agree.
My concern here is that they just didn't define it, whatever it was. And therefore, then when they come back, which they eventually will, we don't have anything. And that's the slow morphing. So that was my one concern. And then number two was there's an active block association that always comes. And, without fail, they always send somebody. And so I don't think they knew about it. And my concern is not so much necessarily what's in front of us, is that it's not defined by them with the materials that they've submitted with the menu, so that later we don't have anything to go back to say, oh, here's what you're supposed to be doing. And this has been our issue with places because they morph, and this place is clearly don't know what they're doing. And so I'm not suggesting that we necessarily turn it down. It's just, what is your plan? And the plan can be very basic, but it is clear that they have a daytime menu and that ends. And then there's something of some loose framework, but we just, and that's just, those are just my issues. Because we generally make everybody define what they're doing, and they didn't provide us with anything. So I think that we just need either having that in the stipulations, having them provide us with something, both, just to make it clear, and that it's a single instrument. They can always change this, move forward, but I'm just concerned about this because we also have we got different owners than the last time they came. We had a full package with the same named business with totally different people that they never pursued it. And so if this is going to be something that somebody else buys or transfers, it's better off if it's all defined.
Donna, can you speak? Well, whatever the questions are, can you reach back out to them again before?
I mean, it's interesting for me because Carter, I understand everything you're saying, but being in there today, I could just kind of see it. 7 o'clock, the charcuterie board comes out instead of the other thing, and people may still be sitting there possibly reading their stuff, and it just seemed really low key. So my struggle with this is a different version of what you're saying. I can see how they transition. I don't know how to put that in writing because if it's different, it could go south. So how do you put that in writing to make sure it's kind of like what I'm envisioning, which I think was what they were saying, but it's not, like you're saying, it's not written.
Well, if they provided the menu, we could.
But their menu is
That
charcuterie
was one of
boards.
the things we said, that we wanted to see the menu. We wanted them to give us the menu. So that's.
He agreed to that.
He agreed
Yeah.
to that. And so.
And if we have that, and it's we'll adhere to, the basic menu, whatever they outlined. But that's my point. And what Cormac said earlier, we didn't get it. And then people are trying to tell us something. And it's like, that's the whole point of the questionnaire.
Gotta say,
Is to tell us what you're doing.
tonight,
And, end up with an inordinate amount of time. And then we have a community list, all the groups, their contacts. So we don't know who they reached out to or who they didn't. So it's frustrating because it's easy when you have it all to create that stipulations form, right?
right. I mean, tonight seemed to be the night of people not having important information more so than we're always missing something, but that seemed to be, I would make that the theme of tonight's meeting. So, deny unless we need to see the menu, 1 instrument for the acoustic. Are people okay with that? Cormac, you look like you may not be okay with that. Or,
I'm okay with it. I mean, I just, I don't feel the need to limit them to 1 instrument. I mean,
okay,
somebody wants to play a bass and somebody's next to them on a flute or something, I don't.
But then it starts to become, competition for live music venues.
they said 1 to 2. They said 1 to 2.
Yeah.
So we'll do 1 to 2.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And then also is the hours of whenever
That was 6 to, I think they said 6 to, hang on one second.
10.
Right.
6 to 10, Friday and Saturday. So, then it's not a late night thing with that. So are we good with that?
I'm good with it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, next one.
good with it. I'm having a little trouble with my internet. So
So are you okay with that?
yes.
Okay. Post on Howard. So they'll scale back to their hours are
Midnight.
midnight closing. 12 to 12, so it's not 9 AM in the morning, it's 12 to 12 now. And I'm just trying to see,
I'm pulling this one up so I can make sure I'm talking about the right one.
you gotta pull it up in the drive.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
Right, because I didn't have the most recent thing.
The showroom space.
It's really,
Oh, right, that one.
I mean,
Okay.
they're saying it's a gallery, but what do you mean? I mean, I understand what they're saying.
Okay,
But I do think, to Eddie's point, it is important to, when I write anything, to describe it as a showroom and not a gallery, because I think that it was
That's a good point, yeah.
it is a good point.
brought up, and I think that we need to, kind of hammer that home if people keep reminding me to do that.
But, and by the way, most gallery openings do not go to midnight, but whatever.
No, they don't. So it's appointment or invitation only. No more than 50 people. What did he said, I believe we had him for 1 to 2 events per month, but then I think it was four times a month.
He
And
said
50,
yes.
50 people maximum, he said.
50 people maximum, 4 times a month.
Now, I have a different concern with this, which was less about the specifics of the presenting than, as Carter pointed out to it, the record of these licensees in terms of their fidelity to the promises that they make to us and their aggressiveness at looking for, loopholes and ambiguities to, eviscerate, to try to, to stay by the letter, but eviscerate the spirit of things. Right? I mean, I'm just concerned about these people having the license.
So
Yeah.
to that point,
Yeah.
to that point, what else should we put in here to make
Yeah.
sure that doesn't happen? I mean, that,
Hmm.
what goes in there to make sure, if we can do that to the best of our ability, to make sure that what was presented to us is the way they're operating, otherwise they're in violation of the stipulations. So I'm open to any suggestions anybody has.
I don't know, Donna, every time we've had something, we get 2. Every time we've done something, something else happens. I'll always remember when they opened up at 316 Bowery and suddenly there was a second bar in the back with a different entrance and a different name. They very clearly said in their stipulations they couldn't do that. And there wasn't much at that time that, people knew how to do anything about it. And then, we also had some violations and issues with the genuine superette. It does not at all mean that they don't do their food and their other things well, but my concern, and as he said, that they had a tenant who wasn't happy with the noise above them when they had Ghost Donkey, but they had over 150 noise complaints, and I don't know the person who lived upstairs from them directly, but I know who he attributed those complaints, but I know somebody else who did. They were loud and they had a DJ and everything else, and then they finally got rid of them. And so it's like just pushing things. And my concern here with an event space, and it's an event space, but it's also a showroom, but they have a letter of no objection for eating and drinking establishment, which is use group 6. The showroom is use group 9. The catering facility is use group 9. There's no C of O on the building. It's just the stuff for the food hall. I don't know if anybody recalls that. Then the occupancy numbers are well below, the reality of the situation. It's like it's all these issues, that I don't, it goes back to what you're saying. Well, how do you write something about something they might do? And it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So the one thing when it says a use group, is it for the whole building? I guess it's not for different sections.
No, use groups for the space itself, but the thing is if you're not filing for a change of use, your obligation is to the existing use. And if there is no C of O, it means that the existing use has been that use since 1938 usually, but
wasn't in that space.
got unique stories. We've got unique stories on every building, so you can't pretend to know the answer, but it's and then there's a kitchen in the basement, which isn't a kitchen, which isn't. Still not clear to me what that was.
Well, that was the thing.
He's got change of use and putting in a kitchen.
He's got to send the plans of the kitchen, because from day one on this, I did not understand how they could have a catering license, without being able to prepare. I mean, the food.
But he's another one that's got just the prep kitchen, right? I mean, he's not putting a full kitchen in. I'm not a lawyer. Does that meet the requirements for catering?
Well, let me just read, because I did pull the verbiage from what I could find on the SLA website of section 37A. Catering establishment means it includes any premises owned or operated by any person, firm, association, partnership or corporation, I wish I could put it in the chat, but I don't, for which regularly and in a bona fide manner furnishes for hire therein one or more ballrooms, reception rooms, dining rooms, banquet halls, dancing halls, or similar places of assemblage for a particular function, occasion, or event, and or which furnishes provision and service for consumption or use at such function, occasion, or event. And such premises must have suitable and adequate facilities, accommodation to provide food and service for not less than 50 persons at any one function. But it doesn't say to provide, it says to provide food. It does, you know, I'm not, it's a little gray area of whether providing food means cooking the food there or providing the food. It's a little gray.
Well, this says catering that Carter just posted for not less than 50 persons. So that.
Right. But it doesn't, this is, so thank you, Carter. So that's what I'm reading. So it doesn't say it needs to be cooked.
On the spot, it doesn't sound like
Right.
the facility is wherever the space.
So, you know, I mean,
It's a little small for what is called a catering establishment. Is that one of the?
no, I mean, we had somebody else that we were wondering if they could seat 50 people. They have the occupancy for 50 people. I think my biggest, initially, what my concern was that the questionnaire did not show a kitchen, did not show a prep area. And the SLA questionnaire that they provided with their questionnaire also very clearly said that they didn't have a full kitchen or a food pack kitchen or a chef or a cook. And then, you know, said that they weren't a catering establishment on the next page. So if he can clear that part up, at least that clears, you know, even whether they're able, I mean, one of the things we always look at is, are they able to do what they are applying for?
Yeah.
Without a kitchen and without a food prep or without all of that, to my knowledge, again, I'm not a lawyer, but they can't do that. He's saying they have the kitchen. We have no diagrams that are showing us any of that other than what he said tonight.
Right.
So I think part of this is dependent on seeing if they actually have plans for doing what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in looking at this, I think that, you know, we can look at that, but you know, they're first and foremost, this space is to showcase their design. You know, they design restaurants. They've designed, I believe, quite a few that we've seen. You know, they've designed many around the world. That's not the issue. You know, for me, it's that suddenly if some sprawling events, you know, impact, whatever, something changes. I don't necessarily have an issue with what's presented. It's just that every time they've come, we get something else that's not really quite what anticipated. And I don't know what it'll be, you know, if that's the case. And I just would rather it be exactly what they say it is. And, you know, my question about the bar, with the bar built out, right, is that they have the stuff there and that's their storage area, but then it's just open if anybody walks through. I don't know. I mean, that's what's regulated.
But with the catering license, you can't, you're not just handing it out. There needs to be an event happening.
That's what I was saying about, you know, is that the permanent storage of where that is? I mean, this is very technical stuff. It's not really, but it's just to be pointed out that, you know, what happens when they're not having an event, right? That's the concern. And when they are having an event, what's happening? And, you know, how is there a concern that they're going to be impactful somehow, have a bunch of traffic outside? And I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I don't know, but my concern, I think, is well warranted.
Based
you
on
know, all these other complaints and stuff. And, you know, what we heard as part of the presentation is we've grown out of that. I mean, that's basically what he had said with the 4 partners. So, It's what it is.
To reach out to them and ask that specific question, and then of course,
What
depending
would-
on how everybody votes, it could
Dr.
be,
Smith,
it could be, that would be like a pass, but they give the right information or the answer to. Well, there's no way you're going to ensure anything, to be honest. They can say one thing and do something else, but if that question, I don't recall that question being asked to them, but maybe
which question exactly?
the question about what happens when you are not, you have an event, and what's happening when you're not having an event.
Well, if they're not having an event, I mean, a catering license goes to having an event.
Right.
I mean, they have to be having an event.
Well, that was just, I'm just mirroring what Carter just said was his concern, so I mean.
So surely I did ask the question, and I asked the question is about the bar. I said, does it stay set up?
And what did he say?
And then we keep stuff up there, and that's sort of, but I guess that, catering places, that might be what they do, but they also have the showroom side of this, but they're showcasing the bars they built. So I don't know. I mean, that's, it's sort of the catch-22 is if you're showcasing your products, I don't want to get too caught up in it, but I'm just saying this is just another one of a frustrating application, because it's just, they're telling us one thing, we don't have the diagrams, and they're telling us another thing, and it's something else, and we don't have any C of Os, and, it's another thing where you're going to say, wait, what is the use here? How did they get that? So I mean, this building also, I think if I remember from the past, from the food hall, it's got 2 joint live work units in it. This is the whole history of all of our convoluted stuff is sort of wrapped up in this one building of anomalies. And that's why it's frustrating, because it's on the back and it's sort of a retail store. And I don't know.
I mean,
You just do the stipulations as they are, and 3 to 4 events a year, and that they won't serve from the bar if they're not doing the events.
right. I mean, I think that's what we do. I think that's. I think one, we need to see the plans. 3 to 4 events in a month, 4 events max a month, no more than 50 people. What else? No service from the bar no service from, I mean, even when you have an event, it's not, well, they can serve from the bar, yeah.
Well, it's not a stand-up bar, Donna,
Right.
because we're not selling beverages over the bar. A catered event, people can sit there. It's just not, it's a
Right.
service bar only.
Right.
By virtue of it being in a catering establishment, because a catering establishment can't sell,
Exactly.
I don't believe, individual. But that could be wrong too. I mean, I don't know if you have a cash bar at something, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just another,
It
what do you
didn't
get?
seem like it was about selling drinks to them. It seemed, it was about serving.
Serving, or it really seemed about having like selling events.
Yeah.
Rent, to be
rent
able
this-
to that as additional income aside from when they were hosting the few events that they would be doing when they were doing their major product launches, and then being able to make an income off of having this
Not a
space.
bar.
And
That's what
actually,
the events are.
in certain respects, parts of this reminded me a little bit of Restoration Hardware. And
Yeah,
the
I
house,
thought of that
everything
too.
that's in that restaurant is also showcasing their stuff, except instead of them opening a restaurant, they are doing a catering facility to showcase their stuff.
And Donna, that's a great example. Look at what we got, which is not what was presented.
Well-
This is just sort of the frustrating part.
Sort of is. So are we deny unless if we get the plans that, I mean, to me, it's really important to me to see what they're doing with the kitchen and equipment and everything, because that's what was really lacking, and you can't have this kind of license if you can't do the food there. So,
I'd like to see, you know, some sort of a documentation about the ground floor and basement, whether it's, you know, a letter of no objection for those spaces specifically, you know, with the prep facilities in the basement, that just showing that the use is allowed.
so you,
And-
so conditioned on seeing a letter of no objection before they open.
For
that
20, for the 21 Howard
Right.
portion of the premise. That
Okay.
shows that it can be a showroom,
Right.
catering facility,
Okay.
which is what we're told it is.
Right.
And a retail showroom, right? Or a wholesale showroom, whatever, you know, but it's not a,
Wholesale, retail. I don't, they didn't specify that, so, but I'm sure it's wholesale if they're selling to. And no more than 4 times a month. No more than 50 people. Background music only. No DJs, no live. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Carter Carmack. Anthony. So we're good.
yeah, I don't know what to write.
Yeah, that's the thing.
address. I mean, if they do what they're saying, I don't have a problem.
Right, exactly. So we'll just, I mean, I'll figure it out, I guess. Okay. Next one is, it was a good one. Bowery Bungalow. So
I like that place.
the hours of this, I know, like.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect and it's so good that something's going back in there.
Yeah.
And they seem to have a good feel, so I was happy about it too.
I was really, I gotta say, when I was reviewing this application, I just don't recall seeing anybody that specifically pointed out as much ADA compliance as they did on this, going out of their way. I mean, I felt like they almost went out of their way to point that out because they were adding the ADA bathrooms. Even when you look at what they said about their seating at the bar, they put the seats and they specifically said, depending on ADA compliance. You know, I've never seen anybody put something like that. And I really respect that end of Valerie for all your, that's a checkbox on your ADA compliance meetings. And they, you know, and they said people will have to come in through Broome Street. You know, they're going to put a ramp out there. They can't put the elevator out there or something. But other than that, you know, it stood out. I've never seen an application that raised that in so many places as this one did.
I met the applicant at an Elizabeth Street Garden event. Somebody introduced me to him. He said he was looking at a space, and I said, which space? He said, that space. I said, oh, that's tough. Aren't there some issues that you got to clean up and whatever? And he said, yes. And, you know, he addressed that tonight. But not only that, you know, I've just seen him around the neighborhood, but, you know, he lives in the area, but also he's been paying attention to us and our calendar and what we focus on. And that's good to hear. And he has a good track record in the press on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And, you know, he knows how to make neighborhood places. So it's very positive to see that in the little nuances.
And for space as special as that one. I mean, you know, it's one of the first places I went to in Soho way back when I remembered that it was the bakery opening late. So it's good. Yeah. Deny unless?
Yes.
Yes.
Ushi, New York.
Ushi, New York.
Hmm.
You know, part of me, there are so many things two things were really interesting to me. One, all the DOB things, Carter, that you painfully raised. And then listening to both Michelle and Eddie speak and understanding what the size of that space is in
6,000 square feet.
I mean, in that,
6,000.
I've walked by it a number of times and did so again the other day. And I thought Eddie really spoke well to just kind of what that means to everything, putting it in a perspective of what it means, not just that it's too big, but what it means. And then you combine that with, I did appreciate that they had the gentleman on who could speak to all the building permits and how they're going to go through that and everything. And I thought that was really helpful. And I appreciated the attention to detail with all of that. Heather said they are willing to lay it over. I don't know if that's something we want to consider or not.
What's the issue to lay it over?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, all the DOB things, but I don't know really what the issue is. I think it's been constructed in such a way that it's that big a space now. I mean, it's a big, the building's been redone. So now we're dealing with a larger space, maybe not the courtyard added in.
From what I could see, it almost looks like the building has been essentially gut renovated. I mean, all that's just a facade.
It has
It's essentially a new built construction. for all
That's
intents.
exactly what it is. It is a new build construction. So, I don't know, are people okay with it? Or, how do other people feel about it?
I think it's a tragedy for the neighborhood.
But,
Ask the question.
huh? Yeah,
May I ask the question?
yes.
Yeah, why does it have two different addresses?
It's two or three buildings combined, sort of combined, but not really into one. So maybe one of you that lives near there understands it better. It looks to me like there were three buildings. So when we first got the application, before Carter, you start, when we first got the application came in as, hang on one second.
06210.
It's not that uncommon. We're 104-110 Green Street. We were originally, I think
It's a big building
Yeah.
that was buildings
So
that,
surely it's one whole building plus the back area of the building next door. So what they keep talking about is the courtyard is the rear of the adjacent building to the south. And then they put in between the two spaces a bunch of French doors. And then we heard that there is emergency egress through the space that's in the back, through that building where the space is in the back, through to the front and out to the street. So it operates, while it's one application, it has separate exits for both buildings spaces.
and Carter, can they do that because it's the same owner of all the building?
Yeah, we can do it with 3 different owners. It doesn't matter. I mean, we have examples of all that stuff. It's just getting it all done, which is what I raised, right? Without losing momentum is the issue.
Cormac?
Yeah, I actually don't have, I understand Susan's point. Like, I mean, I don't think it's a great thing to have such a big place in the neighborhood, but I don't actually have a major problem or deficiency with this application. Maybe it hasn't been explained to me right, but it seems to me like by our criteria, it's fine. As we said, I'd like to not see such a big place in the neighborhood, but I don't think that's the kind of thing that we.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Cormac, because that's really zoning.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the problem, is that it is a transformative business now. And, you know, we can look back ahead, you know, if we get a couple of years from now, when you get a lot of these that are going to happen, and like we will with the Soho NoHo rezoning, we're going to feel a really big difference. And so, but that is a zoning thing. It's not a liquor license. And I see that's the dilemma.
Yeah. I mean, oftentimes here, I have to support things that I wouldn't go to myself or wouldn't want, but that's not what it's about. It's not about what I want, right? It's about, I don't see a problem with this application myself. I think it's a denial less.
I mean, I think if we're, I tend to agree with you, although I definitely want things on there that would have to do with sorting out the DOB stuff, which I don't know if the SLA would hold us to. I mean, it was because they said when Carter raised the question, would you open one versus the other? They said no to that. And I think in my mind, what I was thinking was, would you open the restaurant space, the interior restaurant space without the courtyard, not vice versa. Like they said, we won't open the courtyard without the top space. They did not say that they would open the interior space without the courtyard. And then I'm like, did we just approve something that it sounds like the courtyard is going to be the problem? That's step 2 from what the building manager said of what they have to get permits for. So, you know, I just, so they're looking to open fourth quarter 2024. I'm just trying to read through my notes to see if there was anything. So some of the points we came up with, if we are denying us on this, that the skylight would only be open if there's no music in that courtyard.
And close by 10.
And it would close by 10. And, you know, I don't know what the sound of 200 plus people talking through French doors with no music and a skylight open is going to sound like. And I think that's, you know, people are just that many people. Look, I remember when Barbudo was, you know, in their previous space on Washington Street and had garage doors that would open and had no music. And they were just a restaurant filled with people.
Going in.
And it's that
yeah,
this will funnel, everything goes up. And this is a lot more people that were in Barbuda. So just that noise, I don't know if they've thought about that noise. Again, it's skylights and not a retractable roof. So who knows? So I guess the first thing is, are we deny unless, as Cormac is suggesting on this?
I think that one of the other things, you know, before 2003, this was a bakery.
Right.
And then it became public restaurant. Interestingly enough, opened, I believe, the first restaurant by our applicant for Howard Street. And we got a restaurant and a separate bar out of that. And, you know, it was pretty big. But now this is even bigger, and it's on Elizabeth Street, which is one of our smaller streets. And you know, the seating is huge, and most of the places in this area have 50, 60 seats tops, you know, for the most part. And I think that's what Susan's alluding to. But public, I don't know what their seat count was, but they certainly had more than that, I believe. I don't know what their seating was. And so I'm just trying to think about ways to mitigate the impact here. And, you know, to Cormac's point, I'm not, you know, my concern is that courtyard noise, traffic, because public was already there. That's the only reason I would remotely even think about this. And I think that would be our weakness, you know, on this. And something is going to go into that space. It may or may not have the courtyard, but that seems to be what the deal was for taking it. But the space adjacent is gonna be rented whole, you know, I don't think it's gonna be divided up. So I just kind of trying to look at this a little bit more realistically. And so the impacts, the way we mitigate the impacts are hours, right? You know, whatever they have outside, doors, windows. So I'm not really happy about it, like Susan says, but I'm just trying to figure out, you know, without being too restrictive, how do you have it so it's not a bigger impact on the community? And, you know, to Susan's point, if every building that's redeveloped becomes this way, you know, the street, you know, we can't sustain it on the interiors of a lot of these areas because it's.
Part of there's no size restriction. I mean, 6,000 is.
I don't know what the ground floor is. I mean, I'm just.
Got it in there.
I'm not overly familiar with the SLID, but I know I'm pretty sure this isn't kind of go along with it, but the building also, I think, had other uses. So I don't know. I mean,
no one
and
has
then
said that,
adding-
oh, you can't do 6,000. Yeah.
So,
and I can't recall, and I'm not, again, an expert on the SLID, but I don't, you know, I assume they can enclose the full first floor, but I don't know if that's for sure, if they're required to have a setback in the SLID on the ground floor, or if the first floor can be fully built. I think the first floor can be fully built to the lot without a rear yard.
Yeah.
So, you know, and that's why I was raising the point, is it a courtyard? Is it not? Is it count as a roof? Does it not? Is it inside? Is it outside? Because that's what all goes to those questions. But Cormac, you have any thoughts on what we can put in?
Well, I mean, so I'm not with the courtyard, right? Because the courtyard is covered. I mean, historically speaking, when people put permanent structures in courtyards and they basically put a roof on it, it does help a lot. My concern is this whole skylight thing. And so I certainly think, and I thought that they stipulated this, that we need to have a time at which the skylights are closed every night, right?
10 p.m.
10 o'clock.
I also wonder if in terms of the crowd,
And anytime music is playing, just to tell you that, for the skylight, they said 10 p.m. or anytime music is in the courtyard.
that's great. I like that.
When we ask for that, we never get anything better than that. I mean, that, you're right.
Yeah. And it is also true that the things immediately above them are commercial, but as some of the residents pointed out, there are residences not far, like on the other side of that point. But to the point, Carter, about, I'm wondering if some of the crowding issues could be addressed, you know, by some of these ways that folks have agreed not to have lines because people have reservations and they have times and they get community, so you disperse people, right? In terms of the traffic, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not an expert on traffic. How you deal with that? It's the Ubers that's going to freaking kill the place, right? All these people leaving a place that upscale, right? They're all going to be met by black cars. I mean, you know, I don't know what to do about those, honestly.
And it's an open street. Just saying. So you're gonna get that on Prince.
Right. It's not even going to happen right there. It's going to happen. Yeah.
And Spring Street's an open street. Just saying.
So there's nowhere, they're gonna have to walk, actually.
Have to walk to the corner.
And they did provide an extensive list of stuff. I think for me, I really would like to see some of the pictures of what it looks up. A little bit more explanation of the rooftop.
Yeah, that would be good.
You know, what that is, if this is going to be considered an enclosed building space or not.
Right.
Because if you go, for example, what used to be the M&R bar, which is a little further north, the other space with the musket room. These all have rear yards, which is not dissimilar to this. We've all been against those spaces. So if it's closed and substantial and it's in their FAR, that's different. If it's some light glass covering, you know, that opens and it's still considered open space, that's totally different. I mean, this is sort of like some of the things I think, and they told us, you know, we didn't hear that crystal clear. I would like to see that in, you know, in some documentation or a stipulation, because
that it's going to be considered enclosed.
I mean, look, if it's all glass and there are residential windows that look down on it and there's skylights and.
I mean, I
Yeah.
would like to see that it's an
Looks
enclosed
like.
space. It's an enclosed space with, I mean, I'm envisioning it as an enclosed space with some small, you know, some skylights in it, not a, they said it's not a retractable roof. If the whole roof is skylights, it's basically fudging a retractable roof.
Like
The
I
light
said,
is white though.
Huh?
yeah, I mean, the
The
light,
The light
sound,
isn't white though.
the strength of it, the sound, you know, a skylight is cut in a structural roof.
Right.
If the whole top is a skylight, it's, you know, look, it's semantics, but I just, what are their plans? What's up there? Is this going to be impactful? That's my concern, is the impact.
So we
on-
want to
on the-
so this is why, in a way, part of me would almost be inclined to have them lay over. Not necessarily that it, if we're asking them to give us all the stuff, I need to have all the stuff.
Well, I mean, Heather's fully aware of this and those questions. And, you know, I'm satisfied from the building manager's answers that they've worked this in. They're
Okay.
clearly spending a lot of money, but I just, you know, I think everybody might be more comfortable. I mean, am I wrong on that? I mean, just because then, you know, again, if we have it, then it can be stipulated to. Otherwise, we're going to bend over backwards. And Donna, you're going to spend an inordinate amount of time trying to figure that out and how to write it, instead of just being, say, here are the plans, follow the plans.
Right. Okay.
And Heather did offer, and I'm inclined to be okay, but I
Right.
have,
Yeah, that, I mean, I'm not inclined to be okay. I just, it's contingent on getting those plans. And if I can't get the plans, then I'm writing something that don't have.
and it says Cormac, no lines outside, reservation system, area to wait inside.
Right.
I'm pretty sure the open street's still going on here. So maybe if they want to address, you know, if there's an open street, how they expect people to get there. I mean, it's a big place, right?
Right. Okay, so
I'm very sensitive to what Susan's saying, because it's like, we've, you know, everything that's rebuilt has eating and drinking supersized.
right, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So we deny less on this with those conditions?
Well, I thought they were gonna come back
So that's what you're saying, have them come back and show us all that?
with those plans for whatever the side is, and I don't know. I mean, am I wrong on that for everybody? I
don't
mean,
know, but I thought I was, don't have them come back.
I would like to know more. I mean, look, I would like to know more. I mean, in a perfect world, more about the roof, right, over the courtyard.
Yeah.
Like, you know, drawings about it. How big are these skylights? How much of it is a skylight? The parts that aren't skylight, what kind of glass and glazing are you using? Is this just a thin, like, you know, one pane sort of a thing, you know, whatever? Or are you using like, you know, a double glaze or triple glaze sound attending sort of a thing? What are you
Will it
going to
make
do
a
about the
difference?
light coming out? Like, you know, you can do things with the glass that you choose to sort of cut down on that. These are questions that in an ideal world, I'd like an answer to, if we can get them to come back. Yeah.
Well, they said they'd come back, so I think that's
And
fine.
Heather also offered to walk through.
Right. And so I think I mean, if people are interested, I would personally like to do that because I walk by it.
Walkthrough is very helpful.
It would be interesting to see it. So
I would point out that I'm saying we should have them come back, but if they come back next month, I won't be here, but you know.
all right, we can get you the information ahead of time and you can always email and we can take it into consideration. Okay, so that we're gonna ask them to lay over and come back and answer. And Carter, were you gonna say something?
Oh, no, I just don't want to discuss it all again next month.
Right, no, we're gonna try to lay out what we want to know. We're not gonna discuss it all again. We're just gonna try to get answers.
We want to understand the glass roof more.
Right. Yeah, I think that seems to be the biggest thing. Okay. Next one is Wolf, which that was, I'm hoping everybody is denying less on that. That seemed,
yeah.
Pretty much we've approved it a bunch of times and now they're gonna move forward and they're open. So I think I feel bad with the gas thing. Okay, the next thing. Astor.
Yeah.
The applicant. They know how to run their business.
Right.
Again, this is 3 times the size of what was there before. It is live music, that's correct. But I mean, the neighborhood's different with all this stuff everywhere. And the Circle and the Square Theater next door, if anybody remembers, we've seen applications, but they've really struggled to find a tenant. I don't know who was on the committee. We had the dueling pianos application there quite a while ago. It's but
And the thing with the fire, which Max was so glib about, we know that by next summer, the sheds aren't going to be there. We're going to have the new form that.
next summer, Susan, it's after next summer that they'll be removed, next November.
All of next summer. Oh, boy, that's a blow. What, Cormac?
But there's still gonna be seasonal roadbed.
No, it's in the legislation. The legislation says that it's until like November 1, 2024.
But they also have seasonal roadbed.
In the permanent, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
I just was wondering if it could, if that location would still be impossible for the fire trucks to get past. That's really the point. Like, is that going to continue to be the issue? Because if that is, then we have to really factor that in our thinking, because we have experienced the 5-alarm fire.
My concern, you just can't move around and all this stuff, and that's the environment we're weighing it in.
Yeah.
And Max is correct. I mean, it's a good operator. Live music is great, but really, is this what what was upstairs residential, downstairs music? And the music was much quieter in the past, by the way. Sort of a little bit of a misnomer. People think with the venues we have now that they were all like that. There was a lot of folk music. I mean, you go around the corner on MacDougal Street. Yeah, it gathered downstairs. Suzanne Vega first played at 107 MacDougal, the space there. I mean, these were all smaller things. I just, with all this stuff, how can we keep fitting in these bigger venues with so I don't know if I ride my bike and often come down like Bleecker Street and come down there, and there's like on Wednesday night for years, there's a guy with a big white stretch limo who comes in and he parks in front of Red Lion and he takes up all that space, and there's a hydrant and he tries to hustle rides. It's a part of the nature of the area, but now you can't get around anything or move anything with the sidewalk structures. And when the garbage trucks line up at like 12:30, and nothing moves, and all these little things like that are exacerbated you know, and now we have another big place, but again, you know, and then what Donna was saying, and we discussed, there's nowhere for the lines to form. It's mid-block. If they do more dinner, that's great. You know, that certainly disperses the stuff, you know, and
The dinner is great, but this is not a dinner place where people are going for dinner separately from buying a ticket. So you may have people come earlier because they're eating dinner. They may come an hour before the show. Some people may come an hour, but they're not, you know, it's not a restaurant where it's constantly staggered or something. So
Yeah, it's always about the show.
it's about the show. It's like Blue Note or something.
so
Yeah.
just like, you know, the one thing that, you know, Max did not bring up, I don't think, but I certainly bring up is that O'Fare purchased this building that had suffered a major fire and is rebuilding it. He has been in the community. There are a lot of good strong points here. I'm inclined because of that, you know, to go along with this, but I think that we need to really point out some of these other issues. And I don't know what else to do, you know, in this circumstance. It has that outdoor area. You know, the front facade has gone through our landmarks committee. I don't remember whatever already. You know, he's been working on the space since we got our first 30-day notice in January 2022. So, you know, this is like not just showed up, but I just, you know, it sort of just highlights everything that's happened in the last 3 years. It is like rolled into one here, including an operator that on, you know, a Minetta Lane has figured it out, but there have always still been issues with that line. You know, it's not like it exists independent of any problems. It highlights all the outdoor dining, the impact of that, the driving. We have a real world example of a fire. I don't know if anybody watched that video. It's just nuts, you know, trying to get in there. I know Bob Gormley, the local, I think it was Chief Hansen, has commented on all this stuff all over the place. You know, he sent us emails at our local, one of our local battalion chiefs. I mean, this is like everything wrapped up into one, which is why for me, it's incredibly frustrating to address this, and it highlights the worst case. So I don't know. And, you know, Max is not wrong. Well, that's speculative that it happens again, but we already know there's too much.
Yeah.
And nobody's listening to us, right? You know.
But and to the point that Susan made, right? I mean, we have to, our charge is to evaluate applications based on the current context, right? Based on what's happening now, based on what the reality is now. The reality is now the sheds, right? And, you know, I think the thing to us is that reality mean that this location can no longer support the kind of thing that they are proposing for it.
So I just want to see if I'm hearing you correctly. You're saying that this, because of the type of venue it is, because of the large capacity that it is, because of the other outdoor dining structures, nothing to do with them because they have none, but the other outdoor dining structures that are already on the road cannot handle a venue with this many cars, this much traffic, all coming at the same time. And that's.
That I would say is what the argument is.
Yeah. And the 5-alarm fire, you know, it's like, what if there's another fire? We already saw what happened, you know, nothing's been proved.
There was, Susan, there was the LeSuc building. There was another fire.
That's right.
So-
That's
so
right.
The argument would be that as a matter of public safety, that given the
Yes.
changes that have been made structurally to that street, it isn't appropriate to have a venue.
Well,
that
that's
has
why I
such a
said if the sheds
capacity
were
to
gone, it would be safer. Yeah.
things there. Now, some other restaurant or location that would not such a high number of people, that would be fine. This same business model at a different location, that might be safe or fine. This same business model at this location without the sheds, that would be safe too, but by the same, but then that sort of begins to go beyond our purview, right? If we start saying, well, if you take away all the sheds, right? I mean, that's sort of like we saying, if we took down these buildings and we built a park here, then that would be, that's outside, looking at the reality, the context on the ground, the sheds are a reality, right? The facts on the ground, as our Israeli friends like to say. And so,
The
looking at that,
sheds created a danger that has to be factored in. We know that there was a safety issue. We saw it firsthand.
well, whether they created danger, the sheds have created a factor that needs to be factored in. And the combination of all these factors, right, creates an unsafety. This would be the argument for denial. Now, I think part of the question for us as a committee would be, is that an argument we're willing to make and to take to the SLA?
Well, that was Max's point too, is that leave it up to the fire department. He was saying he would say it's not.
That's for the inside, Susan.
What?
That's for the inside.
I'm not taking Max's side. I'm just saying.
No, but I think he's not wrong for the inside of the building.
Yeah, right. No, that's true. It's just that it's too crowded. That's the problem.
Well, right. And it's crowded. I mean, that's why I tried to come back and make the points I was making, is it's very crowded.
Very crowded.
Regardless, I mean, the roadbed sheds do not help. You can't park. It's a venue. It's not, even with the capacity of it, it's not that capacity with it being a restaurant, which means people leave and come and go staggered all throughout the night. These are people coming at timed things.
Even if they stagger in because some go to dinner and some don't, they all leave at the same time.
A handful will come in earlier for dinner, but it's not a
They
restaurant.
all leave at once. Yeah.
If it was a large capacity restaurant, you would have much more staggering, you would have much more something else. This is a music driven venue, which we love in our neighborhood. I mean, we are, I don't think anybody, we all love the history of all of that.
Yeah.
But then you're looking at this mid-block, where are the cars going, where are the people going? I don't know where the line goes, that it's not in front of the two places next door for people coming in.
That says which way the line should run, and it's like, this is like the with the quality of life meeting with the applicant who might be coming to us for liquor license, the Amy DeLeon or whatever that place is, with which way does their 100-person line go, blocking all the stores next door. It's like, but to Cormac's points, we do know that the permanent program for anything on the street is not going to allow roofs. And the fire department's concern is that a lot of these with the roofs make it that their ladder trucks and everything can't get places. So if that is removed, that's one thing. My concern is that they take the full 8 feet on the side, both sides. So there's no maneuverability around, whereas a parked car is not always 8 feet wide. It's usually a little less. But you still wouldn't have room to pass, unless you could pull over. And Don did put in that there's no standing or no parking. It's one or the other, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. on the south side. So I'm just very torn on this, because it just really encapsulates all the issues. Yeah. And it's, if you look at it the way Max wants us to look at it, it's not so complicated. If you look at it for our purview on our community and its impact with the existing circumstance, it is complicated. So I'm just
go along with Max, but you can't really. And this has more issues than we were just talking about on Elizabeth Street. It's because of the danger. It's just so crowded there. And that's not going to change. All we're losing is the roofs over the sheds. They're still going to be blocking the street.
You may not get the truck down there.
I mean, this is something also to really kind of bring to the attention of our elected officials, you know, in the moment, in some respects, about just our concerns, you know, with licensing places, they just get bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking a lot about it.
Are we a deny on this? I mean, I don't know. I'm sensing we don't want to deny it because of the applicant.
Because it's a good applicant.
It's a good applicant. And it's sort of what I was alluding to when I tried to follow up. It's the wrong place for a good applicant.
Well, yeah, we had the other one. Remember, he moved the comedy club to the McDonald's.
Right, which worked out great.
Perfect solution.
But he went and bought it, and this guy, O'Farrell, has already bought the building.
Right.
Yeah, he's not, I mean, he's gonna use it, and that's where I'm just sort of torn. But I maybe, Donna, the thing we do is outline all these concerns, because it's just gonna keep happening. And if we outline it here, you know, if this keeps going, you know, and that's what I think this area is one of the most densely saturated when you do the circles.
Yeah.
But they've already doubled down.
But just, you're telling me to outline the concerns. Is the committee a deny? Or
I'd rather see them figure out the lines. I'd like to see operational things, which I think in the long run are maybe more important, because that attention to detail will not be addressed.
I mean, for that good operator, they should be able to come up with address that question.
It took years to figure it out at Cafe Wa.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, Manette Lane right there.
They're going out the back door, they're coming in the front door, and they had the Minetta Lane with the residents, and they're lined up earlier, but you know, so it's not that late. But where do you put them here? It's a straight up space problem.
Yeah.
Do we want them to come back?
Yeah, let them
Yeah.
answer that. That's a real question that they should be able to answer.
So I think we want to ask them to come back and address, and then we put together, let's get a list of concerns now to have them see if
I
they'll come.
think it's worth it to do that.
So what are other concerns? Just so I have the list while we're all on here.
They're all about crowding, how they're going to really deal with them.
The cars.
The reality of bringing in all those people in and out.
Okay. I mean, I could come up with some suggestion. All right. Okay, so we're going to see if they will lay this one over.
Just you right across the street, you've got the other big club, right? That lines up people on the street.
Poisson Rouge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, they were trying to make it sound like the dinner is going to make people be staggered. So I'd like to maybe suggest, they figure it out how to make people stagger coming in, at least for the first entry. I don't know what you do between leaving the first show and entering the second show. But, you could do for the first one, reservation time, something like that are staggered. And
they're not going to be that staggered. It's not a restaurant. They're going to only come a limited amount of time before the show.
That's the problem.
So across the street, with Le Poisson Rouge, they're able to run people down, and they have a CVS space.
Right.
Yeah, it's very different on that side of the street.
Different.
Yeah, and then at this
And there's
address,
a club on that side of the street.
so at this address, you've got the circle and the square, or whatever, the theater at 159.
Which is not.
It's been a pop-up most recently. And then
Seats, I
to
think.
the east, that you've got Carroll Place with their shed that's far too long. So there's not and they have outdoor dining on the sidewalk and the street. So this is a real,
Problem.
just question for them. And they said, oh, we'll do whatever you want. Well, I don't,
So,
how's we come back to this issue, in 3 years, let's say, right? Or 2 years. That's going to be the complaint. What are all these people doing lined up outside all the time?
exactly. And then the cars, because the cars are going to be there too.
And so if you go to like bitter end, that space isn't nearly as big as this. This is much bigger. So, you look at the red line, the lines they have, and this was the issue with the comedy clubs, right? This was the issue with moving to the McDonald's. We still don't have that basement comedy place, hasn't come to us. So we keep getting it on MacDougal. This is just over and over.
So we're gonna ask them to lay over, see if they'll do that and come back with us with a plan for how they're gonna address all this.
Yes.
At the neighborhood, actually coming to us and looking at what else is already here and how they're gonna mitigate in light of what's there. Yes,
Yes, realistic.
okay,
Donna,
Is that what-
Donna,
yes,
how many committee members are on tonight?
6,
Okay,
yes, 6.
thank you.
I think we were 5 for the first 2. Okay, so the next one is 357 West Broadway. We've heard it gazillion times. Now they're back for an on-premise. We approved them for a restaurant wine. A lot of the issues we had was because of the space on MacDougal that was operating inappropriately. That license has been transferred to somebody else. Conditioned on that license being transferring was getting rid of the roadbed shed. The roadbed shed is gone. They are building out their space. It looks very nice. Just at least they have lettering on the windows. So, there was a lot of concern because in the other space, there was a history of not paying attention to the stipulations. We have good stipulations on this about the no outdoor, how it's going to operate.
Where are we on now?
357 West Broadway, the Residence and Caviar Cafe, Ariel Ars.
So Donna, my big thing on this one
Yeah,
is there absolutely no public interest in that rooftop ever being licensed.
right.
Right.
So that needs to go in the reso.
That's just the crystal clear. I mean, they've worn me down otherwise.
Right. I know, that's what I sort of felt like. It's gone on for so long, they actually won with wearing everybody down.
And Don Tone took notes to share with 163 folks, so he put
Okay.
that in the chat.
Okay, good. All right, so we're denying less on that.
Mhm.
Okay. And then we have our Sunset Select. Next to Rinton 10. 173 Elizabeth.
You cut
I'll-
the hours.
Background on this, they approved another small liquor license we denied around the corner. I would expect no different if
Right.
this forward.
So, he agreed to 12 a.m. Thursday to Saturday, 11 the other times. No outdoor ever. No operable doors and windows ever. The full food menu, whatever that is, on the whim of the chef, will be served at all hours. And then he's gonna clean up the other space, which I would put in the stipulations that he's gonna adhere to the outdoor dining, not have any music out there, not have chairs in the amenity zone.
Yeah, because this is part of my concern, is that my concern here is, again, the licensing of this person. Right? I understand there's some people on the committee who seem to know him, thinks he's great or something like that. To me, scofflaws are scofflaws. He lied to the committee to our face twice. Right here, he said he wasn't, his shed doesn't block those doors. It does. He says that there's no music in the shed. There is, right? You know, I don't trust him. Right? He's not an honest, upfront person. And that makes me very uncomfortable about the idea of approving the license to somebody who I think is just going to do whatever they want. You know.
Those are real, concerns, Cormac, and I agree with you that that corner is so out of control right now that without stipulations, which we have none about the outside, there's nothing. I mean, you go across the street, they pull in full operable windows, they're open all the time. They've got 5 mile shed, it seems like, across the street. And
so he's currently operating without any steps on those outdoor spaces?
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's just like everybody else. He's never come back to us during this. I don't think it was ever addressed that he couldn't have it.
So it would be an advantage if we could get him on steps on that stuff.
Right.
Which is what he agreed to.
Yeah.
Which is following the outdoor dining rules. And that was my point. And putting in there no tables and chairs, between the crosswalk and the shed, which is what Bob had brought up to me. And, some other folks. And I just, the other shed, I think, got hit and was taken down and then rebuilt.
Right.
So I don't know which is which at this point. I think you're right about the Google.
The Google map, I walked by there yesterday. The Google map is accurate. I
think it's from.
Be different, but the Google map is accurate to what's there now. What you put in.
Okay, so that's an argument in favor of it, is that if we can rein in an outlaw situation by getting steps on it, right? That's generally speaking, we've had to do this before. That's our MO, right? Because we got to get some leverage on it, some purchase.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and that means no seating, on Elizabeth Street outside of the shed, and no seating outside of the shed on Spring Street. So everything's inside, and plus there's a row of tables and chairs along the building line.
Right.
But I don't.
If he has a
I
space,
don't
he
know
can have the legal. If he has a space, he can have the legal sidewalk, but he can't have it in the amenities space.
Right.
It's not actually the amenity zone. I don't think he's I mean, I don't know. I don't go by there every day. It's in the street sort of. So what's interesting now, okay, you know what? I take back what I said because I'm tying it to the comment from 210 Elizabeth Street on the other application. I forgot something important, which is this is a open street.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's an open street, you have some more flexibility on where you can put the tables and chairs, but you still can't put them actually in that space next to the crosswalk. So,
No.
because you still leave the buffer, the 8 feet or whatever it is, something like that. I'd just like to see increased compliance. And
yes.
we had opposed just around the corner here, a couple of storefronts down on Spring Street, a small license. It was just approved. And, so I just assume I'm using that as sort of my guidance from the liquor authority's view on this stuff. And they're just going to approve it. And so I'd rather work it out
with
and have the hours mitigated. And I think, Oliver certainly understands what I was mentioning and the residents do. And I think, you know, it's the spot across the street that, you know, at the big bar, that's more the issue.
Well, it's a big. and then-
I'm not, these guys aren't or whatever, I don't know, but the big bar has literal, I mean, it's insane if you look on the other side of the street, how long their shed is. And then they also have a shed on Spring Street and against our, I don't know if it's in the state, I think they said they were gonna have a fixed facade and their whole thing is accordion windows. I mean, you know, I don't even know what to do anymore, Cormac, except, you know, this place is totally inside. The hours are there. The passion is certainly real. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what other people think, but I take your comments to heart because they're.
I mean, to me, I think this is a deny unless with the stipulations that they agreed to do it with, just like you said, the hours, no outside, no open windows, closed up, kind of. you
Yeah,
know,
tighten it up a
really
little bit.
below the radar. I mean, this was, the way they were operating was below the radar, so. And then putting the things in about the outdoor dining on the other space that he has.
It still sounds to me like there's a possibility SLA is going to kick it back to us over the kitchen, but you know.
They may, but we said that. So again, we raise the issue. If they don't want to listen to it, that's on them, not on us. And
Well, Donna, you know, they either send us a corrected notice with the minimal food.
all right.
I'm just saying, this
No,
is just
I mean,
another
I'll
over.
ask Frank if he wants to do that. He seemed pretty much like he didn't want to do that, but I'll ask.
We just have these overarching issues that it seems like every single application has something.
Right. He just seemed very clear that that's not what he wanted to do, but I can ask one more time.
And he didn't say, but what his point was is that while there are two different license classes, I think it was 63A or 65 and 65A, which are the defined in
Right.
practice, the liquor authority issues all the same licenses, which is just an on-premise license, a 252 license that you see. They don't make a distinction for liquor, even though they define themselves differently.
They make
And
it
the
go to
errors
land.
in the applications, but when they issue the licenses, they are all the same. Even though they put in their paperwork that defines themselves, there is not a
Right, it's the same
different.
license class. It's the same license class by number.
Well, under the law, it's not, but in practice, they issue the same. They don't
Well,
make a distinction.
When you look at the description on LAMP, it says 252, but then it will say
Tavern or restaurant. Yeah. Anyway, that's.
And they do kick it back. I mean, which is what I was saying, we've had a number of these sushi places not consistently sent back, which is interesting to me. That some of them are sent back with, that they have to be Tavern wine and other ones aren't. Because they don't have the full kitchen, because they don't need, you know, half that stuff to do the sushi, so. So I will reach out to Frank to see if he wants to send in a corrected notice.
Saying it's a restaurant, then send in a notice that says it's a restaurant.
Right.